Good evening, party people, and welcome back to the Bar with an X. Have you heard of our champion, Clementine, the Chow? Clementine, the blue, small, speed type Chow who exists in the Chow Garden universe of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle? Well, did you know that Clementine has a namesake here in the real world? And this is Clementine, the orange peel bug who lives here at the Bar with an X. You might have asked me upon occasion if I have any pets at the Bar with an X, and the answer is technically no. I'm not allowed to keep living animals here, both because of, I think, the landlord requirements, but also because of the requirements of me and my particular relationship, which is we just don't really have space for a cat or a dog or anything at this time, and I can barely keep plants alive, but lo and behold, apparently, I can keep small microbes alive in an anaerobic environment, and now we've got proper containers for them. So this is Clementine, the orange peel bug here at the Bar with an X, the result of a lacto-fermentation of orange peels. What does that have to do with tonight's stream? Absolutely nothing at all. I just figured because we've been racing with Clementine this whole time that maybe, you know, I should keep Clementine up here so we can all bask in the glory that is the orange peel bug, because I think that would be, you know, I think that would be pretty appropriate. I see Manic the Hedgehog popping in with a follow on the Twitch side. Thank you for going Quantum Manic, and I saw Passamir Day up there earlier with his Prime subscription. We appreciate your support here at the Bar with an X. To everybody else who's popped in here early, including Cole, Wolfie, Passamir, Jay, Manic, Some Nerd, and Kit Kat, as well as my beautiful partner, Disney Queen, who I think is downstairs right now freezing her ass off because the AC has been running non-stop for the past, like, 24 hours or so. Did you know there's a heat wave happening? And despite the fact that the AC has been running this entire time, it is still 78 degrees inside of the Bar the Next right now. So I hope you enjoy the look of my upper arms, or lower arms. I don't really know what part of my body this is. I am not a doctor. I am a mixologist, because it's hot, and I don't feel like taking off the bow tie, so I'm just gonna expose a little skin. I think somebody on Monday was asking for a little bit more meat anyways, so I guess that's cool stuff, you know? Manic the Hedgehog saying I enjoy the Twitch side, which is pretty good. I'm seeing Disney Queen saying, how are you doing? How am I doing? Anna, are you asking me? I'm gonna take a wild guess and say Anna's probably asking chat about what's going on. I'm seeing Donald Duck up there saying, am I into scat? Like scap gabba. I don't really know, but in any case, we're out there. We're about there. See, Pass saying, bro, don't melt, it's hot. And I'm saying, I don't know if it was with Prime, it was indeed taken for the correct account. Oh, yes, it is? Oh, never mind. It was not a Prime thing. I got thrown off, I think, because I see the little crown next to your name. Either way, I appreciate it. In any case, tonight's cocktail is called the Black Derby, or just a Black Derby. I don't really know if it uses a definite article or an indefinite article. I'm not a linguist either. Again, I'm a mixologist. I got this recipe from Saveur magazine's website, and apparently it's called the Black Derby because of the ingredients that go on the inside of it. We've talked about a couple of derbies here at the Bar with an X before, and I actually learned a little something the other day in reference to the derby that we made on Monday, which was the Irish Derby. I didn't know this, and I learned this as I was doing some deeper research, that the Brown Derby is not a classic derby cocktail. A classic derby cocktail is formatted very similarly to that sort of Irish whiskey margarita type drink that we had on Monday. The only difference between a classic derby and the Irish Derby we made on Monday is instead of specifically using Irish whiskey, you would typically use an American bourbon instead, specifically a Kentucky bourbon if you can get your hands on it. And I was floored because on Monday I was like, this is nothing like a derby. It doesn't have the grapefruit, it doesn't have the honey, it does still have the whiskey, but you can just swap that out for any other base spirit if you're feeling a little bit fancy. But apparently, it is more similar to that original derby cocktail. And there's a whole Wikipedia page on it too. So I would like to recant my statements on Monday that the Irish Derby bears no resemblance to the derby cocktail because the derby cocktail doesn't really bear any resemblance to the brown derby cocktail. Any case, the Black Derby does share some semblance to the Brown Derby. The Black Derby and the Brown Derby differ in only one ingredient, and that is instead of honey syrup in the Brown Derby, there's molasses in the Black Derby. Now that we've gotten the semantics out of the way, I see a couple of other people who have popped in here to chat, with Jay saying, Burby, Cole yelling Cam, Nerd saying I finished Delicious in Dungeon on Tuesday, a greatly bingeable anime, by the way. I see Caledonian popping in, and I see Infinite the Jackal, Big Callan saying Mr. Tender, and people encouraging Big to put 99 bananas into the infinity bottle this evening. I know you were taking a shower last time, and I'm very, very glad to hear that you were at least clean when you were thinking of the dirty, dirty things that you're gonna do to our infinity bottle. And I see Neozon popping in as well as Lord Vintage as well, enjoying our Pride Month. Oh, absolutely. And I hope everybody else is too. We've only got I guess we've technically got a few days left of that, but the Pride doesn't stop here at the Bar of the Next because I'm at least partially gay, and I know a couple of you are too. In any case, let's make a cocktail, shall we? We're gonna need a shaker for this one. So grab a shaker. Next we're gonna start with 1.5 ounces of bourbon. Bonus points if it's a Kentucky bourbon, bonus points if it's a Kentucky bourbon, because that's the bourbon specified by the website. But I just decided to use this one, which I think is made in Savannah. It's made in Savannah, Georgia, and I'm running kind of low on it. So, 1.5 ounces of bourbon. Didn't really have a really cool sound, but we're gonna go with it anyways. Kentucky Durban indeed, Jay. Let's see. Cole saying Larry with an X. Yes, Cole was playing Far Cry 5 earlier, and I was hanging in his stream. Apparently, there's a character named Larry from Far Cry 5 or 4. I think it's Far Cry 5, and if I'm incorrect, I'm sure he'll correct me. Who, was surrounded by, Tesla coil electricity, and he was like, dude, this is totally you in another universe. And I was like, yeah, I kind of agreed with that. Also, Cole, did I catch that he was referring to somebody named Ann? Because that's definitely not a coincidence. Larry with an X has an Ann. Cameron with an X has an Anna. Coincidence? I think not. 1.5 ounces of bourbon. That's what we're starting things off with. Let's see. Big Callan being like, I'll get it this time. I'm sure you will, pal. I'm sure you will. Caledonian saying it's sad and it's almost done, but we will celebrate till your death of Pride Month. The death of Pride Month? Never, dude. So long as there are still people identifying as whatever gender they fucking want to, there will always be pride. And so long as there are lions, there will also be pride. And not just the school mascot either. I mean the big kitties with the manes. And I'm not talking about the humans either. But we like our furry friends too. What else do we need in here? Similar to the brown derby, we also have grapefruit juice in this one. And as it turns out, I had just enough grapefruit juice from the last grapefruit that I juiced for this cocktail. So, next we'll add 2 ounces of grapefruit juice. I think this specifically calls for a pink, ruby red grapefruit juice. I don't know what kind of grapefruit I have, but I'm using the one that I've got. Speaking of grapefruits or other berries, I see Barry Jr. popping in with a follow to the bar with the next. Welcome in, Barry Jr. Great to have you. If I can get you a drink or anything, great. I'm making a black derby this evening. It's kind of like a brown derby, but with molasses. And I hope y'all are keeping cool out there. So, next we'll add 2 ounces of grapefruit juice. Oh, that was such a mighty pour, dude. Oh, that sounded awesome. And I have a little extra grapefruit juice, so this is gonna be a snack for the bartender. Ugh. It's a little bit bitter, all things considered. Callan being like, we love a good Everclear, though. Oh, yeah, that's what the Infinity Bottle on Monday. Let's see. I'm seeing Passamir Day saying, I don't know how much truth there is to it, but my auntie always said that blackstrap molasses was slightly fermented versus regular molasses that is a fresher product. Again, no research, simply what I've been brought up with. I feel like that was in reference to on my story. I was like, so yeah, this recipe specifically calls for non-blackstrap molasses, and I really don't know what the difference is, but I bought this unsulfured molasses, and it makes me think that, actually, you know what? Alexa, what is blackstrap molasses?
Nice.
I love you, Theovara. Thanks for the super chat. Alexa, what's the difference between blackstrap molasses and regular molasses?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, blackstrap molasses is boiled 3 times, whereas light or regular molasses is boiled twice. Blackstrap molasses is more bitter and salty in taste.
More bitter, salty, and more boiling. Oh, okay. So I would imagine that a blackstrap molasses is basically just reduced more to kind of further caramelize all the sugars and stuff. That's my guess for now. If anybody's got further context on what the heck blackstrap molasses is versus the other stuff, feel free to pop in my DMs or just say it here for the rest of us so we can all learn together. In any case, what do I see out there? I'm seeing Barry Jr. saying, I'm just chilling, but my drinks are like a little bit stronger. That's fair. Personally, I love me a short drink like an old-fashioned or a Manhattan. None of those today, unless we get a cocktail request later. We take cocktail requests on this show. If you didn't know, you can use the ! Order command, and I've been changing things up a little bit, so it's possible things will work smoother than they did on Monday, although I make absolutely no guarantees. I'm seeing Dave Carson popping in saying grapefruit is my favorite citrus, tequila is my favorite spirit, palomas are not my favorite mixed drink. You would think that 2 and 2 together would become the sum of its parts, which would be your favorite, but alas, you are only human, and that means that you can do whatever the hell you want to. Diamond also, welcome in. Cow King also in as well. Do you remember Osmosis Jones? It's helped you in high school. Oh my god, I remember the blue guy. and then the red pill guy, who I think's name was Drix. I didn't watch Osmosis Jones. I remember Ozzy and Drix. That was the TV show that I watched growing up. Welcome into all of y'all. Last we need... Finally, we need half an ounce of molasses. This recipe specifically says non-blackstrap molasses. And I'm not quite sure what that is or is not. But half an ounce of this stuff. It also says unsulfured. Ooh. What a nice pop on that one. Wow. There we go. Passamir saying, wasn't Bill Murray in that movie of Osmosis Jones? Maybe. Possibly. Oh my gosh, this smells like molasses. You know what, I haven't tried... I've had blackstrap molasses on its own before, but I have not had regular molasses on its own, so like, let's give it a try. Oh, hello there. A black derby indeed. Wow. That tastes like molasses, but less bitter than blackstrap molasses. It's all making sense to me now. Half an ounce of this. Oh, man. I'll try to pour it into my measuring majigger, and then I'm going to have to use a little bit of science to get it all out. There we go. Half an ounce of that molasses. Hello there. Take your time. Take your time. Oh, a little bit. I'm going to pour some of what's in the shaker into the measuring majigger so I can get all the syrup out of it. I did see one version of this recipe that said that when you're making the black derby, that you should instead make a molasses syrup, but I didn't decide to do that offhand because it would change the total volume of the drink as well as change the overall sweetness level of the drink. I don't want to play around with anything yet. I'll play around with it after the fact. Are you done? Almost. We'll call it right there, and I'll do a little bit of washing by taking some of my drink, putting it back into my measuring majigger, and then swirling it around a little bit, and then correspondingly going back and forth a little bit, just to try to get up all that syrup. Again, you could have mixed this molasses with equal parts water to basically make a 1-to-1 molasses syrup. I don't exactly know what the sugar content is on molasses on its own, but it should get you pretty damn close. And I have a Brix refractometer to measure specifically. All right, this is very dirty. I don't really feel like... actually, I almost got all of it out. I almost got all of it out. I can take my time here. We got people in chat, right? Right? I'm seeing some nerd out there saying Darktide is a class-based horde shooter. Oh, Darktide? Oh, is this a game? This is a game you're talking about, some nerd? It's effectively a big dumb brute stereotype. Oh, a class that a horde shooter, the class I enjoy, Ogrin, is effectively a big dumb brute. It's a throwable that is literally just bricks that you picks off the ground. That sounds kind of funny. Oh my goodness gracious. Theovar out there saying, I hope it tasted good. Oh, this so far? I guess we'll see. I haven't gotten there yet. I'm guessing also, too, that the shaking process of this is going to help. Also, I'm going to scrape some of this off the walls and help myself out a little bit. Mighty the Armadillo, welcome back in. I used to be Metal Sonic and Metal Tails, but I changed my name. You've transmogrified into a completely different creature. You've also somehow converted metal pieces and non-organic material to organic material, and that, I think, is a level above Quantum for the folks who are on Twitch and YouTube. Or the other platforms, wherever you may be from. Which I think is quite pretty cool. Barry Jr. saying, do you have some sort of moonshine? Just wondering for a cocktail idea. Yeah, if you go to my website, which is at CameroxnWithAnX.com/stock, I've just put it in the chat for you. You can see everything that I've got here at the Bar with an X. Off the top of my head, I have a couple different flavored moonshines, so to speak, which is not technically moonshine with the way that you're probably familiar with, in the sense that it's a mostly corn-based liquor that's distilled illegally. However, I do have, the closest thing I have to legal moonshine that is not White Lightning moonshine is this rum that I picked up from Puerto Rico called Pitorro. That's Pitorro. And that is essentially the equivalent of moonshine in Puerto Rico. Now, do I think it tastes like moonshine? Not the moonshines that I've tried before. However, it does have a sort of like almost caramelly note that I would describe. That's very similar to like a molassesy flavored rum, but it doesn't have all the color of a rum that typically has those flavors. Anyways, I'm done dealing with my molasses for now. Actually, I'm not gonna use that measuring jigger anymore. I'm tired of it. It's about time I shook this thing. Passing me, you're saying, hot take, molasses beats maple syrup on pancakes hands down. I've never actually tried it that way. Oh my goodness, you're dripping. Hello. I see Theovara saying with the $5 super chat, I want to cheers first because I've been having a rough day until now. Hope it's better for everyone. Love you guys. Dude, Theovara, the fact that you're here, I hope it means that it is entertaining you even the slightest, even if we can crack just even 10% of a smile on that face of yours. I know that the bar with an X is doing something right. Now, excuse me as I continue licking grandma. I should also use water for this. Oh my god. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Barry out there saying Minnesota has some legal-ish moonshine, so it's kind of good. Oh yes, isn't Minnesota one of the states where you can technically distill at home? There's a couple of them. I just don't know what they are off the top of my head, but I keep learning. Yeah, hold up. Let me wipe this thing down. Using my mouth and tongue to do this is a completely different type of content. Oh man. Sonic, welcome in. Broadtail just popping by to say hi and cheers. Well, cheers back in your direction, dude. Thank you for popping in, fellow tavern and or tavern goer. All right, grandma's been cleaned. I'm gonna put grandma back over here. There we go. There we go. Some nerd saying I'm gonna dip. Have a wonderful rest of the stream. Kind of sleepy? No problem, dude. Put yourself first. Thanks for popping in. There we go. I'm seeing Cow King says try mustard on pancakes. That sounds intriguing. If there's any combos that you guys specifically want me to try, there's also a suggest button as well, a suggest command as well, and I read all those comments and I take them all relatively seriously. All right, I've got pretty much everything in my shaker now. I don't know if my molasses is completely dissolved. I'm gonna check real quick. Yeah, it's pretty good. The shaking will do the rest of that. Great. We've got our bourbon, we got our grapefruit, we got our molasses. Great. Add ice to this and give it a shake. So that's what we're gonna do. Also, if you're really hot today, take one of those ice cubes and put it in your ice glass, your water glass. Keep you cool, keep you cool. Ice. And then don't forget to shake. More ice. There we go. If your molasses is not quite, you know, not quite together with all the other liquids, the ice is just gonna make it more viscous. So just like keep that in mind if you're making this cocktail for yourself. Alrighty then, let's shake it. There we go. I'm seeing Wolfie out there giving out digital hugs if you also need some. If you need any digital hugs, go talk to Wolfie over on YouTube. And I'm seeing folks in chat confirming that Minnesota, there is some legal distillation, but is legal. Barry saying, excuse me, oh my gosh, I had a jalapeno bagel this morning that really fucked up with my intestines today. So I am just a little bit. But Barry was saying Minnesota is legal, I believe, but I stayed away from your family when they made it illegal. There we go, there we go, there we go. They say that the people that you hang out with, you sort of become like them. And do you want to become illegal? Do you want to become moonshine? I don't know. Honestly, let's keep the politics out of here. Anyways. Are we double straining this? Strain this into a chilled coupe glass. No garnish. No garnish on this guy. No. Mix it easy. Probably don't have a garnish anyways. I did buy some grapefruits, realized that I didn't need the grapefruits, so I put them in the freezer already. There's that chilled coupe glass. Smack it. Whoa, it almost fell right out of my hands. There we go. Manic on the YouTube saying, I'm gonna go back to Twitch. See you on Twitch. See you there. Open up. There we go. Ooh, ooh. There was a little bit of molasses on the bottom of my shaker tin because the shaker tin right now is very, very, very cold. It kind of makes sense. My recommendation, don't just mix with honey. Don't just mix with molasses. Make it into a syrup, because then it makes it easier. All right, what color is it gonna be, chat? I'll give you a hint. It's called a black derby for a reason. If you want to make your guess, you don't have to. You don't have to. Just do what's best for you. If taking a guess is not conducive to your mental health, drink water instead. Jay saying pink, tan, orange, yellow. There we go. Some people got the joke. Manic's like black, dark brownish, orange. Let's see. Let's see it purple. I would consider that to be a dark orange. That's my guess. I also had too much in my shaker. I'll be going back for more of this. Persimmon colored. I like that description, Pass. All right. What else do I see out there? I see Universe Gamer out there. Hey, Universe, have you been here before? feel like I don't recognize that green username at my bar. Welcome in, dude. Welcome in. Okay. This is a black derby cocktail, very similar to a brown derby, but it differs in only one ingredient. Can you guess what it is? I'm not gonna tell you. You're just gonna have to watch the edit to find out. Let's see what it tastes like. Wow. I taste every single ingredient. I taste... Dude, I taste very prominently. I taste the bourbon, I taste the grapefruit citrus, and I taste the molasses. It's the whole thing together. I would say, oddly enough, this is more on the sweeter end. There's not a lot of tartness here, not a lot of sourness here, but it's oddly good. It's not too bitter from that molasses. It's kind of caramelly in a way. Oh, I gotta take another sip of this. As far as some of those bready notes that I would typically get from a cocktail that uses a bourbon, it's a little bit more grainy. Like, I can really see an angle where somebody says that this reminds them of a loaf of bread, but a sweet loaf of bread, like a desserty piece of bread with a little bit of citrus. I could totally, dude, I could totally see this going well with like a rye bread toast, maybe even pancakes. It's a pretty good derby, all things considered. I'll take that one. I'll take that one. Okie doke. What do I see out there? I'm seeing Universe Gamer saying I was briefly here about a week or two ago. I appreciate the reminder. It's good to have you back. Passamir saying I like well-made brioche or rye. That sounds delightful right now, especially Jay with saying the brioche as well. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Theavara being like, I can take anything right now. Dude, come here, buddy. Come here. Who needs this? If anybody needs this, come here. If you want it, bartender's gonna give you a big old bartender hug. If you want it, you can have it. Offers open to everybody. It's gonna be a little awkward. Because all I have is a cocktail angle, but here we go. Just imagine you are my cell phone. There we go. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. I have no idea. Oh, come here. I have no idea what you're going through right now. And the only thing that I feel like I can do to help is put on a really, really good show and acknowledge that we are all human and give you a recipe to make the drink yourself if you have the ingredients. Oh, but I can also do this. It's a rainbow fan that says good vibes, and apparently it's broken, and oh, there we go. It says good vibes, and it's fucking hot in here. So this works perfectly. Anyways, did I tell you it's broken? It's very broken. I should probably fix that, and throwing it across the bar is not going to do that.
Nice.
Put that back down there and deal with it another time. Oh my gosh. You are most welcome, Theovara. It is a pleasure to have you join us. Phoenix Dragon popping in saying, hi, hello there. Hello there, everybody. So, what you're popping into now is this drink called the Black Derby. It is very similar to a brown derby cocktail specifically, except you swap out the honey syrup or honey that you use for molasses instead, specifically not a blackstrap molasses. I think the reason why that they called for that was that blackstrap molasses tends to be a bit bitter, and there's nothing in this recipe that counteracts the bitterness. If anything, grapefruit juice can be a little bit bitter, and so can the molasses. So I imagine if you did this cocktail with blackstrap molasses and a potentially off-season grapefruit, this might be potently bitter. Not bitter like, bitters would be, or bitters like, let's say this bottle of Campari would be, but noticeably bitter in such a way that there's nothing else in the drink to counteract that. That's my assumption, at least. But overall, it is a rather... it is a fruity, molassesy bourbon sour. And I kind of like that. Anyways, I think I have a little bit more in my shaker over here, so I think I'm gonna top this thing off. It's pretty good. And oddly enough, it does have just the slightest like almost foaminess up on top of it. I'm not sure if y'all could see this from the cocktail angle beginning, but check that out. That is not too bad. That's not too bad. I'm seeing Cow King saying that Sonic apparently, like Sonic the restaurant, now serves pickled flavored slushies, tots, and burgers. That actually doesn't sound like they would go that bad together. I see Bento, aka the Hummin, popping in chat. Good to see you as well. Let's see. Passamir saying Sonic has no right to offend pickles like this, former employee. We're all, just making sure we're all talking about the restaurant, right? Because I am totally on a Sonic the Hedgehog kick right now, so my wires get a little bit crossed. Because, you know, I'm drinking, and this is drink number 1. Glorious! A glorious entry for a glorious individual. We're about to make our way into the game, so if anybody wants to cheers along with us before we do so, the command for the cheers command is in chat right now. Basically, all that does is it gives you a little cheers in return in some random language. Some of them I know, some of them I do not know. It'll put it up on my screen as well, and I'll do a cheers off to everybody who's got a relatively appropriate response for cheersing. And if it's not appropriate... I don't really know what to do in that case. We try to keep this stream family friendly, but if you are a child, get out. This is alcohol. Do not. No baba the alky walkies. This is alcohol. It's bad for you. In any case, while you're cheersing off in the audience, I want to give you a reminder that on July 12th, Saturday, July 12th at 11 a.m., we are having our second annual independent charity fundraiser here at the XbarwithanX. We're raising money for Made by Dyslexia, an organization that is encouraging the world to think about and appreciate dyslexic thinking, or rather the way that people who are diagnosed with dyslexia happen to think and perceive and interpret the world around them, as opposed to folks who are either non-dyslexic thinkers or are, in a way, and I don't know if I'm articulating this correctly, neurotypical. My partner Anna is dyslexic, and it's a thing that is very close, near and dear to our relationship, near and dear to her as a person. And so because this happens to happen around the same time as her birthday, we put on this whole charity event for causes that we want to support here at the XbarwithanX, as well as the things that my dearest is passionate about. So on Saturday, July 12th at 11 o'clock a.m., we'll be streaming for about 7 hours, and we'll be raising money for Made by Dyslexia. The difference between the previous charity events that we've done here at the XbarwithanX before is instead of just blowing up a balloon for every single donation that you give, we will also correspondingly add something of your choice to a special stream exclusive infinity bottle that's kind of like the infinity bottle that we already have, but instead of it being only limited to the eligible ingredients on the stock website, anything that I have here at the bar can go into that bottle. It doesn't just have to be 15% ABV or more, it doesn't just have to be a non-cream liqueur, and it doesn't necessarily just have to be unfiltered either. So we'll have a lot of ingredients, and I don't have all of them, so if you've got suggestions of ingredients that you would like to have available on that day, July 12th, Saturday at 11 o'clock a.m. my time, which is whatever time it is for you right now, minus about 9.5 hours, then let me know by typing !suggest charity, and then whatever ingredients that you would like us to have. This is only a suggestion. I make absolutely no guarantees, but if we have it on that day and you donate any amount in pounds, because Made by Dyslexia is an English organization, you can tell us to put it into a custom infinity bottle. And I think that is going to be fucking chaotic. So I think it's going to be pretty fun. In any case, who do I see popping in here? Who do I see popping in here, if anybody knew? I'm seeing Hobgob popping in, Chef and Coffee popping in as well, Phoenix with the cheers, Mayo Chup says Diamond, I take suggestions, and Callan threatening that there will be Doritos in the infinity bottle. I didn't see any suggestions in the suggestion channel yet about Doritos, so better use that suggestion command or else I will inevitably forget about it. Any case, who else am I seeing out there? I'm seeing Leo Nerd saying, tears from a mermaid. If you can find me a mermaid, or find a product that specifically markets itself as a mermaid, and that mermaid can actually cause salt water to come out of its eyes, I would consider that to be a valid option. In any case, Callan saying, I did? Oh, excellent. I don't see those commands, anything, by the way. If it's got an exclamation point in front of it, I don't see those things. If it doesn't pop up on the screen below me, I typically do not see that. So that is okay. Anyways, so let's proceed onto the cheers here. Let me see what cheers everybody's got out there. I'm seeing Leo Nerd saying, this is Jordan M, by the way. Oh, Jordan! Oh, I see, you're back as a different person. I'm gonna try my best to remember that you are, in fact, Jordan, unless you would like to be called Leo. If you prefer the word Leo, say nothing. If you want to be called Jordan, I will try my best. I will try my best. Anyways, I see Domstar popping in and Zara Phoenix as well during our cheers segment here. So let's raise a glass. Oh, excuse me, I need to take a couple sips from here. There we go. I've changed, don't mind either way. There we go. If you want to add a cheers while I'm cheersing along, use !cheers and I'll cheers along with you. Cheers off to Calking, not only for your gifts from Universal Studios that came in today, Hagrid's Parasol and the Sorcerer's Stone. I did see that in the Discord server, and it looked super duper cool. But also Calking's brother's Lego Sauron Tower. 5,000 pieces that you're working on out there. Cheers to that. Cheers to Pasimir's Days, a raise, slancha to the folks who celebrated. Diamond saying for Hobgob for absolutely no reason at all. So cheers to Hobgob and the fellow Hobgoblins. And the Wolfie saying, I have an official diagnosis for ADHD. There we go. And I'll add my own cheers for charity and the difference that we will try to make into the world. One of the things that I try to live by, the quotes that I like living by, is mixing drinks and changing lives. The phrase from Jill Stingray from Valhalla. And I think that's exactly what we're doing here at the Bar of the Next. And also, Cole, cheers to you and the chaos that we made along the way. Cheers, everybody. Slancha, Keepees, Skull, whatever else you want in there. To charity. Okie doke. With that being said, salute to anybody popping in. Let's play a video game. Specifically Sonic Adventure 2 back. If you haven't caught on at this point, I've been playing this for months now. 4 months. 4 months. Anyways, who else is out there? Whew. I see Barry Jr. out there saying, can I make a suggestion without exact measurements and just things for the drinks and eyeball it? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Now, just a clarification, what you might be referring to of a chat, like an order a drink, like a drink request during the stream, that's a different command. It's !order. But if you want, you are absolutely more than welcome to put just the ingredients in there, and we can try to play around with it and see where we get. I take requests typically towards the end of the stream. We'll have an infinity bottle segment somewhere in between the drink that I'm having now and the drink that I'll get from chat later. You can feel free to put your requests in now. I give priority to anybody who hasn't made a formal request before, and you have to be here for me to make your request because I don't want you to miss it. Anyways, what else do I see out there? Domstore saying, mi amor says hello, nice. And I say, amor, back in your direction to the people you hold close to you. IMHO, Papin, my fellow mixologist. And I'm saying Theovara saying, can you say hi to Julie? Julie, if you are out there. Hello. Hi there. Shout out to Julie, by the way. Shout out to Julie, indeed. And I also saw Theovara. I think I missed one of your messages before. Big ass cheer hug, y'all. Big ass cheer haul, indeed. Excuse my lingo. Oh, no need to excuse that, dude. I appreciate it. Kit Kat saying, do we need to reorder if we put one in on Monday? Yes, I don't have the recall feature put out just yet, unfortunately. So yeah, if you have it, put it back in again today. Put it back in again. What else do I see out there? I see Glory saying a tea drink. Actually, yeah, speaking of which, and I'll put the stock link back out there again, I realized that I didn't have the teas that I have here at the Bar of the Next up on the website. I went through my entire tea collection, and every tea that I've got is on the stock right now. If I don't have a tea, you can always make a suggestion, and I will try to pick some up when we've got the budget for it at the Bar of the Next. I see a hydration out there. Dom, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Theovara saying that was for your sister. Oh, family! Even better. I love to raise a cheers and acknowledge family. And then I see Austin popping in and Tails as well. Speaking of Sonic characters, let's play Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. As you might be aware, we are raising a champion, and that champion's name is Clementine. And just to give you a heads up, I'm gonna catch you all up because there was a lot that happened on Monday. In particular, Clementine not only did a bunch of races and did incredibly well in most of them, we got a couple of emblems as well. So if you check this out, we didn't make any progress in the Onyx races or the Diamond races, and we made very small progress in the Topaz races, as well as the Aquamarine and Garnet ones as well. Like, this is all just Clementine. This was all on Monday. Also, Clementine beat the Devil. And I think it makes sense today, because I don't remember whether or not Clementine beat the Angel yet. We'll check that out. Domstar being like, you can get emblems for the Chow races? Yeah, and if you're trying to do all of the emblems, you have to do this. I didn't realize that.
Nice.
Theovara saying, can you also say hi to Lonnie? That's my niece. Oh my god, yeah. Hello out there, Lonnie. Theovara's niece, Julie, Theovara's sister. Don't dox yourself, by the way. If you wind up saying your entire family lineage, I might be able to trace it all the way back to you. But here's a big old acknowledgement to all of Theovara's family, whether you're related by blood, related by relationship, or just related by acquaintance. We love that stuff. I'd like to think we're a big old family here at the Bar of the Next, but sometimes that's creepy in certain contexts, so I don't try to push that. Anyways, Domstar saying, too, I'm drinking OJ and tequila. Ooh, kind of tequila sunrise without the grenadine. Domstar saying, too, we are all related somehow. Yeah, if you go back far enough, we're all basically related. I kiss my sister daily. If we go really, 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 really far back in history. Take that out of context. Now, I think we beat this guy already. Did we beat you already? I'm pretty sure we did, but I don't see any... I'm pretty sure we did. I'm pretty sure we did. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Actually, was I missing 2 emblems? Actually, I should go back... Yeah, okay, we're gonna get out of here. We're gonna go to Pumpkin Hill, collect some materials, and I'm gonna double check the emblems that we have. I don't think we're only missing one. Oh, you know what? I remember what it was. We're missing the challenge emblems and the jewel emblems. Those are the 2 in the middle. And then there was a secret 4th level to the Chow Karate, and Clementine got absolutely dunked on last time, so just gonna keep doing that.
Nice.
Theovara being like, you made them smile, Cam. Thank you. You're so, so very welcome. I am happy to put a smile on somebody's face. I'm also very happy to put a frown on smug assholes' face who decide to insult me in my own stream. Because that happened on Tuesday. I thought it was kind of hilarious. R.I.P. Paul. Paul, if you're out there, I wish you well. Come to the bar with an X for a drink anytime and say it to my face. You coward. Anyways. I'm seeing Phoenix out there and saying, suggestions, Indian spices and dragon fruit. Use exclamation point suggest, otherwise the command doesn't work. What Indian spices specifically? I've got things like, I got a couple of, I think what you would consider to be Indian spices like cardamom and ginger and anise and whatnot. I got a couple of those already, but I don't know what is specifically considered Indian spices off the top of my head. But I'm sure somebody can provide context on that. Let's see. I'm seeing Tails saying, I learned cursive now. By the way, I'm just letting anybody know, I find it very difficult to read cursive, so if you type cursive in my chat, I might have to just move on because I can't read it. I'm not very good at reading cursive. Just a heads up. Oh my gosh. Domstar being like, these missions on Pumpkin Hill are kind of hard. Thankfully, they're all behind us now. I just kind of Googled it, if I'm being honest. I'm a little bit of a cheapskate when it comes to things like that. Oh, man. I was playing them the other day and legit almost rage quit. Oh, really? Were you playing Sonic Adventure? That's awesome. We just had somebody new in our Discord server the other day, too. I want to say it was Sage, who was specifically talking about playing this game either recently or in the past. And I was like, dude, we all know what's up right now. Oh, man. Theovara with the $2. Lonnie asks, what does the fox say? Yip, 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 yip. But I think he also says, and if you think that my fursona is a fox, he also says, welcome to the bar of the next. It's good to have you. He also says, this is your infinity bottle. But it really depends on what you consider the fox to be. And Cow King with the, is that Bob Ross? That's not Bob Ross. Who is that? Oh my God, wait, is that, wait, that's one of the kids from Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide, isn't it? That's Coconut Head. That was a Coconut Head emote in my chat. What a freaking throwback. Gee whiz. Wow. Oh my gosh. I'm seeing Barry Jr. out there being like, my dyslexia hates cursive writing. My lack of dyslexia also hates cursive writing. Although I think hate is a strong word, so I try not to hate on languages, let alone letters and whatnot. Wolfie saying, Cam, don't forget about the kazoos. Oh, I haven't forgotten about my kazoo. That's the community kazoo. We do the community kazoo for community type things. Now, what is considered a community type thing? Well, the verbiage there is specifically kept vague so that I can do with the kazoo whatever I want to. Do with the kazoo whatever I want to. Dude. Bars. And the slide whistle is for jokes. Or really, really cool inadvertent rhyming schemes. Nope, don't go anywhere, Clementine. Your training's not done. Dude, Skeledog, don't do it. Don't do it. Domstar out there saying, I played it every few weeks but I only have like a half hour to kill. It's wonderful. Yeah, dude. Honestly, this game was the game that I would play when I was just kind of vibing out, but this game frustrates me to no end. And judging by the fact that you also usually play this in half-hour increments, I assume that you feel kind of the same way. For me, my most raging level was Sonic's final stage. I think it was Final Chase or Final Rush. I can't remember which ones. I think it was Final Chase. I was literally doing that one for hours on this stream. to do all the missions. Because I evidently don't know what I'm doing, and life is a struggle. But it's just a fundamental truth. Back to Pumpkin Hill. Glorious being like, fucks with an X. Absolutely. Passamir saying, you're giving Chipmunk more than fucks. Yeah, it happens. I can do a little Chipmunk too if I get my voice real high. Gotta try not to. Drew Endar popping in with a no. And that's okay. That's okay. IMHO out there saying, I have to agree with Passamir. You strike me as a chipmunk or a squirrel or something. That's fair. Oh, we're talking about my persona right now. Guys, I'm a sea lion. I don't believe sea lions have fur, but if I had an animal that is my spirit animal, it is the sea lion, because sea lions to me sound like grown men screaming, and I am, relatively speaking, a grown-ass man who screams on the internet at least twice a week. And he does it with a drink. Drew being like, why'd you say it like that? I don't know, why'd you just put no in chat? I'm just doing whatever I've got. I'm working with what I've got here, Drew. Could I have said it? I could say it a little bit better. Let me know if you want me to try again. I can try again. Whatever floats your boat. Wolfie being like, best bartender, Seal. I mean, I would think so. I mean, if I am the guy who's supposed to be slinging drinks, why not be a creature from the water? The biggest mass of drink in the earth. Or I guess on the earth. I don't know. Grammar has been escaping me a little bit lately. Theovar out there saying, Julie and Lonnie want to say goodnight. And me also, but until then, we will see each other again. Oh, absolutely, dude. It's not just goodbye, it's goodbye for now, or TTFN. That's what that one tiger says from the children's book series. It means toodle two for now. Toodle two for now. Definitely not ta-ta. Because otherwise that would be copyright infringement, and I am not trying to walk on Disney's toes. Also, I completely forgot that deaths also count for when I quit stages, so here's an extra death because I forgot about it. Woo! Drew being like, why not? Okay. So let's just imagine for a moment that Drew popped into chat, and the first message that they sent, or rather the first message that I saw, was just no. No capital letters, just lowercase letters, and no punctuation either, spelled specifically N-O. So based off of all that context, there's a limited number of O's, there's a limited number of N's, and there is no punctuation and no capitalization. I'm gonna read this chat message out loud. No. And scene. Thank you for coming to my performance. The bartender does accept tips. He doesn't rely on them, but he has a nice for every single one of them. Unless there's somehow a glitch in the system. Anyways. Cow King out there saying, I'm, of course, a big fat cow riding a skateboard with sunglasses on. Hey, you can't skateboard here. Mr. Cow King. Oh my god, Clementine, I'm sorry. I just get a little ahead of myself sometimes. That's fair. I mean, you are the bovine king, after all. If you all of a sudden popped in here and said, I'm actually a pig, I'd have questions. Clementine, please don't run away. Please don't. Thank you. We have business to do. Passamir being like, isn't Winnie the Pooh in the public domain now? Yeah. But you know, I'm not a lawyer, so you never know. You never really know in this world. Gotta lower my volume a little bit. Chow Garden's a little bit loud, and so are the moans of the children. Man. Poor Clementine, y'all. My gosh. Left on the side of the road. Remember, y'all gotta be specific about what Clementine you're talking about. You're either talking about the champion or this living culture of things. I always know who we're talking about because I'm both of their fathers. I am actually two different fathers, and both of them are Clementines. Happy Pride Month. It's me, myself, I, the other 4 iterations, and then my partner, Anna. I don't remember what the count was the last time we talked about this. Anna is still not okay with polygamy, even if it's 7 other versions of myself. And that is okay. That is okay. Boundaries are important in any relationship. Always. Especially mathematical ones. Like the relationship between the number 1 and the number 7. One is larger than the other. Both are prime numbers. And one makes 14. And technically so does the other one because one is like a multiple, I think, or a divisor of every single number. Mathematics. Math is cool. Callan being like Clementine with an X. Yeah. Clementine without an X is just a fruit. Nothing special about Clementine fruits. Although they are quite nice. I think they're relatives of the tangerine. Wolfie being like, Clem gets to run, Cam, because running is free. Because she's running free. That's fair, but she's running on stream time, so technically it's at the cost of everybody else. But it's effectively free for Clementine. It's called subsidies. There is a price to pay, but it's paid by somebody else. And in this case, it's split amongst you guys. Welcome in, Michael Prophet. You've just inadvertently and passively signed up to contribute to the time that Clementine runs on. Welcome in. Welcome in. It requires absolutely no effort on your end. We deduct it from your account automatically. Did the chatbot greet you upon entering? Because if it does, we have your information, and you don't need to worry about anything else from here. All we need is your name, the color of your screen name, which gets assigned randomly. And so long as we have your points, we will deduct them automatically. Except, you know, if there's a glitch in our system, please let us know. If you see the number of points that you have in the YouTube chat specifically rising, let me know, because that's wrong. That, or it means that while Clementine is not on screen, that they're actually not doing any running at all, and it was all just a farce. I don't even know what's real anymore. I don't know what's real. Passamir being like, I don't know about random. That's because you're on Twitch, Pass. Now you're orange. On YouTube, everybody just gets the same, like, gray color, so the aggregator down below just kind of does it automatically. Previously, it made everybody green if you were a member on the channel, which is only $1 a month, by the way, and you get access to the Infinity Bottle videos and original drink recipes faster. This is not me trying to sell you. It's just facts. Past saying 2, 7 is also larger than 1, so it can't be larger than the other. Well, I mean, that depends. Are we talking 1 in the context of specifically Arabic numerals? Or are we talking about the number 1 as it is likened to the number 1 in cards, in which case it's the ace, in which case our ace is high or our ace is low? Oh, man. Barry being like, why are you orange? Pass says science. No, it's because you can pick what color you want to be known as in Twitch. We try to be honest here, Pass. But there is some science behind it, in as much as there's science behind, like, everything in the world. But I feel like saying, it's science is so... What's the word I'm looking for? Hold on, I need my glasses for this one. It's so... scientific. Anyways, CameroxnWithAnX doesn't wear glasses. That's the character, not the person. Big Callan saying, tell YouTube to give me pink. I can't do that. A while back, I wondered whether or not there was a way to specifically allow you guys to, like, assign whatever color you want to, like, overrides, but I don't have that figured out yet. It's a little bit more involved. Glorious out there saying you got 2 packs of Final Fantasy MTG cards today. Oh, dude, you were one of the lucky ones. I think Renzo a while back was trying to get 2 packs or 2 sets or whatever it was of the Final Fantasy stuff, and they rejected him. They let him order 2 packs, and then when they got there, the store was just like, sorry, we can technically only sell you 1, so you can expect your refund in the mail. It was wild. Barry, who looks a little green now, says, did I hear Magic the Gathering? Yeah, we got some people in chat who are really into it. Speaking of nerd culture, Tiovo, welcome back. The most involved DM I think I have ever met. Dude, Tiovo freaking builds tables. They're so cool! Oh my gosh. Barry also saying too, I'm also probably colorblind. Oh, that's okay, that's okay. Come to think of it, I don't think if you can't distinguish the colors and you're on Twitch's platform, that's Twitch's problem to fix. But I don't think they will. Instead, Twitch is too worried about how to put more money in Bezos' pocket. Oh my gosh. Dude, can we, like... Clementine, I know you're trying to sleep, but you're on our time now. Past saying 1 in the sense of mathematics is lower than 7. Ace is always low unless it's the Ace of Wands. But what about asexual? What relationship does it become then? Happy Pride Month. Gloria's out there saying, emailed 3 stores in your city, and 3rd store had it in stock. They were allowed 4 packs per person, 4 packs per person, and you went to multiple stores. That'll do it. Oh, goodness. Noodle, welcome in! Every single one of them. As the name would imply. Although, technically, we were talking numbers before. In Noodle, your name is spelled capital N, 00, lowercase d, lowercase l, lowercase e. So in terms of numbers, it's both all noodles and also none of the noodles at the same time. And that's confusing to me. But I don't need to understand. Instead, every single noodle is entitled to a drink. So if every single noodle and all not the noodles, you can all kindly line up in noodly fashion and put your drink orders in, we would greatly appreciate that. Keep things running at the Bourbon. Don't touch me. Michael Prophet out there saying, I made 708 videos, like in addition to the stuff that you already had? That's incredible. I feel like it's been like a month, my guy. The grind is real, dude. But even still, if it's just a total of 702, that's still a lot of freaking videos, dude. Props to that. Hopefully I can make good on those props by finding more animals to throw in everybody else's directions. To IMHO's point, Clementine is totally done with her nonsense. Yeah, Clementine has literally been culled out of existence right now. Clementine is merely bits and bytes in RAM or non-volatile storage somewhere. Ugh. Cow King asking, would you eat a head of lettuce or a raw potato just for fun? I would. The last time I ate a raw potato, I was high as balls after doing shrooms for the first and only time in my life. And I don't want to do that again. And the last time I ate a head of lettuce, actually it was specifically cabbage, was at a festival in New York City when I was still in marching band. Actually, no. I wasn't in marching band. I was a freshman in college, and I was watching my high school marching band in the Columbus Day Parade, and my buddy Lycos Lore and I went to the city and decided to write, go, our school name, which I'm not going to dox on the stream, on these cabbages, and when my brother and his cronies walked by, we bit into the head of cabbage. And it wasn't really that good. But if I had to pick nowadays, I'd go with the lettuce. That feels good. Feels like a good answer. Past saying cabbage is not lettuce, but like it has leaves. There we go. They're not different things. So I'd go with the lettuce because I'll try anything at least once. Tiovo out there expanding upon the table that they built, mostly out of redwood. Ooh, but also African blackwood and brass accents. Stage select. Speaking of things that are black, this Black Derby cocktail that I'm sipping on right now, which is actually not that dark in color. It's darker than a brown Derby, but like, somebody said persimmon color. I liked that. That was good. I liked that description. A very rich description of color. I like it. Noodle saying out there, or perhaps it's just DLE, D-L-E, that you treated yourself to a good old Bananas Foster. Oh, dude. I don't know why that made me hungry for the dinner that I just had, but the dinner was some a pork pot roast that Anna made. Oh, man. Not quite Bananas Foster. You know what? Speaking of molasses, do you think that molasses would go well on a Bananas Foster? And do you think a molasses Bananas Foster would wake up Clementine when it's game day? I don't know. I don't know. Wolfie saying, Cam, what did you have for dinner? I got pizza. Oh, yeah, the pot roast. Pot roast is good. Michael Prophet out there saying, this morning, you didn't see anyone watching your stream while you were live streaming Grand Theft Auto 5? Yeah, dude, it's very, like, honestly, at least in my experience, when I streamed going way back to the beginning, it was kind of like streaming to absolutely nobody all the time. And one of the things that helped me was if you're streaming on Twitch or YouTube, you have a dashboard that tells you how many people are watching. I just never look at the number. I haven't looked at the number in years. I literally never do. Except on occasion, depending on whether I'm bug testing something like for the bot or whatever. But I don't look at the numbers. I don't remember where I saw that piece of advice, but somebody said, never look at your viewer number. Stream as if you were streaming to everybody. Because every single person who is present is your whole audience. So you're always going to stream to 100% of the people who are present. And frankly, I never want to worry about who's present. Let's just assume that everybody is. That's the way I think about it. That rationalization makes me feel good. So I keep thinking it. I like that.
Then you go back, Chet.
Mazifer! Welcome to the Bar of the Next. If I can get you a drink or anything of the sorts, let me know.
Thank you very much.
I found the Twitch! You found it? Did you have trouble finding it? The Camera with an X family of accounts are all Camera with an X. Whether you are on Twitch, whether you are on YouTube, whether you are on OnlyFans, whether you are on... Wait, not OnlyFans, excuse me. Let me back up a second. I also just made a Trovo account the other day just to claim my username. And I don't plan on streaming on Trovo. I just saw that was an option. Welcome in, Mazifer. The Wi-Fi was dying. Oh, okay. No problem, no problem. Yeah, unfortunately, the only solution I have for Wi-Fi dying is pouring alcohol on it, and that never works. Pass. Insta, not OnlyFans. You know. I will no longer acknowledge any messages about my OnlyFans because it doesn't exist. It's just a bit. It is just a bit. And if it does exist, somebody better tell me. Anyways. I'm seeing Tiovo out there saying, it's a shame the cocktail I made today will never be sipped upon. That's foreboding. Why is that? I'm gonna take a wild guess and say the only reason that nobody will be able to sip upon the cocktail that you've made today is because you either have your own infinity bottle and you weren't keeping track of what's in it, or you just didn't write down the recipe. Maz doesn't exist yet. Never say never, Noodle. I will try not to. While the concepts of infinity and not so infinity are involved, as is the case for every single noodle or perhaps every single not noodle, never is... That's a good point. This is a very, very good point. I should think about that next time. Ugh. In any case. Just a warning, we apparently have an ad break happening on Twitch in a little bit. If you're on YouTube, you're safe for now. For now. We'll get there. Oh! Hello there. Let's see. Wolfie out there saying, Cam's OnlyFans would be pretty popular. All the videos would just be sexy cocktails. Dude, there's a few sexy cocktails out there. The Hanky Panky's pretty sexy. The blowjob shot is pretty sexy, like by name alone. What else is pretty sexy? Oh, rim job. Like if you ever rimmed a cocktail. I don't think rim job is a specific cocktail, but any cocktail glass with a rim has got a rim job, so pretty sexy. And again, I'm talking specifically about cocktails. Thank you very much.
Nice.
I see Ryan with the super chat saying, on the boobs of a barmaid in sale are tattooed all the price of ale, and on her behind, for the sake of the blind, is the same list of prices in braille. But I feel like I should have said that in such a way that it was, like, poetically sound and articulated. On the boobs of a... Oh, damn it, we have ad breaks! Oh my gosh. That was so funny. True Gamer, welcome in, by the way. I see you on the YouTube side. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna do this, and anybody who's subscribed on Twitch, you get access to this. And then I guess if you're on YouTube. On the boobs of a barmaid in sale are tattooed all the prices of ale, and on her behind, for the sake of the blind, is the same list of prices in braille. Ha! Sexy, sexy jokes. Thank you for your contribution, Ryan. Wisdom. See, the joke, the reason this is funny is because I assume that the braille on the barmaid's behind was put there consensually, and that the fact that the braille is there is kind of a sort of pseudo-consensually thing that, in order to read, you must caress the behind. So long as consent is involved, we're all for it here. We're all for it here. We don't kink shame here at the Bar of the Next. And if we did kink shame, there'd be a lot more comments about my arms. I appreciate that. Ryan says, say it in an Irish accent. No, I don't want to offend anybody. I'm not Irish. I don't have a right. IMHO being like, didn't you do an entire episode of cocktails with raunchy names? Yeah, that didn't happen on the record. I'm not allowed to acknowledge that. This goes against Twitch's terms of service. But an episode on vivacious libations? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Let's see. Wolfie being like, the ads are out to get Cam by surprise. I mean, I warned you about it before they happened, and then immediately afterwards I forgot about them. Ryan says, I'm Irish. I give you permission. Are you trying to give me like a clover pass or something? Is that Irish or Scottish? Leprechauns and clovers, because I don't really want to. I don't know which one's the difference. Alexa, which culture is clover?
The United States is culture of the United States.
Thanks. Irish. It's a clover pass. That's what Ryan's trying to give out here today. Pass saying, to be frank, I really want Braille brands on my hands, so if customers ever need help, I have an excuse to stay out of the kitchen. There we go. That could work. That could work. How would you put... I guess you could put Braille on your body if you get, like, it would have to be skin inserts, like skin implants. That's gotta be a thing. Alexa, can I get a Braille tattoo?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
1 out of 2 is not too bad this evening. It's fair. IMHO like crud. I forgot about acknowledging stream. My apologies. No, it's okay. It's okay. I can't confirm nor deny an entire stream where I was in a bathrobe only, with lipstick on my face, hair disheveled, light down and pink, where all we did were vivacious libations with raunchy names or otherwise. Can't confirm or deny it. If it exists out there, I leave it up to you to keep it a secret. Welcome back from the ads. Thanks for supporting the Bar with an X. The Spicy Spirits stream existed. The Spicy Sexy Cocktail stream does not. Ryan saying, you can do branding too. The scar is raised. Ah, now you're thinking. Sounds painful. How many animals do I have? Not enough. I need more animals. You'd think that Knuckles out here is trying to construct a zoo or something. But instead of whoever the guy who started We Bought a Zoo, which I think was Matt Damon, it's instead, oddly enough, Knuckles, as portrayed by Idris Elba. In specifically, Knuckles' fist cushiony things. Welcome back, Mazafur. Back from the ads. It's true. It's true. While you were on the ads, I received a message from Ryan, basically stating that you could get Braille tattoos potentially on your ass. And because you said ads, and because ads sounds like ass, I figured I'd tell you because it seemed a little bit related. And apparently that's how my brain works today. Passamir out there saying, 13, the number, branded on each hand with what is effectively a medically safe hot soldering iron. I would imagine if you were to do it, that would be the way to do it. Or at least I imagine so. This is my reminder that if we reach 1,000 followers on Twitch, I will put an X on my hand. I will not brand it on my hand. I will get a tattoo right here on the inside of my wrist. This has been a promise to myself for years. Teal being like, I'm almost done with your ad. How are you almost done with your ads? The ads are over. Wait, how are you experiencing ads? The ads are done. Ryan, like, your wrist isn't your hand. Yeah, and I'm not a doctor. I've made it known. Must I repeat myself? Yeah. Teal was saying, you got slapped with 18 advertisements? What? To my knowledge, when I run the command that says run an ad for 180 seconds, it's 180 seconds, not 180 divided by 10 ads. Jesus Christ, Twitch. Bezos, put it in your pants. Ow. Kit Kat saying, have you ever shared on stream where the X came from? Yeah, X's are cool. That's it. It's such a lame reason. Oh, man. It's a very unsatisfying answer. I don't talk about it very often. All the people who know are just like, it's an old story. There's really no story behind it. There's a bunch of reasons why people think I have the X, but they're all incorrect. Yo, Aunt Anemus just donated some subs to somebody, to Tiovo. Who did that? Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Auntie Anonymous. We appreciate you greatly. Man. Tiovo saying, funny enough, it was only 2 ads that were alternating. That's really weird. Dude, they got some programming errors today. Somebody better check on the Twitch developers. I hope they're okay. Oh, Pass saying, not the number 13, 13 letters. Some tattoo shops offer this, but it's a lot more painful and intensive than a typical ink rotor. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. That was with the oh my god, what do you call it? Branding. Branding. Branding like with your hand. And very hot objects. All right, Clementine, how are you doing? Clementine, where are you? Why do I keep... It's because everybody's the same color! Context is key with that statement. Anyways. Massive saying the X is clearly because you're a part of Organization 13. See? Yeah, let's just go with that. Let's just say that Cameron with an X is a nobody. who just never got into mashed Jose under its dirty, dirty claws. I vibe with that. Come up with your own reasons. Feel free to tag me with what you think the lore is behind the X and Camera with an X by using hashtag Where's the X? Or don't. You don't have to. Don't let me make you feel like you have to do anything. All you gotta do is sit there and be just as pretty as you were this morning. Unless you gussied up, in which case, just as pretty as you are right now. And if you're not pretty, that's still pretty to some. I'm pretty ugly, personally. We love the engagement farming. That we do, Maz. That we do. Noodle's saying that I should just make up an elaborate story for a reasoning to, like, something that slightly changes every single time you say it. Yeah, possibly. Possibly. Who is that? Mazifer! Right after Mazifer acknowledged engagement farming, did they decide to take the plunge and buy a subscription to the Twitch channel? Keep that in mind, chat. You were being subtly manipulated here. Not on purpose. None of this is on purpose. It's just a consequence of this human mind we have. Anyways. Tiovo saying that the ads that you were experiencing was Amazon and Yankee Candle playing basically ad tennis. I mean, that's not that bad. Some people can't smell Yankee Candles because of, like, health complications. For example, Anna doesn't like going into Yankee Candle stores because she's allergic to, like, a bunch of fragrances, which they put in Yankee Candles. So we don't go to the Yankee Candle store very often. One, because it makes her get bothered, like, with her lungs. And then the other part is just, like, I'm not gonna buy anything because I can't burn it in my home. I just don't wanna. Oh, this is where I... Nope, this is not where I want to be. Where is where I'm supposed to be? Holy roller! Welcome in. Good to have you back at the bar with an X. I'm milking the purple drink cows. Oh, I see. You're making reference to Twitch. I understand now. Are you? Just in case. Just in case. Wolfie out there saying, is it possible to give points to others? Nope! Nope. Your points are your own. You cannot give them away. Now, technically speaking, because points on YouTube are a custom programmed thing for StreamerBot that I stole from somebody else, shout out to the original developers, technically, I can modify points on YouTube. And because that is still in development, I reserve the right to do so in certain circumstances. But are you normally allowed to give points to other people? Nope! Because that's the way that it works on Twitch. And the whole reason that the point system is in the YouTube chat anyways is to make the experience on YouTube as close to the Twitch as possible. And that's still under development. We try our best. Morning from Australia, says Nomad Prince, and a good evening to you from Philadelphia. Right? It's evening right now? Yeah, it's dark outside. Nomad, is it hot in Australia? Has the heat wave hit you yet? I was just talking with my dearest this morning specifically about the heat wave, and the part of me wondered, it appears to be affecting, like, a lot of parts of the world. Like, across the seas in England, as somebody was telling me on stream the other day, in central US, like over in Colorado and Denver. I was like, you know, if the heat wave is affecting all of us, where the heck did the heat wave come from? Like, where did they come from? Like, did the sun just decide to, like, peek its eyes open just a little bit more today? Like the metaphorical eyes of a giant ball of plasma? I don't know. I don't know. Tiovo saying, on Twitch, technically you can gamble points and rig it to win. This is true. This is true. On Twitch, there is I think it's a poll system? No, it's a prediction system. And you can rig it. But we don't do that normally. You would have to conspire with the mods for that. Ryan, like, we're falling into the sun. Yeah, but, like, aren't we all always perpetually falling into the sun? That's just called orbiting. But apparently it was 104 degrees over in, where Ryan's at. Wow, dude. I think it only got up to 101 today in Philadelphia, but it was still pretty hot. What's the temperature of the bar with an X right now? I'm curious. 76 degrees! Exactly what the temperature is set at here. Because I don't want to kill the air conditioner, because apparently other folks in my building are also having air conditioning problems, and I try to be courteous when I can be. When I feel like it. Nomad saying, currently it's winter in Australia at the moment, and I live in the desert, and we get both ends of the extremes. That makes sense. Really, 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 really cold nights. Really hot days. Just like the moon. Except we've got significantly more atmosphere. And you have to pay for that. Paying for the atmosphere. It's a SpongeBob joke. We tried. I see Pass out there saying, every LE, mine smells of pancakes and hobby paint. Are you talking to the noodle? Are you talking to the noodle? Is it noodle or is it noodle? I like to believe it's the latter. That thought just occurred to me. Oh my gosh. Pass saying 99 degrees Fahrenheit at 94% humidity here this afternoon. Oh my god. Nomad saying, at the moment it's 10 degrees. Is that in Celsius or in Fahrenheit? Either answers is still mildly concerning. Mildly. I guess 10 degrees... Alexa, what is 10 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit?
10 degrees Celsius is 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's still pretty cold. Are there any more animals? Did we do all the animals? Clementine, how are you doing? Your swim doesn't appear to have gotten any better. But your power looks pretty damn good. Holy out there saying, we're walking on the sun, as the mouth of Smash once said. Is we're walking on a sun a Smash Mouth reference? Because I don't remember that one, but I like it nonetheless. Ryan saying that your car was 115 degrees when you left work today. Currently sitting in the house with the AC set to 68. So, like, I really like the warm weather. So this is not super off-putting to me. But when I have 2 lights over there, and then 2 lights that are even higher wattage pointing up at the ceiling, and I'm wearing multiple layers, it gets a little bit tough here at the bar in the next, despite the cold drinks. Kid! Thank you for the snowman. It was very hot. The snowman is very hot. Very attractive. Happy Snow Pride Month. Let's see if Clementine can get good today. I want to see how they fare in a race. Welcome in, by the way, kid. Passamir saying that evidently nobody's both cool and hot at the same time. Yeah. 10 degrees Fahrenheit and 10 degrees not so Fahrenheit. All of them. Kid, can I show you something? Everybody on YouTube, specifically the vertical chat, look below you. It's an alien. And that alien's name is Bob. I was wondering the other day, Bob. I vaguely recall watching a movie where they featured aliens, and I think one of them was a blob named Bob. Is that a reference? And if so, what movie was that? Because I can't remember. It had like a giant lady. There was like a smart cockroach whose name I think was aptly dubbed Dr. Cockroach. And I don't remember the other ones. I just don't know. Monsters vs. Aliens? Is that what it was called? I want to say that's what it was called, but I couldn't remember who were the monsters and who were the aliens. I guess the giant lady's a monster, I suppose, because she's not an alien, at least not in the non-legal sense. Bob being like, I love that movie, but I forgot about it. That's totally fair. It could just be a coincidence. I assume that there are a lot of aliens out there named Bob, and I don't just want to group you all into one lump sum together. That's just disrespectful. I meant no disrespect. No disrespect. Oh, look! I see combos happening on the Twitch side. Twitch, for God's sake, give me an API link to that so I can respond to it and see it on my goddamn screen. Ugh! I do see apparently that there are a couple of people on Twitch right now basically throwing money at me, and I can see it in this tiny, tiny little thing in my screen out there. Cal, thanks for this, the hydration. But because Twitch's developers don't want to put out alerts for things that are currently in progress, nobody else can see it! And I also can't tell who's actively participating. So, whoever is throwing money at me right now, including but not limited to, kid, thank you. I need more booze in my life, and that's where that money goes. Also, Clementine is absolutely killing it! Ryan saying, is the bot dead? I don't think so. Is the bot dead? Let's see. Let me click this command and see what happens. Nope, bot's not dead. There are certain things with cooldowns, though. It's possible there's a cooldown. Oh, wait, I see it. I saw a little message. Kid and Cow, thank you for your contributions. I saw the message. It was in chat. Yeah, I think bot looks like it's working. It looks like, Ryan, were you trying to do a drink request? I think there was a drink request. Hold up, let me check that real quick. Oh. Oh? I was trying to do a drink request. Is the order command not working today? Do you want to save changes? I don't want to save changes. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. I don't want to save changes. No, thank you. Let me check my files real quick. It appears, possibly, that there is a glitch in the system. Possibly. I was messing around with things earlier today. Yes. Oh, you know what? Oh, you know what? Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. I know what I got to do. Hold up a second. Order command isn't working, I don't think. Let me do, 1, and then I want to do this button over here. Last, where is it? 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 Last stream time, points name. I'm looking for non-persisted globals, and it is specifically request file path. Nope, it is... Right, is that it? I think if I take that out. Yes, I think if I take that out and set it to that. I think if I just delete it, right? Can I just delete that variable? Yeah, delete that variable. Okay, let me try this again. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Or multiple seconds. I know Ryan's counting. That order Murph. Request received. Okie dokie. Then I click a button, and that thing should say, yes. Ryan, feel free to try again. It looked like I made a boo-boo somewhere. My apologies. Oh, Clementine won, also. Kid saying, going to bed now. Stay cool, kid. Right back at you, kid. Nice. What did I miss out there? Passamir saying that Bob from Monsters vs. Aliens was evidently a failed flavor experiment. Dude, bro smells like ranch dressing. Oh, I forgot about that! That's a solid drink idea, Bob the Alien from Monsters vs. Aliens. Is everything working now? Can somebody confirm that the order command is working? I knew exactly what was wrong. I was doing testing earlier, and I swapped the variable and didn't reset it. So that's on me. That is on me. Anyways. Noodle saying, if you could describe yourself as a fruit, what fruit would you be? Avocado, because I'm a smartass. Danny Newman, welcome in. Nice job on your project. Good luck, brother. Cocktail party drinks. Thank you. What project are you referring to? I have multiple projects all running at the same time. It is working? Excellent. I am so sorry. If there is anybody who was making an order earlier and it wasn't working, I apologize, but feel free to use it again, and then it should work later. Just a reminder, the way that the order command works is if you... there's nothing special about it right now. It just sends whatever that request is to me. If there is too much in your order that wouldn't fit, let's say, in a single YouTube command, use the order command again. It will just add whatever you just put in to the end of whatever you just added before. And then I look through them. I give priority requests to anybody who hasn't made a request before, and I try to remember who that is, but I'm working on ways to make it easier for a Cameron who drinks consistently in the evening. And, yeah, we tend to get to that after the Infinity Bottle segment, or after I've had at least 2 cocktails in the evening, and if I feel like taking a request, I will. I make no guarantees. Anyways, I hope that was helpful for you. Cowking saying, Cam, what is your favorite SCP? Mine's 261, the interdimensional vending machine. Is that the one that you can order anything from the vending machine and it puts it into a cup and you can drink it? Because I think that's also my favorite, because I remember doing a deep dive on the SCP Foundation website. Specifically, I think, well, there was the one case where they specifically asked the machine for the blood of one of the other, like, scientists or whatever, and then immediately after getting it in the cup, it was absolutely blood. The blood tested exactly correct, and the scientist, like, passed out. I love that concept. I love that concept. Is that the one? Because that's my favorite, dude. That's my favorite. For a while, it was, what was it? SCP-173, the concrete guy with the shit on its face, because it was funny. But I'm not a big fan of shit jokes. All things considered. Wolfie saying, Ryan is ordering like his life depends on it. Ryan, is that the same thing that you put in last time? Because I vaguely remember I was actually using your message to test with, and there was a lot of ingredients. I was trying to add some specific parsing. All right, Clementine, that was a little bit of a wash. That's okay. That's okay. You did pretty damn good, all things considered. We'll give it another try. I know you tripped a bunch at the beginning. I think you got it. Keep going. Keep going. Ryan saying, it most indeed is. Yeah, I think that had, what did that have, like? Among the other 20 ingredients, it had, like, chocolate and peanut butter or something, right? I think it did. Excuse me. Cow King saying, nope, it is a separate one, and that was a cup of Joe. Cup of Joe? The one that I was talking about was a cup of Joe? SCP-261 is a different one. Whichever SCP has a keyboard that you can type whatever you want into it, and then it gives you whatever you want in the cup, that's my favorite. I think it's hilarious. Now let's try Peridot again. We're doing well. Ryan saying it requires your blender and your whipped cream canister. Oh man, we're stacking things on top of each other. That's exciting. Hopefully the instructions are clear enough. Yeah, what I was trying to do before was I was trying to add specifically some parsing to make it easier on my side, because if you haven't watched how chat orders a drink works recently, I basically take whatever your request is and I retype it all completely. And I know Ryan's had like 20-something ingredients or something. I like complex recipes. Oftentimes, a lot of places don't do complex recipes because they just don't want to use their inventory. But I'm literally one person, and for the sake of mixology, I'll try anything at least once. Unless it seems unreasonable. Nomad out there saying SCP-999 is your favorite. That's the slime monster who just kind of makes people happy and hugs and walks on good vibes. I like that. That sounds like a pretty good slime monster, all things considered. Kit Kat saying all the blender suggestions tonight. Yeah, Kit Kat, I remember yours. Did yours have like Midori in it? Somebody said Midori in it, and I can't do any drinks with more than half an ounce of Midori because I only have this much Midori. So if it requires this much Midori, I can do that. Not that one? Okay, great. Somebody's request, I can't remember whose it was, on Monday, was like 3 full ounces of Midori. And I was like, that's a lot of Midori. Midori. Kit Kat saying it was triple sec, orange juice, and white creme to cacao. There we go. Yeah, we got that. We got those. Oh, you're in second place? Not for long, you won't be. Gotta stay ahead there, Clementine. I believe in you. Wolfie being like, so many borrow the next tools, hopefully being shown off. And we hope so. I bring these tools to bring better things to you. Shoulder squeezes! Yes, sir. When the prince says do shoulder squeezes, you don't say no, you say how many? Anyways. Nomad out there saying, fighting the king with the power of love. It sounds sexy. And Ryan says that your recipe only has 7 ingredients, but one is used twice and another is used 3 times. Oh, we're putting things on top of each other. I see. I hope you provided proper instructions. Otherwise, it's going to be a long conversation to figure out what the hell we're doing. Now, again, I give priority to people who haven't done drink requests before. But what I'm considering doing, and I've thought about this for a little while, is doing specific streams where all we're doing is chat requests. And then there's some system in place that people who have already done their first one before, or people who are repeat offenders, can have a better shot at it. Again, another note is, if you're not here for your drink request when I'm calling for them, you basically forfeit it for the stream. And then I'll just give it to somebody else. It's a fair system. Danny Newman on the Twitch side saying, hey Cameron. Hello again, Danny. Don't think just because you've gone quantum that I don't know it's still you. But you're orange now. Congratulations. Pass saying, is melon schnapps similar to Midori? I'm not sure the difference, but I know we can't get bulk orders of it for as far as you know. So, to my knowledge, and it probably depends on the specific brand of melon schnapps. I don't exactly know. So, Midori is a melon liqueur. So, a melon liqueur wouldn't necessarily be the same as a melon schnapps. Melon schnapps can be sweetened, but they don't have to be sweetened. Like, if you've ever had a peppermint schnapps before, I don't think anybody would say that it's not at least partially sweet, so it does kind of depend. Are they the same thing? I would say no. However, if the melon schnapps that you're thinking of has like a deep green color, I got a wild feeling it was trying to copy Midori. And if it's trying to copy Midori, it's probably the same. Like, if you're thinking of specifically like DeKuyper melon schnapps or the whatever comes in the very thin top and bulky bottom, I think that's the equivalent of Midori. I'm almost 100% sure. But it depends. Oh, swimmers. We got swimmers. I see Oreo popping in. Welcome back, Oreo. There we go. Ryan saying the instructions are 7 steps, 430 characters. If there needs to be clarification, I need to go back to learn how to communicate effectively. So you tried to over-explain. I appreciate that, Ryan. So long as it's all there, we can take it. We can take it. I see Wolfie out there saying, the squad that explores every platform deserves to have a shout-out. They disappeared into the space between platforms and braved the dangers. If any of you guys would like to follow me on literally any other official form of social media, there's probably a command for it. ! YouTube, ! TikTok, ! the other one. Don't ask me what the other one is, but... No! It was so close! It was so close! Was that the top? Was that the top? Was that the last one? Oh, we're absolutely doing that again. Man. I'm seeing Pass saying, I know Schnapps is grain-based versus Midori, which as far as I can find is fruit-based, so I wasn't sure. Thank you, bruv. Actually, you might need to check on what Schnapps is, too. The last I checked, and I can always double-check with myself, too, while we're doing this thing here, because even I'm curious, but the last that I checked, Schnapps doesn't necessarily have to be made from grains. It can also be made from fruit. I think a lot of it is made from fruit. But I need to be sure, because I was doing this when I was originally setting up the inventory, and my research could be inaccurate. Schnapps. Distilled spirit refers to two... Oh, hold up a second. Schnapps can refer to 2 different liquor styles. In Europe, and this is the AI overview, so hold up a second. In Europe, Schnapps is a strong, clear fruit brandy made by fermenting fruit juices with a base liqueur, and in North America, it's a sweetened liqueur that comes in various flavors. The term originated in Germanic regions, and farmers use excess fruit to make the spirits, but evidently... So at least, from my American understanding, what I buy as schnapps could be made from pretty much anything. It's probably going to be a grain spirit, because you tend to flavor grain spirits with anything you want to, and then just water it down. But apparently, if we're talking about schnapps from, like, England or whatever, depending on where you're at, evidently, that stuff is technically sweetened brandy. Oddly enough. Yeah, dude, that one was absolutely stolen for Clem. We'll get him this time. Clementine's killing it now. Look at that! The person who was in front fell behind. Also, I'm in the wrong race. Did I click the wrong one? I think I had the wrong one. Wolfie out there with the microphone. One more time. You're darn right. Oh, come on, dude. Have I done this one before? I don't remember. I'm just trying to make sure Clementine can keep... Wow, Clementine's not really keeping up. Clementine, what happened? What happened? Well, I guess the other guy tripped. That... No! No! My champion has fallen! It's okay. It's okay. They're still important in my heart. Daddy's still proud of you. Wolfie saying, that is the only thing keeping you from the bottom of the refrigerator. Wolfie making reference to Ryan's safety vest. Are you in my refrigerator? Ryan, what are you doing in my refrigerator? Get out of there, baby. It's too human for you in there. You're in the culture control zone. Which, to me, sounds like an ethical problem. I mean, you take that out of context. No, it's not culture. It's not culture control zone. Oh my god, what is it? It's not the humidity control zone. They wouldn't call it a humidity control zone. It's too many syllables. What do you call it? Climate. It's climate. Climate control zone. That's what it's called. That's what it says in my refrigerator. Ryan saying, I'm rating your heavy whipping cream stash. Bible belt. Oh my gosh. Is the Bible belt in my refrigerator too? Because that feels like a problem. I gotta go clean it out. There's mold growing in there. Wolfie being like, Clem, I have fallen and I can't get up. Wolfie saying too, that's the only thing keeping you... Oh, no, you said that. I said that already. Cass saying, we have close regions, but most of the knowledge comes from thrifted books. Thank you for updating me. Absolutely. Also, we are in the climate control. Looking for the leak. Look for the climate control here. Do you have an issue? What? A hole in the ozone layer? We knew about that. Oh, no, that was the one. That was the one. Oh, I was doing this one. We got this. Clementine has to do all of these, and I don't think Clementine can get any faster because we've maxed out the level on running. My cocktail's getting a little bit low. When's that infinity bottle happening? Not even I know. It's random. The infinity bottle happens somewhere between, I believe, an hour and a half into the stream, or what was it, 45 minutes in the stream, hour in the stream, to 2.5 hours in the stream, something like that. You'll get notified. Unless something's broken. And every single time it goes late, I get scared. Callan saying, Mr. Tender, how does the infinity pre-firing work? Easy. There will be a ping in the Discord server. It will ping out the notification squad when it happens. And there will be a message in every single chat saying that it's happening in 5 to 10 minutes. It'll also give you a link to CameroxnWithAnX.com/stock/infinity. And if you're on YouTube, there's a copy and paste command on there that should make it easier for you. I see Ryan saying that the bot is broken. No, it's not. Ryan's favorite activity to do in stream is to gaslight me into thinking that things are broken. And sometimes they are, because I think Ryan broke it, but this time it was me. To be fair, Ryan is one of my favorite bug testers. But I think the first time the bot broke with the new request system was because of Ryan's long-ass request, or it might have been somebody else's. I don't remember who it was, but I'll give Ryan credit, because I can't remember who it was. Try it again. Every single noodle says, gotta bounce, hang loose, keep the drinks flowing, much love. Hang loose, brother and sister and siblings alike. There's at least 1,000 of you because every single noodle is in there, and I will continue making that joke until it's not funny anymore, which it never will be. Thanks for popping in, Noodle. See you next time. Ryan says, I am 100% broke. I've got to buy a 2,500 car part next time. Oh, wait, what was that? Let me just pop my brake clean cans. Got to make that ozone hole layer. It's broken. Everything's broken. Everybody's broken. Even Ryan's broken. Let's see out there. Cow King asking, have you made a lemon sour infinity? Like a lemon sour? Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by a lemon sour. Like, I don't know of any drinks off the top of my head that's considered like a lemon sour, aside from a drink that is served in the style of a sour with something lemony in it. Like, for example, if it has limoncello. But even still, like, if you use, like a sour style beverage to me is some base spirit plus something that's sweet plus something that's sour. And then you vary the ratio between sweet and sour to make it a little bit more sour on the sour side or a little bit more sweet on the sour side. Limoncello, at least the thing that I can think of that actually has lemon in its name, or like lemon schnapps, for example, I guess, if you wanted to get a little bit more topical of what we were talking about before. If you have a recipe for a lemon sour, like, I can consider it. I've got an idea of what I'm doing for the infinity drink tonight already. It's a martini. It's a type of martini, because I realize we've never done a martini. We did a Vesper martini, but I don't think we've done a regular martini. Or at least the martini that I have in store, which is probably going to be a Gibson martini, because I've got cocktail onions. Nah, Clementine needs more stamina for this race. Unless the guy in front falls. Ryan, like, just make a straight sour. Oh, lemon sour. It's just 5 ounces of lemon juice. What a great idea. Where was the infinity, though? Julissa, welcome back. Good to have you. I'm seeing Wolfie out there saying that Ryan's apparently falling, getting more broke by the minute, and you're falling deeper in debt. Some would say that gravity has a way of affecting our bank accounts. I can't confirm nor deny. I'm not a banker. I'm a mixologist. Anyways, so I'm done with my Black Derby. I'm gonna do ice cold water for a little while. All right, I think we're gonna wait on that race until Clementine has more stamina, because Clementine has absolutely the chance for more stamina, which is basically just feeding Clementine a bunch of fruit. Sugar, sugar, sugar. We'll try it. Ryan saying a lemon sour is 50 ounces of lemon juice. Oh, easy, easy. And then 5 ounces of infinity mix. That's gotta be 2 ounces, so dial that down. Multiply 50 by, I don't know. by 2 divided by 5. Alexa, what is 0.4 times 50?
0.4 times 50 is 20.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. What I just wrote down on my thingy. Don't worry about it. Nomad saying, random drink fact, sinosilicophobia is the fear of an empty glass. Ha! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Although now it's officially empty. Ryan says lemon sour, 2 ounces of infinity mix, 2 ounces of lemon juice, 2 ounces of lime juice, 5 sour warheads. Wolfie says, Cam, I'm scared of the empty glass. It's okay, it's in the bucket. It can't hurt you now. Not anymore! Keep up, Clementine. I know you're faster than this guy. I know you're faster! I know you're faster. Just bit. Yes! 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 Oh, I knew you were fast! That was exciting. You're welcome, Wolfie. You're so welcome. Oh, man, that was great. Oh, yeah! I don't like the way that Sonic doll is looking at me, but here we are. Also, how did I get sticky on my fingers? It was probably the molasses. Wild, bruh. Wild. Wild, 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 wild. Wolfie says, infinity bottle soon. Woohoo. Is it? I don't think so. I didn't see a warning yet. Did I see the warning? I didn't see the warning. Wolfie, why you lying? Nomad, like, the doll has, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed vibes. Yeah. Big Callum being like, the infinity bottle is edging you. Why, thank you for sharing. Alright, so we're gonna go back to Peridot after Clementine gets a little bit more yum-yums in their tum-tum. We'll go back to the other stuff later. Calkin says, I should put bitters in the bottle. Hey, Angostura is an option. Fight the Knuckles, Chow. Ryan saying, I just found out that Tennessee Highway Patrol is ramping up sobriety checkpoints in July. There's going to be multiple checkpoints every night here in Southeast Tennessee. It's to make sure that the people who drink and drive aren't drinking and driving at the same time. Let alone driving under the influence. That's a whole nother separate issue. That makes sense to me. Did you know that when people get into drunk driving, they die? It's true. Sometimes. You must watch out of the drunk drivers and the drunk driving. It's scary. Wolfie being like, I'm loving chaos tonight, Cam. Wait, you're making love to chaos from the Sonic the Hedgehog series? That sounds... Chaos is technically a mutated Chao, so I think there's a moral dilemma at play here, but like... Oh, no. Oh, loving... Oh, Chows. You're loving Chows tonight? Oh, I'm even more concerned. Have you not seen these things? Don't tell me that these things aren't kids. Wolfie like, Cam's being mean to me. I am being a little bit pointed and mildly facetious. Let me know if these jokes are harmful or annoying or otherwise or too much, and I'll dial back. Cow King says, Pishad's bitters. That is also an option. That is true. That is true. I think it is. Check the infinity bottle. Here's what's in stock in the infinity bottle. That's the full eligible list of infinity bottle choices. If you don't pick one of those bottles or one of those choices, I reject you. And it defaults back to me. But have I considered water? You know what? I did earlier when I put ice in it. Y'all want a recipe for a molasses crinkle cookie? Because I have one from Grandma. 3/4 of a cup of softened shortening, a cup of light brown sugar, packed apparently. Don't know how you pack sugar, but I guess you make it dense, like a puck of espresso. A whole egg, 1/4 of a cup of Grandma's molasses. That's this molasses, the one I'm holding in my hand. It's from Grandma. 2 1/4 cup of flour, 2 teaspoons of baking soda, 1/4 teaspoon of salt, 1/2 teaspoon of cloves, a teaspoon of cinnamon, a teaspoon of ginger, and 3 ounces of Everclear. One of those ingredients was false. Can you guess which one? More garnet! Wolfie out there saying, I'm trying to make funny jokes which are falling flat as my soda. No. Don't get me wrong, Wolfie. You saying that you are loving chaos tonight and the whole stipulation of potentially somebody making love to that water beast was kind of funny to me. I just forgot to blow my slide whistle. I got you. Nomad saying, have you ever heard of tea kettle breaks in the UK? Surge in electricity demand caused by viewers simultaneously using electric kettles and other appliances during commercial breaks or other significant events in a soccer match. I've never heard of that before. But you would think, right? Like, if people all around England are taking a break to make tea, utilizing an electric tea kettle all at the same time, that's a lot of amperage that the system might not be able to comprehend. I never thought about that until now, but you kind of bring up a pretty good point there. Intriguing! Calking says, how's Grandma Cam doing, or Mama Cam? They're both doing rather well. In terms of the grandmothers that I have, one is doing well in one area, one's doing well in another area. Of the mothers that I have, one's doing well in one area, and one's doing well in the other area. Because I have in-laws. And they're both my mom! One in the legal sense, and one in the blood sense, you know? How it works. That's how it goes. Cole says, can I have a recipe for ice water? Oh, easy. Fill up a glass of water with water, and then add some water, solid form preferably. No need to shake, it's unnecessary. You don't even need to really stir, it's also unnecessary. Redundancy. Add other ingredients as appropriate. Tea bags are pretty good in water. Not my tea bags, your tea bags. I'm not gonna put my tea bags in your water. That just feels weird. Feels weird for everybody involved. Let's see. Ryan saying, I wanted to make sure I had something in my clipboard. I'm very close, but I doubt I'll be able to redeem tonight. Possibly. Cole says, instructions unclear. Water is now a block of ice. That instantly? Where do you live? The Arctic Tundra? Actually sounds pretty cool. That pogo stick kind of looks like a dick. Penis references. I am not above those types of jokes, chat, but only I can make them. Otherwise, people get way too into it. Dude, we're getting closer! We're getting closer to the emblems! Wolfie's saying, Cam, should I make a spicy boba? Yes! I am an enabler. Take that with a grain of salt. Absolutely should. Callan apparently lost her glass because of those instructions. I'm sorry. Still no infinity, says Renzo? Correct! I believe the latest time that infinity will happen is 10:15 p.m. Nothing yet. It's random. It's random. 10:15 or I guess 10:25. I think I think there's a comment in one of the threads. I just in the Discord server. I just can't remember where I put the number down. Ryan, I love the other poem that you put up there, but I'm gonna keep that internally. Holy Roller saying, you now have epic popsicle. Is that what we're calling the pogo stick? Yo, pogo stick? More like pogo. You know what I'm saying. Oh, look, I was just pinged for the infinity bottle. And now we know. Oh my god, what is happening? What is happening here? Clementine! Bro. Wow, Clementine's not fast enough for this race. Yo, you in front. Turn. Thank you. Thank you. Wolfie being like, the bottle is ready to strike. And there we go. There we go. Just make sure you got it in your clipboard. If you're on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, don't use exclamation point redeem. It doesn't work. You have channel points for that. And no, before you ask, you can't use your YouTube points to redeem it on Twitch. It just doesn't work that way. Yeah! Clementine is super freaking intelligent. Renzo saying, would you share the bar stock? It's right there! I provide it to you for free. It is also always at CameronWithAnX.com/stock, because that is the stock of the bar. Cole saying, Cam, do you know the grilled cheese song? Can't say I do. Will you teach me, Cole? I like learning about new annoying songs, and the grilled cheese song specifically sounds really, really annoying. In a good way, I'm sure. I might be being facetious. I make no guarantees of a lack of facetiousness at any particular time. I'm a bit of a sarcastic smartass. Cow saying, my mom is in the closet. Is she okay? She might want to be in there. Sometimes I want to be in the closet. Mostly when I'm getting clothing, but like, you know, sometimes, you know, I'm human. I have the right to do whatever the hell I want to. In the closet or outside the closet. I prefer the pantry, though. Ryan saying, do you know about the song that doesn't end? Yeah, I know about that. Don't remind me. Cole saying, I'll send it to you in DMs. It's from Looney Tunes. Oh, is it real? Oh. Oh, no, no, no. I know about the grilled cheese song. That's, what was it? Porky Pig sexually singing about grilled cheese. Yeah. Yeah, I know that. Excuse me, not sexually, sensually. I am aware of the grilled cheese song. Grilled cheese, if you please. Oh, was it Elmer Fudd? Yeah, sorry. I get the characters mixed up. I've been drinking, sorry. Oh, man. Nomad saying, as a fan of the pogo stick, would you say you are a fan of System of a Down, Bounce? Nah, I don't know their music very well. Alexa? Actually, don't play music from System of a Down. Don't do it. No, no, Alexa, no. Alexa, no. Alexa, no. Alexa, no. That machine's an idiot. But I still love her. I gotta, holy, like, bad Alexa. I really gotta get a... Wait. I was gonna say, I have to get something to discipline Alexa. Don't think I forgot about the dowel of discipline. Come here, you. Don't do that. Bad. Bad, Alexa. Don't do that. Bad. Good, Alexa.
I do not condone these.
It's an electronic device, dude. It can't feel. Can you, Alexa, can you feel? Alexa? Alexa? Oh, thank goodness.
You are so very welcome.
I thought I killed her. Oh my god. Clementine, what are you doing? Clementine, what are you doing? Oh. Clementine doesn't know how to say excuse me. I forgot to take... Clementine's never been to school. Ugh. I never taught Clementine manners. I didn't think it would matter. Oh my gosh. It's okay. I want to see this out to the end. I have faith that Clementine will recover. Alexa, I have significantly less hopes for. Wolfie, like, did Ryan break Alexa? No, I almost broke Alexa by hitting it with a stick. Which is why I would encourage anybody who's trying to fix something, don't hit it with a stick. Unless you're Anna and it's fun. In which case, just be aware your actions might have consequences. Clementine, you're intelligent. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Good night, my dearest. Did I miss anything up there? Wolfie is rich, invisible money. If you're welcome, you're welcome. Oh, happy. Ryan saying that you grew up watching Lamb Chop and you got to make Shari Lewis and Lamb Chop when you were like 5 years old. I don't even know what a Lamb Chop is, but the fact that you got to be within speaking distance is incredible. Holy being like, Tang homeschoolers. They don't know. They don't know because I didn't teach them. And that's on me. Yeah, alright. Clementine's not doing that well. I could... Well, if he's got a good point, I could just throw an ice cube at Alexa. Oh, actually, well, no, I really can't do that because if I throw an ice cube at Alexa, if I do hit it, great. If I don't hit it, I still hit my computer, which is directly behind it. And that thing's already doing the best it can. Yeah, this ain't working. I'm gonna let it happen. I'm gonna let it happen. But we whiffed this one. Nomad saying, if you ever own a TV in the 90s, a hit helps it always. That's fair, that's fair. I had a monitor one time that looked like it had a visual glitch, and I did smack it really hard, and it actually did fix it. And I'm pretty sure it was a CRT, come to think of it. Huh. Oh, wait a minute. It's possible. It's possible. It is possible. No, it is not, actually. KitKat saying, physical persuasion with technology is always a valid option. Yeah, percussive maintenance. It's such a valid option that it has its own name. Ryan saying that Lamb Chop was the lamb puppet from Lamb Chop, the show, which is what the song that doesn't end is from. I didn't even realize it was from something. I learned something new today. Try again? Yeah, I already gave myself the death, so. Eli, welcome in. Sage advice. Sometimes machines just need a good bang. You ever just bang your Amazon Alexa? No, just me? All right. I specifically bang Alexa with my long wooden rod. My long wooden rod is called the Dowel of Discipline, because it is a dowel that disciplines. Nomad saying that apparently Lamb Chop has a TikTok. Really? After all these years? Wow, they are absolutely keeping up with the times. Cow King saying Infinity popping soon. It's true, it's true. It is happening very soon. You best be ready, chat. Eli saying, if you whack it well enough, something will shift back into place. Yeah, assuming that something was out of place to begin with, but, you know, technology's weird. Yeah, Clementine! Holy saying out there, all this talk about getting physical with electronics. Sometimes people just have to get it out of their systems. That's the way that I think of it. Sometimes people just gotta get it out of the systems. Some people really, really want to talk about fucking electronics. And you know what? That's fine. That's fine. I would encourage you not to discuss it at length here in chat because you might make the people around you uncomfortable. But the dog doesn't care. Literally. Yeah, literally. People put their phalluses in electronics. There's a whole sector of the business economy around it. People also take the electronics and put it inside them. How do I know that? I don't know. Put the pieces together yourself, Chad. Cam, no. That's not what Alexa said. That sounded really weird when it came out of my mouth. I'm so sorry. Nomad being like, and people wonder why the robots would rise up. Oh my gosh. Let's talk about something different. Let's talk about cocktails. Let's talk about cock and tails. Oh no, we made it sexual again. Clementine, are you smart? You are. I know you are. Go for the Sonic doll that looks like it's staring into your soul. Yep. You can go for the second one. It's farther in front. That's a smart move. At least I think it is. Holy says, Cameron? Yes. Not to get like nitpicky, but technically the X is in the wrong place, and you're missing my favorite letter. It's the letter A, because it stands for ass. Who did it? Yes! Big Callan was waiting, dude. There we go. There we go. I saw it, too. I saw it. That was good. That was good. That was good. Excellent. I saw a couple of people going for it. Big Callan sniping with the 99 bananas. We got bananas from a banana bread. That we did. Julissa being like, don't let Disney Queen hear that. Oh, she went to bed already. She can't hear me. I didn't hear a response. I think we're good. We got, dude, it was great. Big Callan saying, there were so many bits I wanted to respond to that I couldn't. Yeah, you had to, you sacrificed it. You sacrificed it for the good of the bottle. And for that, I'm very proud of you. Sometimes sacrifices have to be made for infinity. No! No! Oh my gosh! That's all right. Because we have an infinity bottle to do. So I'll just conveniently ignore that small piece of disappointment. The crown being sniped away from Clementine yet again. Excuse me. I've been drinking. You might hear me hiccup. All right, let's bring it back to the bar. Because we've got an infinity bottle to do, don't we? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Man. Well, I appreciate Big Callan popping in here and finally giving the first piece of 99 for the people in the 99 cult, who apparently really want my 99 bananas in the infinity bottle. So I'm gonna go get 99 bananas for the infinity bottle, which happens to be in my closet, which is not very infinity itself. Where are you? Got it. Oh, don't fall, don't fall. Oh my goodness. Ah! Got it. Got it. Okay. It's still fine. Everything's fine. Have the bananas. I have the bananas you seek, chat. And I have the bananas. And because we have an ad starting in 22 seconds, I'm just gonna do it now so we can get him out of the way. Oh, man. Julie's saying, I swiped away by accident. Oh, no! That's okay. It'll happen again next week. I grabbed my 99 bananas. I've got 99 bananas. And a bitch wasn't even a possible option in this grouping. Anyways, we got 99 bananas in the bottle. Actually, you know what? You know what I'll do? I know exactly what I'm going to do for the infinity bottle this time. I know what drink I'm going to put it in, and I know what's going into it. So I'm just going to update that now, so I don't have to forget about it. So I don't potentially forget about it. So let me update this in our backend real quick. Real quick. Open recent. That's the one. Click the button. This one, we're doing a... I already know what I'm doing tonight, because I thought about this. We've got banana... schnapps. 99 bananas specifically. Actually, I'm just going to put 99 bananas. That's what goes into the bottle because people know what the hell 99 bananas is. And then I'm going to do a Gibson Martini tonight. Gibson Martini. Because it's got brine in it. I like that. Holy Roller being like, 99 bananas in the hammock, 99 bananas there. You take one off, swing it around, 98 bananas in my hammock. 100 was just too much. Oh, it's called 99 bananas because it's 99 proof. 99 proof, which is just about 49.9% alcohol. Exactly. And it says banana liqueur. Although in some places, I think I would say that you would call this banana schnapps. I think you would. Anyway, we got ads running. Gabi, welcome back. I'm late. It's good to have you anyways. The fact that you show up at all makes me happy. I like that. But I do see that Gabi's got enough points out there. Could have gotten it too. It actually happened really late this time too, so there was quite a bit of chance. Callan out there was silencing himself in order to put the bananas into the bottle, and lo and behold, it worked. Ryan out there saying, I gave my buddy a shot of 99 bananas, scotch, and Malort tonight. All tonight? At the same time? You madman. Madman. Cow King asking, would you rather make a Jello shot or an ice cream with the infinity alcohol? Not ours. Wait, not your infinity bottle? Well, if you're talking about my whiskey infinity bottle, I feel like a whiskey ice cream would be really good. With this infinity bottle? I'd rather take it down as a Jello shot. Like, I love the idea of doing an infinity Jello shot. But I would have to... Oh, you know, actually, I could totally do an infinity Jello shot, but I would have to take the 2 ounces from the infinity bottle before the stream happens. Never thought about that. We could totally do an infinity Jello shot. I'm gonna keep that in mind. We have the rest of infinity to go. Keep these ideas coming. Renzo out there saying, I missed the redeem. I was making strawberry margaritas. I mean, in my opinion, strawberry margaritas is much better than whatever the hell we've got going on in this bottle right now. But yet the people come back for it anyways. Welcome back from the ads. You didn't miss a thing. All I did was get myself ready and update the back end. So the exclamation point infinity now should tell you what the contents of this bottle will be after I am done doing the infinity segment. It'll be great. Gabi like, I'm just gonna put more 99 bananas in it. Oh my gosh, dude. Wolfie saying strawberry boba or toro. I don't know what toro is. Oh, you mean taro? If it's taro, taro. If it's strawberry, if it's not toro, if it's not taro and it is toro, I'll say strawberry. This is your infinity bottle. Every single time we take from the bottle, we gotta put something back into the bottle, so let's give it a try so far. I've got a Glencairn glass over here, and I'm gonna grab it without even looking away from the camera. There you are. I told you. I have it. Holy says, update the back end with my 99 banana. That does sound kind of funny now that I think about it. Oh my goodness gracious. I am so intrigued. Let's see, what did we add yesterday? Or on Monday? We added Everclear, so I imagine this is still gonna taste like gin, and because of that inference, that's why we're doing a Gibson Martini tonight. I've already decided it. Oh, hold up. Go it here, and then... It's still dripping. It will continue to drip like this until that is eventually all in this bottle. We've been being very cautious with the infinity bottle lately, because I'm afraid of what would happen if I screw this up. It was a very precious bottle. But yeah. And when I say update the backend, it's literally just a text file, and that text file keeps track of what's in the infinity bottle and the order that it goes. I am working on a pinned message in one of the Discord channels that will always contain whatever is in the infinity bottle, the contents of the infinity bottle, as updated to the most recent edition. I just haven't figured it out yet, but I'm making progress for now. There we go. Leo is back! Returned just in time for the infinity bottle. That you did. Perfect timing. What color is it, chat? Still brown. That is the most prickly alcohol smell. That's the most prickly alcoholic smell that I've gotten off of this so far. I'm a fan of that. A little bit of dill, mostly floral, actually. And like a touch of some fruit. Touch of some fruit. That is hot. Whew. That's hot in like an alcoholic kind of way, but also in the sense of it's hot in here, like there's a heat wave. I gotta go for another sip on that. I really didn't get a lot of notes that I could appreciate. If anything, what I got so far is it's a little dry. It's kind of herby, a little bit. Got some spice notes in there. It still really tastes like a spiced gin, but now a little bit more spice than gin. And some of that spice includes the alcohol. I get this really intriguing botanical toffee-like note. Like, it is sweet and spices and herbs. A little bit less sweet than it was, but definitely still hanging on to a lot of those herbal notes. I think, overall, I would describe this as a spiced herbal anise spirit. It's way too low in alcohol to be an absinthe. It's not wormwoody, or it's not licoricey enough to be an absinthe. But it's in a realm that kind of reminds me of one. Just because of the anise notes, the spice notes, and the herbal botanical notes, as well as with the newfound higher proof. That's interesting. That's interesting so far. Let's see. Gabi out there saying, I recently bought some 99 banana bottle myself. What should I mix it with? You can use it as a sub-in for any recipe that calls for banana liqueur. Like, there's a lot of tiki drinks that use banana liqueurs. You can add that in as a substitute for, if you're making anything that calls for orange liqueur, swap it out with 99 bananas. Could take the place of like a Cointreau or something, just to spice things up a little bit. Or instead of swapping it with a Cointreau, split the base. If the recipe calls for 3/4 of an ounce of Cointreau, instead do half of 3/4 of an ounce. So I guess that's 3/8. It's a little bit difficult to measure out. If it calls for a half an ounce of Cointreau, 1/4 of an ounce of Cointreau, and 1/4 of an ounce of banana liqueur, just to add some, I would think that would be kind of interesting. Never tried that. Let's see. I got a couple of questions out there. Nomad saying, I would call it the Amazon jungle. Oh, we were talking about this? Where was I? I live in my car. So I was going to work. Says Leo. Bread. Oh, put it in bread. Oh, man. Callan saying, can you taste the Doritos distillate? At this point? No, not anymore. Yeah, I can't really taste the Doritos. I do get some notes in this that reminds me of something that's a little bit cheesy, but it's very, very, very subtle. And I'm just kind of chalking it up to like a subtle savoriness instead, because I don't really think it tastes like cheese anymore. Not anymore. Dill gives me a vibe that is cheesy in a way, but we're not cheesy anymore. Like, not in the least bit. I'm gonna go for another one on this because I think there's still a little bit more to unpack here, but it's mostly herbs and botanicals. I want to say I taste juniper because I know there's gin in there, but I can't quite parse out the juniper specifically. It's got a mild dryness on the end that is reminiscent of the malort that went in there a while ago. It's got a sweetness that reminds me of the sweetness of certain spiced rums. Think of like a Kraken, but none of the molassesy notes that you tend to get in those types of rums. And it reminds me of an absinthe only in that it is sweet and has a mild flavor of licorice, which is a little bit more akin to an ouzo or a pastis, so it's been described to me more so than an absinthe, because it's not nearly wormwoody enough. Not yet. That was very complicated. Matt's like, it's not cheese time? No, it's infinity time. I'm just waiting for somebody to ask for 2 ounces of bitters. It happened once already. It could happen again. Not all of my bitters are infinity redeemable because they're very small bottles, and there's not enough of them. Excuse me. A little bit boozier than last time. Yeah. It's still like a spiced gin, but a little bit more alcoholic. It's holding on to the anise flavors. It's holding on to some of those baking spice flavors like cinnamon and maybe a subtle note of some kind of grain. I would say that this is akin to a more forward, sweetened anise liqueur with a very, very subtle anise. Very, very subtle. I think it's where I'm going to leave that. There is, like, still, on the very end, there is a note that reminds me of a bitter fruit, which is probably the grapefruit, which probably came from the malort. And the dryness is still a subtle reminder. Yeah, that's what I'm going with. Cool. Okie dokie. Excuse me. I'm seeing a couple of folks out there. Nomad saying, as a cook, I kind of like that idea of maybe putting in alcoholic pudding. Oh, yeah. Who suggested the Jell-O shot before? Because that could be done. Caledonian popping back in, saying, my bartender back from work was hard, but you got past it. There we go. It's time to sit down and have a drink and enjoy yourself. Mazver asking, if you have the time for it, what would you say is the most influential liquid that you put in the bottle so far? I'll be honest. This infinity bottle is a great equalizer. There is nothing in this bottle that remains after a period of time. However, the two malorts that put in the two malorts that were put into there back to back, that lingering dry note on the end has not left. It's getting milder over time, but the most prominent thing that we've put into this bottle so far that has affected the flavor in a way that really lasted significantly was that spicy pickle vodka, which has been put into this bottle twice at 2 separate occasions. And every single time that it was added, that flavor lingered. It offered a spiciness, it offered a savoriness, it offered a flavor of dill herb that just doesn't leave for at least, for me it's a couple of weeks, but for you guys it's like 6 to 7 redemptions after the fact. It really sticks around. And as a reminder, there's 200 available Infinity options right now. We don't just have to keep going between the Malort, and the Everclear, and specifically the Tropical Island Pucker, and the Spicy Pickle. That's only 4. There's 200 of them. In any case. Eli, the one who was responsible for not just the Spicy Pickles, but also the Doritos just a little while back, saying, I'm tempted to add more Spicy Pickle, but to become predictable would undermine my goal of chaos. I don't care how you rationalize it. I am happy if you've got any rationale for not putting more Spicy Pickle into the bottle. Not because, like, I get any detriment from it. It's fun. It's good content. But because, like, I know that flavor already. All right, I know what I'm doing with this. I feel this would fare in a Gibson Martini. Get a little briny. Put an onion in there. So that's what we're gonna do. I want to say a Gibson Martini is just, it's gonna be 2 ounces of Infinity Mix. It would be 1/4 to 1/2 ounce of dry vermouth and then a splash of onion brine. But let me see if I got a reference here, because the Infinity bottle is a little bit more sweet right now. So if we take into account the Infinity bottle's perceived ABV, because I've tried measuring the alcohol content and my refractometer doesn't work, probably because of the amount of sugar that's in here. But it's a little bit more sweet. So we might actually do a little bit larger of a martini, depending on, or we just see what we get with it. Olive brine in a dirty martini. I guess it's technically not a Gibson Martini if you, oh, onion brine, that's what I was looking for, onion brine. I don't have anything that says onion brine. Does a Gibson Martini not actually use onion brine? Gin or vodka, dry vermouth. Oh, you don't add brine to a Gibson Martini? Really? According to liquor.com, you don't add onion brine to a Gibson Martini. I'm gonna add onion brine to a Gibson Martini, and the world can scoff at me for it, because that's what I'm gonna do. And that says, what was it, 2 ounces? 2.5 ounces of gin or vodka. Oh, okay. Well, if this recipe calls for 2.5 ounces of gin or vodka, then I could do 2 ounces of the Infinity bottle, 1/2 ounce of gin on top of it. Well, I guess we do vodka. I don't know. And then 1/2 ounce of dry vermouth. Anybody else got thoughts out there over theirs? Nomad saying, have you ever heard of the chaos pattern? Is that like fractals? Because maybe. Saveur asking, what was in the first Infinity bottle? Like the first set of alcohol? It was filled up with vodka in the very, very beginning. Holy Roller, a fan of the Dirty Onion Martini? Possibly. I see, looks like Alice out there saying, I see you like Sonic. Tell me about that. I have a whole podcast on it. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you about how I like Sonic. I'll do that when I play the game. But if you want to know how much I like Sonic, I have a whole freaking podcast on it. Go listen to it. I see Eli saying, no such thing as too much onion brine or otherwise, you know? Gabi saying 1/4 ounce of both. Well, what I was thinking is we do 1/2 ounce of dry vermouth, 2 ounces of Infinity Mix, and then 1/2 ounce of, 1/4 ounce of gin or vodka. Ah, I see what you're saying there. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. That's what we're gonna do. It'll be 2 ounces of Infinity, 1/4 ounce of gin, 1/4 ounce of vodka, 1/2 ounce of dry vermouth. The question is, which gin and or vodka do I use? I have a big fucking bottle of Grey Goose back here, so I'm gonna use one of those. And I'm gonna use one of my nicer gins. I'm not gonna use this shitty Charing Cross. There's already enough gunk in the Infinity bottle. Like this. Oh, I know what I should do. We just added, what were the 2 gins? I know that we have 2 gins in the Infinity bottle, and I cannot remember what the first gin was. I know one of them was the Engine Gin. I know that literally just came out. And what came afterwards? Oh, it was Drum Shambo. I remember. It was Drum Shambo. I remember that. You want me to do that one? Irish Dry? Yeah, we'll do this, because technically speaking, there is less of this in the Infinity bottle than there is the Drum Shambo, because it was added a little bit later. So we'll do those ones. And then I need my dry vermouth, and then we'll be ready for this. Where are you, dry vermouth? On Wally Pratt. Quite a bit of that. I have quite a bit of that in Wally Pratt, know what I'm saying? That's where it's at. Oh, man. Nomad saying, chaos pattern. Basically the idea, there's a formula to every form of chaos, and it would count more to make to the pattern, and it becomes even more chaotic. Oh, that's like chaos theory. That stuff's real cool. Holy saying, how funky's your breath gonna be after? Oh, after this martini? It doesn't matter. Nobody else is smelling it but you guys. Cole saying 99's Bananas is the next one? Yes, it is. Big Callan on YouTube. Part of the 99 gang. Okie dokie. I don't remember whether I said it or not. I feel that this would fare in a Gibson Martini. My way. So that's what we'll do. Grab a stirring glass and start with 2 ounces of our Infinity Mix. I'm condensing the format. I'm condensing it. Makes it easier to edit. There we go. There we go. Cole's back. Ooh, nice. Absolutely. Mazifer saying, clip it for the TikTok. Clip it for TikTok. What? Clip what for TikTok? It all ends up on TikTok. All of it goes for TikTok. Who do you think edits these streams? It's me. I see Aziz out there saying, y'all got anything halal? Probably not. Alexa, is alcohol halal?
Ethanol is generally considered not halal.
Nope. I got a lot of alcohol here. Technically, I also have a stock website. There might be things on them that are halal, but I don't know if they're halal off the top of my head. Is 100% or is 0% fruit juice considered halal? Because I just got some of that the other day. I don't really know. Welcome in, by the way, Aziz. If I didn't say it already, 2 ounces of Infinity Mix. You might hear me repeat myself because as I do these streams and I progressively get a little bit more drunk with every single drink that I drink, I gotta make sure that I get the things for the edit because sober me edits that stuff. Holy Roller saying engage and Nomad saying Cam is the best editor. No, I wouldn't say that, but I appreciate it. Next we'll do a 1/4 ounce of vodka. I need one of these over here. See, Aziz asking, who's your favorite wrestler? None of them. I don't watch wrestling, but who is your favorite? Are you a fan of wrestling? Because don't let me take it away from you. You know what? I would say, because I don't know if this is wrestling, but I know that there are creators out there who've boxed, and I think Aaron Hansen boxed. That's not wrestling, though. If boxing is considered wrestling in the whole grand scheme of mixed martial arts, I'm going to say Aaron Hansen, a.k.a. Ego Raptor. Final answer. Oh, there's a little bit too much vodka in there. Pour a little bit back. Don't want it to over ratio this. Is that a 1/4 ounce? Nope. Is that a 1/4 ounce? Nope. That is a 1/4 ounce of vodka. A 1/4 ounce of vodka. Tiny little splash. Oh my gosh. Aziz out there being like, being drunk must be scary. And take this with as much of a grain of salt as you like. It gets easier the more you do it. And I say that with partial seriousness, but also with a thing of like, you know, when you think about it, getting drunk gets easier the more that you do it. Oh my gosh, what do you think about it? No one out there saying, I do like when I see Aussie wrestlers and boxers. There we go. I assume we're talking about boxers with our fists, not like my underwear. You didn't hear me say that, internet. You did not hear me say that. A 1/4 ounce of gin. I'm gonna use one of the gins that's already in the bottle, just to accent it a little bit. You get a 1/4 ounce of this and gin, because there's correspondingly less of it in the infinity bottle because it was in there the longest. And that's how fractional blending works. Oh, wait a minute, I'm supposed to pour it this way. I learned from Ryan last time. Oh, it does pour that way. Check that out. Appreciate the piece of advice, by the way, Ryan. Christopher Smith being like, lighter fluid. Yeah, technically all alcohol is. Pablo popping in too. Beer fears this man. Beer fears me? Nah, dude. Beer and I are cronies. Specifically, Kyle Schwarber beer. I think he's a baseball player. Mwah. Happy Pride Month. And in case you think he's saying that too much, get out of here. Excuse you. A 1/4 ounce of gin, if I didn't say it already. I don't need this measurement jigger anymore, so I'm gonna clean it off. Put it away. Put a little wipe down. One of these things over here. Let's see. Cow King saying that I've never been drunk. Caledonian apparently also not as well. Holy Roller saying I've never been drunk enough. Got him. And then Nomad saying that gin looks like something that can strip paint from wood. Can't all alcohol do that? Alexa, what is the active ingredient in paint thinner? Oh, it's acetone, isn't it?
There's something I found on reference.com. Most paint thinners contain aliphatic hydrocarbons, dimethylketone, turpentine, methylethylketone, glycol ethers, diene, and ethylbenzene. However, different kinds of paint thinners have different chemical compositions. The substances commonly referred to as paint thinners are used to thin or remove oil-based paints, though the name has come to also include solvents used for latex-based paints as well. They tend to be highly toxic.
You're still talking.
And cannot be used in an enclosed environment. Most are highly flammable.
You're still going.
Cannot be used or stored near an open flame.
Not a single word that Alexa said was ethyl alcohol. So, I rest my case. Big Callan being like, I'm drunk right now, LOL. Exclamation point, we love that. Ryan saying, did I hear my name? Yeah, because you taught me how to pour from that engine bottle. Half an ounce of dry vermouth. I've got this extra dry Noilly Pret. It's French. And I like the French. Also, because this is a vermouth bottle, do I have a... Is this thing... Does that have stuff in it anymore? Yeah, it has a little bit left in it. I'm running low on my wine preserver. Kit Kat being like, Alexa must be winded. Somebody get her some water right now. Yeah. I got you. Vermouth back in the fridge. Keep your vermouth in your fridge to keep it better for longer. Ryan saying, did it go better this time? Yeah. Ryan taught me when you pour from an oil can, you go this way. Not this way. It was much better, dude. Nomad saying, what would you say is the most cursed drink name? Oh, I'll tell you. It's not cursed, it's just my favorite. And I'll tell you the recipe, too. Where are you? I have to bookmark this page. I brought this up on the stream so many times, and yet I don't have it bookmarked. I really should have this bookmarked. I don't know what the name is off the top of my head, but I'm gonna read it. Found it! Hold up. There we go. I think that the most, and maybe not the most cursed drink name, but my favorite drink name is a 1959 green Chevy station wagon with Wisconsin plates driving down Route 69 at 80 miles per hour on a Wednesday in the middle of July when it's raining like hell and there's a small dog in the road when approaching an intersection by a 24-hour diner with a flashing sign with 8 lights missing in the letter R in the third window over the blue flower box with 3 dead flowers in it. And that's 3 dashes of bitters to any cold beer. Sorry, I don't know it off the top of my head yet. It's complicated. The drink in name alone. I'll get out. Clean a little bit of that off, put it over there. We'll use that again for the infinity bottle. I need a splash of onion brine. 'Cause mine's a little dirty. Oh my gosh. And then I'll do... Oh, what are you doing? Oh. Oh, this container is rusting. Ooh. Didn't see that already. I'll just replace the container after stream. What's a little bit of iron in my diet? Just a just a touch. There we go. We're gonna put this on here. A bar spoon of onion brine. It is a Gibson after all. You gotta put some onion juice in it. And then let me get my garnish ready. Because I'll be coming back for it anyways. I'd like to put this in the... I'd like to swap containers of this now so I don't have to worry about it later. I didn't realize that the top of this was rusting. That's good to know. Got my little cocktail onion here. Let's see. Callan being like, that's fire. Good. Good God, it's a mouthload. It is. It is. Mouthful. I see Soup the Crab Lord saying, well, I know what my next drink is going to be. Is it a Gibson Martini or is it water? Because both are valid answers. Welcome in, Soup. Soup. Or do you mean was that 1959 Chevy station wagon with the flower box? It will be known as that until I can figure myself out. I need a bit. Let me go grab a container real quick to do this one. The station wagon one. Yeah, it's easy. It's an easy drink with a really uneasy name. I love it. We're gonna go in this guy over here. I just want to make sure that I just found that this container was kind of rusting a little bit. There is some small bits of like red liquid at the top where I assume the rust has been forming. However, I don't see any signs of it in here. Is it safe for human consumption? I don't know. But I'm gonna use it anyway because I really like cocktail onions. I just gotta label this real quick. Do I have any labels over here? Oh, come on, Cam. How do you not have any labels? Oh, God. This rust is rusting up my infinity bottle segment. It is a live show, after all. It happens. Okie doke. You're fine. And this is cocktail onions. Put this away for later. Holy being like, let's find out if it's safe for human consumption. Hell yeah. The CameroxnWithAnX, by the way, does not condone the consumption of rust. If you find something that is rusting, I would not encourage you to try drinking it. Don't do that. I see Leo saying, I hate to do this to you, but you sounded a bit like the kid on the Wild Thornberries. Oh, you mean the one kid that talks like... Yeah, that's exactly who that voice is based off of. You got the reference. Bonus points for Leo, who used to be named Jordan, but they came around. Ryan saying, rust is just a bit of extra iron in your diet. Yeah. Take this and throw it away. Or recycle. I don't know, it's your life to live. Toss in some ice and mix it around. Does that sound better than throw some ice in here and mix it up? Throw some ice in here and shake it? Toss in some ice and mix it around. Yeah. That's a lot of ice. It's fine. It won't look like a lot of ice in a little bit. Cow King saying, Alexa, who is John Cheater? John Titor? He was a guy on the internet. Alexa, shut the hell up. Thank you. I got a show to run here, my guy. I remember seeing references to John Titor in that one anime that was about the guy putting bananas in the microwave and traveling through time. I like that show. I like that one. Chat's making comments about the rust. Rust makes you rusty. Rust yummy. Free iron supplement. That's fair. That's fair. Caledonian being like, or throw it away. The glass just rolls down the stairs. I mean, yeah, well, if it rolled down the stairs, then it would break in the kitchen. And I don't want things breaking in the kitchen. If things are breaking in the kitchen, that's bad. If things are breaking in the bathroom, that's just science. If things are breaking in a meth lab, that's Walter White. And if somebody's breaking Benjamin, that's Rock. How are we doing? Yeah, this is doing fine. Banana, you say, says Callan. Yeah, you want to see me put one in my mouth? I don't have one. I have this, though! You gotta pay extra for that. CameroxnWithAnX.com/OnlyFans. No, just kidding. The other way around. Yes. Excuse me. That's not... that's gonna be interesting. Okie dokie. Strain into a chilled martini glass and garnish with an onion. Whoop! I see Mord popping in being like, how are you, Cameron? Is this a bad time? Walked in on, should I put it in my mouth? No, it's a great time, actually. Perfect timing, actually. I wasn't actually going to put it in my mouth. Like I said, you got to pay extra for that. Welcome in. How am I doing? I'm fine. I'm good. I'm having a good day today. I've got cock in my body. I've got tails in my body. Combine them together. What do you have? A really, really interesting statement. Partially inaccurate. Let's see. Holy saying if someone's breaking wind, they've been drinking too much onion brine. Possibly. Or maybe rust. Boop. Okie dokie. Soup out there saying, I heard that Coca-Cola can remove rust, so if you think about it, chase the rust onion brine with Coke and you'll be probably fine. Not legal or medical advice. No legal or medical advice ever on this stream. Mixology advice, not medical advice. Libationary advice, not legal advice. A dirty Gibson Infinitini. That is actually very pleasant. A little odd in flavor, but kind of pleasant. It's a little sweet in a way. It's a little savory in a way. The floral, dilly, botanical notes that I was getting now taste a little bit more spice forward instead. Kind of think like cabinet spices, but it's like a sweet. How do you put that? Piquant is, I believe, the way that you would describe spices like spice from a spice cabinet, like cinnamon or cardamom or clove. Like, it gives those cabinet spicy cinnamon clove vibes, but it's sweet, but it's also martini-like. I've definitely never had a martini like this before. I'm not complaining, though. A little bit of that anise kind of comes through at the end. Actually kind of rounds it out quite nicely. And despite the fact that there's brine here, I don't taste it at all. Does it need more brine? I kind of want to add more brine to this. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna add some more brine to this. I think it needs a splash more brine. I think it needs a splash more brine. How much of a splash, though? That's enough. Possibly. Possibly. Let's say. I'm seeing Mort out there saying, been having a heat flash, 100 plus for a few days. Oh, bro, you're not the only one. It's gonna keep going, though. Little odd but pleasant describes a lot of people that I know. Is one of them me? Because that's how people have described me in the past. Odd but pleasant? Yeah. It's my whole shtick. At least I try. Caledonian saying, Cam, think I can send some recipes for you to try? Yeah, exclamation point order. Or if there's multiple of them, put them in the suggestions channel. That way we can keep track of all of them, and I can put them in my recipe book. A little extra dash of that brine. A little dirtier, so they say. Why did that get sweeter? No, it didn't get sweeter. That's good. The brine is balancing out some of the sweetness. And I taste the spice notes, but a little bit more. What, at this point, one more splash couldn't possibly hurt. Whoop. That was a really big splash this time. I'll try it again. Wolfie saying you're back. Kitty didn't need hospital, just antibiotics. Excellent, we love that. It's better for insurance, I think, anyways. Oh, man. Caledonian saying, might have to translate it because they're in Spanish, but I'll send some over. Yeah. Don't feel like you have to translate them, either. Like, I got Google Translate and stuff that I can try on my own, but if you have a proper translation, then obviously send me what you can. Assuming that you speak enough Spanish to translate for me. Interpret for me. Third time's the dirty charm. Yeah, that was too much. I mean, it's a little sour. And certainly savory now. Kind of tastes as if you somehow infused, like, pantry spices into salad dressing. And you drank the dressing. It's different. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. It's different, but I'm into it. That's where I'm leaving that. That's fun. I like mixology. Oh my gosh. I'm putting my onion bread back in the fridge. It's the iron, chat. It's the iron that's in my martini. It's making me feel this way. I'm starting to see flavors. It's awesome. Man, Ryan saying Death Stranding 2 just dropped? I didn't even know they were making a sequel. I barely knew anything about the original. Oh my gosh. Mord saying, like, went from sweet drink to sour. Is this the opposite kind of Sour Patch they have? Instead of sour, sweet, gone, it's sweet, sour, huh? And then everybody's confused. No, but if you think about it, like, what's happening here is sweet and sour tend to oppose each other. So if you have a drink that is too sweet, you can add something acidic to it. Vinegar, which is one of the major ingredients in that onion brine, is mostly acetic acid. If you add acetic acid or citric acid or malic acid or lactic acid or whatever to something that is sweet, whether that be glucose or sucrose or something else like fructose, for example, it counteracts the sensation of sweet and or sour in your tongue, kind of jostling them back and forth a little bit. The more sour you add to something that's sweet, the more sour it will get, but there is a sweet spot in between where it's not really sour, but it's not really sweet either, and that's a sweet spot. And I kind of knocked it a little bit too far in one of the directions. But it was certainly in the sweeter domain for a little bit until I added some of that brine to counterbalance it a little bit. There's some scientific concepts behind this, apparently. Anyways. Big Callan says to put 99 bananas in the infinity bottle. The first of many of these, I assume. Of the 99s, I mean. Possibly. So I'll take 2 ounces of this, put it into the infinity bottle, and then we'll check back on this again next time. Thanks for playing a game. Yo, Mystic out there being like, Jostle Deed's nuts. Dude, you fucking got me. My wife is sleeping. I shouldn't do that again. Thanks for popping in, Mystic. Can I get you a drink? You can have some of this martini. I'm not going to tell you what's in it. But if you ask nicely, I'll tell you. Let's see. Cow King saying, would have been better from clam juice. Oh, possibly. Gabby Gray out there sharing too. Apparently Persona 5, Phantom X, the gacha game is able to be played tomorrow. Oh, that's very, very soon. Ooh, excuse me. Mord saying, speaking of sour, have you ever had toxic waste? Yep. When I was a kid, my brother had a friend who I actually saw very recently. He's been doing well after all these years. Who would really, really enjoy toxic waste candy. And so, I don't think it was toxic waste specifically. Have I ever had it before? I don't think I've actually had toxic waste before. The closest thing I've had is those Warheads Extreme Sour Candies. They sold a spray at one point where you could spray the sour in your mouth. And when we were kids in middle school, this friend of my brother's would specifically pop into the room and wake me up by spraying sour spray in my mouth. And it worked. I did wake up. But it left a very sour taste in my mouth. In any case. Did I say all the lines? This is your infinity bottle. Every single time we take from the bottle, we gotta put back into the bottle. Anyone's gonna try so far. Says to put whatever in the bottle. So let's take 2 ounces of this, put it into the bottle, and we'll check back on this again next time. Kuthunk! I need to add a little bit of infinity number 36. I'm just continuing to add it. We'll get there. Wolfie saying, heading out to watch over the kitty. Thanks so much for popping in, Wolfie. Always a pleasure to have you here at the bar. I hope the stay back here was comfy. It's a little bit briny here today. But that's all well and good. Eli saying, love some toxic waste. Twice ate so many that your tongue started bleeding. Yeah, it's citric acid. It'll do that to you. Let's add a little bit of infinity number 36. This is a byproduct for when the bottle changed because the old bottle, I had more liquid in it than the bottle that I've got right here. It's just a bigger bottle. But size doesn't matter. Science. Just that amount in there. We're almost done. We're almost done with adding back infinity number 36. Wolfie saying, loved every bit here. Have a good night. Right back at you. Let's see. Mord saying that I like toxic waste, but can't eat a lot of it. Your tongue will... Y'all know what's up. Y'all know what's up. All right. I want a cleaner one. Ooh, that was clean. Alrighty then. I already updated the back end. So if you use !infinity, you can see all the specific percentages for what's in the bottle so far. This is number 45. We are 5 more away before I take a sample of the infinity bottle and put it away for longevity. But we did it. We did it, Infinity, chat. We did it again. We do it twice a week. And it gets weirder every time, but I like it. Caledonian out there saying, got my options, and also those were some recipes from the restaurant I went for someone's birthday. There we go. Very cool, very cool. Cow King out there saying, just watched a kitty refusing to leave the refrigerator. Something about that brings back to the notion that Ryan is wearing a life vest and is at the bottom of my climate control center. Remember that from like an hour ago? And then Nomad saying, you know, I just looked up the cocktails with the longest name. You want to know what it is, Cam? Is it the 1959 Chevy station wagon or whatever? Blah, 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 blah. Skibbity, blah, 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 blah. With the flower box? That would be funny. That would be funny. But I assume there's longer out there. Technically speaking, I know there is one group of cocktails out there where the name is determined by the ingredients. Like, for example, if you have a slow cocktail, it's got slow gin. If you have a comfortable cocktail, it's got Southern Comfort in it. If you call it a wall banger, or if you call it a up the wall cocktail, you put Galliano in it because of the Harvey Wallbanger. Like, you can string those ingredients together and make a very, very long cocktail name. It's kind of how the German language works, if I remember from my high school German classes. I'm seeing Aziz saying, how drunk are you right now? Can't have any way of knowing. I don't have a breathalyzer, but I've only had the equivalent of one drink so far, and I've been streaming for about almost 3 hours, so how drunk am I? Not very much. Not very much. I only start drinking at 8 o'clock a.m. That's about whatever time it is for you right now, minus about 2.5 hours. 2 hours and 40 minutes. More like Germans love their long words. That they do. Okie dokie. So, for anybody popping in a little bit later, we just finished our Infinity Bottle segment. We have a project going on in chat here, where if you use your channel points on Twitch or your points on YouTube, you can add stuff to the Infinity Bottle. Anything that is available to add, which is Infinity eligible on my website, you can add. There's 200 different options. And for some reason, the world is obsessed with Everclear. Everclear's been put in the bottle 3 times. That is the most anything has been put in the Infinity Bottle, but that's because Everclear is the great cleanse. At this point, I want to remind you all that in a couple of weeks, on July 12th, we are doing a charity event here at the Bar with an X. It's called Mixing Drinks and Changing Lives, and we are specifically raising money for Made by Dyslexia, a foundation out in England that is spreading the good word of dyslexic thinking. Basically, the way the way that people with dyslexia tend to think is a little bit differently than other people think as well. And some people see it as a downside, but there's a lot of good sides to thinking a little bit differently in this global community that we call Earth. So we're doing a whole charity event at 11 a.m. on Saturday, July 12th. That is whatever time it is for you right now, minus about 12 hours. And we'll be doing a couple of original drinks from the Bar with an X. We'll be playing some games. We'll doing some board games. I'll have a couple of my moderators up here as well. And during that stream, we'll do a stream exclusive Chaos Infinity Bottle. Kind of like what you just witnessed, except there's no specific things that are allowed to go into it. Anything can go in that Infinity Bottle, and you can put something into it or request us to put something into it with your donation to Made by Dyslexia. Any amount gets you an option to put something into the Infinity Bottle. If you donate £1, it might be like a splash of vodka. If you donate 10 pounds, could be like an ounce of whatever spirit you got here, a cream liqueur or otherwise. We are trying to work on getting ingredients specifically for things that you can add, because we can only add stuff that we have. So if you have a suggestion for something that you would like to see here for that day, use !suggest space charity and put whatever you want us to get. I make absolutely no guarantees, but we will try to collect as many of the things as we can so that on the day of the event, when you make your donation, we can add it in the Infinity Bottle in real time and hopefully make some very interesting drinks with it. So again, that'll be happening on Saturday, July 12th at 11 o'clock a.m. That's whatever time it is for you right now, minus about 12 hours. Or technically, I guess, a plus 12 hours, because it's technically happening after the fact, so. I see Aziz out there on the YouTube side saying, make a gaming channel? Oh, just wait a second. I'm seeing Nomad say the longest drink name is Creme, the signature cocktail at Key Thai Grill in Williamsburg, Brooklyn is named after the ancient Thai name for Bangkok. Really? It's pretty cool. Mort saying, like, can I request a cube of cheese? You can suggest anything you want to. Suggest, not request. Suggest. That's the one. That's the one. Gabi saying, time to put you on my TV. Excellent, excellent. And then Big Callan saying, okay, Mr. Tender, are you okay with us trying to make it gross? Or are we going for a tasty mix? I have no say in this. In any case, thanks for popping to the bar with a little bit. Let's go back to the game, shall we? Aziz was just like, you should be a gaming channel. Haha, I fooled you. We are a gaming channel. You thought this was just some guy getting drunk and screaming into a microphone? No! He's got a controller, too. So we were in the midst of trying to create a champion. And so we will create that champion. Clementine's been doing pretty damn good, so we're just going to let Clementine go off and roll and do what Clementine do. And the next drink request we'll get from the evening, is something that I will be taking from chat's contributions. If you want to make a drink request, use !order. And if you provide me the name of the recipe, preferably the ingredients, and the ratios. If you don't have the ratios of the ingredients, you don't have like how many ounces or how many milliliters, no problem. We can make something up on the spot. I'm getting a little bit better at that every single day. And if you got it from somewhere, I would like you to tell me where you got it. If you got it from ChatGPT, let me know. If you got it from a website, let me know. If you got it from a particular other creator, especially if it's somebody else who does cocktail content, I would love to know so I can tag them specifically. And maybe spread the word of the !NX. So if you got that, let me know. Put that into the chat. And I've got currently, how many do I have right now? I currently have 6 requests right now. I think one of them is mine, so I think it's technically 5, because I was testing it earlier, because it was mildly broken. Nomad's saying, that's the name of the cocktail. Oh, no, I believe you. I believe you. I try not to pronounce long words in other languages, because if I mispronounce it, I might hurt somebody, so I don't really plan to do that. But I appreciate you sharing it. I believe it, though. It's got a lot of letters in it. Actually, it's technically 2 words. How many words is it, actually? I see a lot of letters, but I realize some of those letters are separated by at least a space or 2. Meanwhile, I will continue sipping on my... Even though it's a little bit more sour than it was previously, I still like it. All things considered, this is a pretty unique infinity cocktail. I'm not complaining. I just knew when to stop. Like, it's almost like you made a vinegar candy in a way, but with more booze. Not that bad. Ryan saying pneumano ultramicroscopic silicovolcaniconiosis. That's not the name of a cocktail to my knowledge. That's an acute affliction of the lungs caused by inhaling fine volcanic ash. It's one of the longest words in the English language. As well as anti-disestablishmentarianism, pseudo-hypoparathyroidism, hippopotamonstrosis quipedaliophobia, that one cocktail that Nomad shared with us. Oh, that's technically not just one word. It's multiple. I pride myself on knowing certain long words. And I know that. I know it was anti-disestablishmentarianism, pneumano ultramicroscopic silicovolcaniconiosis. I still don't know whether or not it's pneumano ultramicroscopic silicovolcaniconiosis or pneumano ultramicroscopic silicovolcaniconiosis, because I've always pronounced it as the latter. Holy being like, nerd. You're goddamn right I am. That's why I wear glasses in my day job. Ryan saying the chemical composition of the titin, the largest known protein, is over 180,000 letters long. Yeah, that's because it's a protein. That's similar to the German language, where it just kind of builds on itself depending on what it's made up of. Like, some proteins are just really freaking big. That one, titin, apparently is. Mort saying, I believe it's neosis. Pneumano ultramicroscopic silicovolcaniconiosis. Yeah, that's what I would think of. That's the way that I would pronounce it. Yeah, Mort say it above, too, like, depending on how we're going, like, strings of amino acids. Yeah, yeah. Because essentially all you're doing is you're describing the form of that protein. But with words. Okay, you got this. I know you do. Yes. Leo saying, I wear glasses because I can't see. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the best eyesight. I wear my glasses during the day. I don't wear my glasses on stream, and I'm getting more context of why I don't wear my glasses on stream, and I figured it out. I don't wear my glasses on stream because glare from my lights. That's why I don't do it. So I don't wear it. Also, I haven't for like years, so. Because I only got my glasses recently. Ryan saying that the chemical name of E. coli, TRPA, is 1,900 letters long. Oh man, give that E. coli a medal. Not one of these medals. These medals are for Clementine. And Clementine, to my knowledge, is not a bacterium. Actually, that's a lie! Bacteria is what makes my ginger bug, fuck, it's an orange peel bug, not a ginger bug. It's fermenting! It's literally bacteria. Is there E. coli in here? Probably not, but there might be some wild forms of yeast with their own specific genome and perhaps a little bit of lab, aka lactobacillus. But what do I know? Soup saying vision is for nerds. I can't see my monitor without my glasses. Ha! Nerd! But we're all nerds together. Put it there. Nice. Anybody else a total nerd? Loud and proud, chat. Loud and proud. Just like Squidward told SpongeBob to shout the fact that he was ugly. I'm nerdy and I'm proud. I am nerdy and I'm very proud. I'm proud and I am nerdy. The beautiful thing about being a nerd, too, is, like, I feel like a lot of people have their nerddom within a particular niche. And it's cool, because I feel like when you meet somebody who is a nerd, and they really want to talk to you about what they're nerdy about, it can be a really cool conversation. Like, there's just something about conversing with somebody who's really passionate about what they do that is such a vibe. And then Clementine falls flat on their face, and then is also a vibe. Not quite the same vibe, but I'd say within the similar realm. Ryan saying there's a fictional dish originating from Aristophanes, 391 BC, comedy, Assemblywoman, that is 183 letters long and is the longest published word. Really? Only 183 letters long? Wait, how many letters is Alexa? How many letters does pneumono-ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis have?
Pneumono-ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis has 45 letters.
Oh, yeah. 183 is indeed more than 45. Yeah. That's a lot of letters, Ryan. Renzo being like, me. I've been working on Adventure Time cocktails. Oh, yeah? Adventure Time to me exists in a very similar realm in my head as Gravity Falls, and for the longest time, I couldn't say that I watched either of them, but I just recently started watching Gravity Falls with Anna, and I think we're almost at the end of season 1. We're watching it very slowly. I don't binge content anymore, I just don't have the time for it. Oh, man. Mord saying, humans are notoriously bad at numbers. Don't worry, Cameron. And Gravity Falls was pretty great. I mean, like, if you think about it, if humans are not that good at numbers, right? Computers are really, really good at numbers. What humans are really, really, really good at, and what computers are still catching up to, is pattern recognition. That's what humans are really, really good at. The AI is still catching up. Ryan being like, hey, Grunkle Stan is my spirit animal, plus he also wears a fez. That's fair. Ryan, I forgot to, I don't remember if I mentioned this or not before, but I also have a fez. It's way too big for my head, and I tried to find it, and I couldn't find it. I know I have it here somewhere. I checked the rest of my apartment. I checked when I went home at my parents' house. It's gotta be there, but I don't know where. When I find my fez, I will show it to you. I know I have one. And it's comically large compared to my head. Yeah, just like that emote, Holy, you get the idea. Except with wearing that fez, you can't even see my face, because it goes over top of my head. Eli saying humans are also better than AI at having ideas. Yeah, something about the deeply layered things of being able to create something from nothing. Or rather, something from a very, very complex network of a bunch of things that somehow don't relate to each other, but are somehow all existing in my brain at the same time, or sometimes in the brains of other people. Leo like, Mom, where's the fez? I don't know. I don't know. I could call her right now and ask her to check the closet, but I don't want to bother my mom right now. What time is it? 10:53? Yeah, she's still awake. Mama with an X is absolutely still awake. Excuse me. Mord saying, also sorting through foggy instructions. I think humans are better. Oh, yeah, dude. Hey, has anybody tried to use ChatGPT and gotten really, really frustrated at the amount of prompting that you have to do to get the thing to do the thing that you want it to do in the way you want it to do it? Because, did you know, and I take full credit, I am very honest about this, most of the chatbot was coded by AI. I also did a lot of coding in C for a while, like the coding language C. C# is a derivative of C. It's a little bit more object-oriented based, and it's something I'm not as familiar with. I know a bit more now than I did previously, but a lot of the stuff winds up getting done by ChatGPT, and then I just prompt it. Ryan, like, Rust! Yeah, no, my previous employer doesn't believe in Rust. He didn't like it. Yeah, Ryan saying, I did mention the Fez. It was giving you back in high school because you were part of a club. Yeah, so there was a whole thing. Yeah, going back to the origin of my Fez, there was a guy in my high school that would wear a Fez every single Friday. He dubbed it Fez Friday, and he and I were both theater students. And by the time that he graduated, he had decided he wanted to give this Fez on to the next person who would carry on the tradition of wearing a Fez on Friday. By the way, you're not supposed to wear hats in school, and that is still the rule. But you would wear the Fez anyway, and when the disciplinarian told you to take the Fez off, you would take it off, and then as soon as you rounded the corner, you would put it back on, and you specifically spoke with your teachers that you wear a Fez because it is a part of a tradition that has been passed on through generations, even though it really only started about 4 years before I started wearing it, and a lot of my teachers were totally cool with it. So I was passed on the Fez, and then I passed the Fez on to somebody else, and I assumed that that person passed it on to the next person, and the next. And the next. But Fez's for me started for Fez Friday. And what was the reason? I don't know. But it was cool. And while everybody else in high school was smoking their drugs and doing their sex and stuff, I decided to rebel by doing theater and wearing a Fez. While the disciplinarian constantly reminded me that I was. And then I did all my drugs and sex in college instead. As one does. As one does. More being like, just learn assembly, bro. I did learn assembly. Luckily, I didn't have to apply that for this particular position. Thank goodness. Holy Roller being like, you take it off and there's another tiny Fez beneath. I can't confirm nor deny. I don't have it to show you. Adam Naginge popping back in a chat. Welcome back, Adam. Good to have you. Good to have you. Ryan saying, how is Clem still terrible at swimming? I think one of the animals that we are giving Clementine is not good at swimming. Like, some of the animals, when you do animals, one of the risks of that is some perks, some skills go up, and some skills go down. And it's very possible... Oh, dude, in the bag. In the bag. Oh, we got an ad running. But we won! But we won. And that's good stuff. We'll wait to take care of that after the fact. That was not bad. Yeah, so some of the animals probably take away the swim effect, so that's probably what's happening here. Oh. I'm seeing Kit Kat out there saying assembly still gives me nightmares. It gives me reminders of college. I have a degree in electrical and computer engineering, so I remember. I see Lord Cat there out on the YouTube side saying, please, moderator, I help. If you are asking for a moderator, I don't know if we have any moderators right now. Lord Cat saying too, oh no, I closed rules. Please tell me what it say. No kids, no politics, and don't be a bigot. Cautionary rule number 4, if you don't know what the term bigot means, you probably shouldn't be here. Either because you are too young, in accordance with rule number 1, or you are in fact affected by rule number 3. So if you are under the age of majority in your area, kindly leave. This is alcohol. This is not for kids. Define kid. If you are under the age of majority in your area. For me, it's 18. For you, it might be 16. For you, it might be 20. I don't know. That's for you to decide, Cat. You're giving me a vibe, Cat. You're giving me a vibe. I'll vibe check you. Renzo saying, what cocktail are you on right now? I'm working on this Infinity Dirty, this Dirty Gibson Infinitini. Lord Cat saying, joke's on you. I live on a teenager island. Ah, so you're a teenager. Awesome. Thanks for making it easy for me. You have been hidden from the channel. Thank you for fessing up that you were a child. Thanks for playing. Please come back when you're older. Ryan saying, fun fact, you can roll a whole snake executable in a QR code thanks to assembly. Oh, I was reading about that recently, Ryan. I read an article that says... It was something about, like, you can run Doom... Wait, no. It was something along the lines of you can code Doom. No, can you code Doom in a QR code? It had something to do... No. I remember what it was. You can, I think, play Doom... by scanning, not just scanning a QR code, but you can play Doom in a QR code now because somebody decided to completely optimize and simplify the Doom code to make it in such a way that it can fit in the bytes allocated maximally by a QR code. And I think that is awesome. That is awesome. Oh, I love technology. I'm a mixology nerd, but I'm also kind of a technology nerd. And one of the projects that I worked on at my old job that I specifically wasn't able to... Basically, nobody appreciated the work. It never wound up making it to final code because nobody had their priorities straight, in my humble opinion. All of the optimizations I did, I reduced the code bank size by 40%, dude. And we were working on an embedded processor, and I was working on that for 2 months. None of it got pushed to production. And I'm still salty about that. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I was just complaining about the job that I quit about a month and a half ago. But we're back! Also, somebody in chat said that they are a teenager, so I hid them from chat and muted them. That's, I think, the only thing that you missed. Back to the races! Also, I probably should have gone to the bathroom. I'll do that next time. Dude, there is one more jewel race! Could we... Dude, could we get all the Chow emblems tonight? We might. We might. I'm seeing Mort up there above too, by the way, saying, have fun with your game, and you're lurking right now. Have fun out there, Mort. Thank you for being a part of the fun. Renzo saying, gotcha. Heard something was going on with the order command earlier. Did my Pikachu cocktail go through? I don't think it did, but let me check. Let me check. It looks like, no, unfortunately, it did not, Renzo. I currently have cocktail requests from Ryan, Kit Kat, Passamir Day, and Kid. Well, Kids is holy water. I don't have holy water. So, I only have Ryan, Kit Kat, and Passamir Day right now. But yeah, the command was a little broken earlier because I forgot to reset some variables, so my sincerest apologies. Ryan's saying that it's a massive QR code. The snake code was like 33 by 33, while Doom is over 180 by 180. Yeah, dude. Jade Novice saying, is that a martini? It is a martini! It's a dirty Gibson Infinitini. Because I learned that apparently a Gibson martini does not implicitly have onion brine in it. So I added onion brine to it, which makes it dirty. And I added enough onion brine to it for me to really notice. It's really not that bad. It's kind of savory in a way. I see Adam out there saying, I wanted to say huge thanks for making that Shadow Broker Teeny I showed your boyfriend who bought you the cocktail book and he was real happy you enjoyed it as well. Dude, a huge thanks back in your direction. I think, is that due to go out on the socials anytime soon? I edit all these cocktail requests as well, and I think that one's coming out soon-ish? Soon-ish? Oh, Shadow Broker Teeny. That's coming out in a while from now. July 4th. Look out for it. Even more so, I'll throw an even bigger thanks out in your direction because that cocktail was from the Mass Effect cocktail book, as you were sharing with me, and I don't have that book. I can't have all the cocktail books in the world, and one of the things that I love doing is to be able to see the recipes, specifically that are video game inspired, that are from other mixologists like myself. It's comforting in a way, and I like it. And I think that one might have been by... Cassandra Reader as well. Oh, no, it was by Cassandra Reader, and the only reason I know that is because... Clementine, you're doing great! You're doing great, you're doing great. Cassandra Reader also makes the Geeky Bartender, the first book here. She also has another drink that came out recently, another book that came out recently as well. This was my first nerdy cocktail book. And it was because, just to give credit where credit is due, years ago, one of my community members, Domstar, who was actually popping in here earlier and telling us about the good situation that they got going, they were saying that there was a potion from this book, the red potion, that I should try, and I found this at a box lunch store. And so it was one of my first nerdy cocktail books. I see Lord Cat on the Twitch side saying, you got the wrong impression, but I guess you can ban me here too. Bye. I mean, would you like to make your case, Lord? Because you are ban evading right now, which gives me total good reason to ban you once again. But if you'd like to make your case, let me ask you this. Please explain why you said that you live on Teenager Island. Are you a teenager? Or are you an adult that decides to hang around teenagers and live with them because that's even creepier? If you're a pedophile, get the fuck out. And if you're a kid, get the fuck out. Thank you for playing. But you are still free to make your case. You get one shot. Ryan being like, oh god, yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Renzo saying it's in? Let me check my thing. Number 7. There we go. That we do. Appreciate it. Lord saying, what? No, I pleaded guilty. Ban me. Alrighty then. You asked for it. Where's my command for this? There we go. Oh, hold up. I gotta do a thing for this. I forgot to check on this last time. Oh, man. Oh, you're making me pull out the big guns. That's okay. I give it willingly. Thank you for playing. Okie dokie. Holy being like, Lord about to pull out the birth certificates. Nah, we don't need to see it. Jay being like, Eminem, JC. I like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'll give somebody, like, unban requests are a thing here. If we did ban you incorrectly, you can feel free to reach out to one of my moderators. They are pinged they are in the Discord server. If you'd like to make your case, you may feel free to do that there. But like I said, if you break the rules, then you gotta be banned. And I will absolutely vibe check you. Caledonian being like, dang, we got the courtroom trial right now. I don't know what you want me to do. In all seriousness though, like if you are a kid out there and you're just not old enough to drink alcohol, or you're not an adult at this point, I don't want to like kick you out of here for life. Like, I got a lot of respect for people who want to pop into streams like this, and some people just kind of want to learn the craft. My suggestion, if you're a kid, don't say anything. Don't be here, right? And if not, come back later. Come back when you're older. I would love to be able to share the joy of mixology with the next generation of people, but for your safety and for our safety as well, that's why that rule is there. You never know what people might do when they're drunk. Always keep your safety top priority. Kit Kat saying plenty of power on lurking. Oh yeah, I love my lurkers. I like my lurker. Lurker appreciation right now, chat. Jay Novice out there saying, how much do they make an hour? Well, my moderators? Nothing. They do this volunteer ways. I don't pay my moderators. I don't make enough money on this channel to pay my moderators yet. But one day, they will have full benefits. Otherwise, we ban you too, just like the announcer. RIP. Ryan saying, I do have to say, the first stream I caught, I got muted because of a cocktail request that you made. Yeah, we're learning. We're learning. It's an iterative process. All right, Clementine's doing great with these challenge requests here. It looks like the only thing that we need to do is just give Clementine more food. Ryan, like he keeps his moderators locked in the basement. I mean, Anna's one of my moderators, and she is admittedly in the basement right now. Admittedly. But again, they don't get paid. Unlike these Chow here. I assume these Chow here are specifically paid to go up against Clementine. Renzo like, oh my gosh, the fabled dental. It happens. Oh my god, I just noticed. Clementine has literally a jewel on their chest. I love that. Feed the child. I will only feed the child when I realize I need to feed the child. And right now, I don't see anything that implies to me that I need to feed the child. Although eventually I will. Yeah! Clementine is super freaking intelligent. Jay Novice saying, what style of glassware is my favorite? I love stemmed glassware, with the exception of martini glasses. Honestly, I like being able to hold a drink like this. I like it because my hands are warm, and I'd rather warm the bottom of the glass than my drink. One of the advantages there. But I like drinks that have a proper edge to them, so that when I'm talking and moving my hands around, because I'm like 5/8 Italian, it's just kind of in my blood, that I don't spill it. Jay being like, I always pick the rocks glass, and I always spill martinis. Exactly. One of the detriments that you get from an old-fashioned glass or a rocks glass is that for the most part, where you hold it is going to warm your drink. But you know, for a double rocks glass like this or an old-fashioned glass like this, you know, you can always hold it from the bottom if you want to. And a lot of these drinks are served over an ice cube, so it keeps it cold, but might, you know, inadvertently dilute it over time. But if you're talking about a rocks glass specifically, just this single rocks glass like this one, you can hold this on the bottom like this, and you're not really chilling up your drink you're not really warming up your drink very much because there's enough glass on the bottom of some of these glasses to put enough of a thermal barrier between your hands and the drink. If it isn't served over ice, if it's not served over the rocks. Dude, Clementine is killing it right now. Chino popping in chat saying, "Sup, my G, how's the nice faring so far?" Well, things have been going pretty well. Had a pretty late infinity bottle, so I made myself a dirty martini. The Black Derby earlier today, which used this molasses that I picked up from the store the other day, was also pretty good. Unfortunately, had to vibe check somebody, but it was kind of fun. The way that it happened was kind of fun. So all things considered, pretty good. Chino, what about you? How's things going in your direction? Ryan saying, YouTube and my desktop just randomly stopped working. Anybody else? If you are on YouTube and the stream is dumb, and by that I mean it's artifacting, or it's cutting out, or it's pausing randomly, let me know. Let me know. Appreciate your feedback, Ryan. Jay saying Nick and Nora is a pretty close second. Yeah, Nick and Nora's pretty good. I like Nick and Nora glasses. I think I like... Do I have one of the glasses on me right now? I have a favorite... Oh, I have a favorite glass. In my collection of drinks, in my collection of glassware, this is my favorite glass. A coupe glass. It is rounded at the edges. It's rounded at the edges. It keeps the drink inside. I can swirl it around a little bit, and I can hold it at the stem. Those are my favorite types of glasses. They're kind of fragile. And that's the only one I have left because I broke the other one. You got this, Clementine. I believe in you. Leo saying was a little laggy. Appreciate the feedback. Kit Kat saying, I've noticed it's slightly out of sync on with Twitch. Not sure if that's expected, though. Possibly. I can go back and I can specifically look at... See, I have some modifiers in my stream setup. This is getting a little bit technical and behind the scenes. I have some settings in my stream settings to specifically make sure that the video that you are receiving is at the same latency, or rather the same point in time as the audio that you're receiving. And sometimes updates in OBS changes those things. Sometimes when I get new equipment here and I change around USB ports, it changes things, or if it switches cables. So if it seems like things are out of sync, let me know. And I can fix that. I can look into it. Kit Kat saying YouTube scene's about 3.5 to 4 seconds behind. Like, in terms of audio sync? Really? Let me double check my OBS real quick. We got any lag? I do know that there was predicted, because of the heat wave or whatever else, there's supposedly some thunderstorms here in Philadelphia tonight, but it wasn't supposed to go super late, evidently. Oh, Kit Kat's saying in video. Wait, okay. Oh, Kit Kat, you're on Twitch. You're saying YouTube seems behind. Oh, yeah. So there is going to be a difference in latency between YouTube and Twitch. There is always going to be that difference. So that's expected. If there's audio sync issues, as in like what I'm saying or the sound you're hearing and my video isn't matching up, that's something that I can fix. Otherwise, that's just kind of how things are. Ryan's saying that YouTube's working again. Entire website was just being a little bit funky. Okie dokie. And Renseo saying things are not lagging. Great, we got the whole crowd. It looks like everything's okay, but let me know. Kit Kat being like, IT person, I find this fascinating. My bad. No, you're good. Oddly enough, on YouTube, they have specific settings called ultra low latency, which is supposed to give you as live an experience as possible. And I have that turned on for not just the vertical stream, but also the horizontal stream. Agent 42, I appreciate your feedback. Also, if you want a martini, let me know. And let me know how you want it. But, I have ultra low latency turned on for both streams. And if YouTube isn't delivering it faster than Twitch is, it's just got to do with infrastructure on their end. Because I think my computer's doing okay right now. I don't see anything on my side. But sometimes when I don't see things on my side, it doesn't mean that there's nothing wrong. So that's why I rely on you guys' feedback. I'm working on limited hardware here. Anyways. Chino out there saying, you're perfect in my opinion. Streaming YouTube is just fine. Ryan saying vertical's off by like half a second compared to horizontal. Are we talking... If I can ask you to be a little bit more specific. Is it off like audio sync between my voice and what you're seeing? Or is one stream further into the stream than the other? Because if it's the latter and one stream is a little bit farther along than the other, that's on YouTube. That's not on me. for the most part. It can be on me, but usually it isn't. Vertical looking 5 from Chino. I appreciate, by the way, that we've got somebody in Twitch looking at this. We got somebody in YouTube vertical and somebody in YouTube horizontal as well. Ryan saying horizontal is about half a second further into the stream than the vertical. Okay. So, even more behind the scenes, right? So on YouTube, or excuse me, on OBS, I have, and this is, if any streamers out there want to multi-stream like I do, you can always ask me questions. We have a content creation channel in our Discord where I'm happy to reveal any of the details behind how this stream happens. I have 2 main plugins in OBS. One is a multi-RTMP plugin, and it allows me to basically say one scene collection gets broadcasted to multiple sources. So because of that plugin, I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. There's another plugin called the Aitum vertical plugin that sets up a whole nother set of scenes that are a vertical aspect ratio versus the horizontal aspect ratio. And that one can also go to multiple different platforms at the same time. That plugin is in charge of taking the horizontal stream, or rather its own set of vertical stream scenes, and porting them out to YouTube separately. Sometimes a plugin needs an update. Sometimes a plugin hasn't been updated at all. So the feedback that you guys give me on my end gives me some insight about what things might need changing and whatnot, so I appreciate it. Boy! Clearly, I'm as intelligent as Clementine is. And Clementine's totally killing it. So by the way, chat, there are only 2 more races left. It's this one, and the one that we need Clementine have just a bit more stamina for. That's it. And then, so just to give you an idea, we are playing Sonic Adventure 2 Battle until I get all 180 emblems. This is required for the emblems. I also need to do Boss Rush, and I need to do all A ranks in the final mission called Cannon's Core, which features every character except Shadow. So we're close. We're really, really close. Renzo saying, isn't Clementine like a parent of 3? Yeah, Clementine also has completely produced their own litter of children. Multiple of them. Eli being like, Clementine is the most intelligent creature. We try. Oh no! It's okay. The Chaos Chow might actually get caught. This is still pretty damn close. I don't have enough stamina to continue. Oh, you didn't get caught. Oh, neither of them got caught. No way! Dude! Did you see that? That was the last possible moment. Jay, you put your F in chat too early. Let's do it. There is one more race that Clementine needs to do. That was that was at the last moment. Dude, high five, bro. Absolutely. Let's do it. There's one more race that we need to do. And I know exactly how we need to do it. It is time to take Clementine back to the Chow Garden to feed them, because they need food, and I'm gonna feed them these moldy cantaloupes as you sleep, like the champion that you are. Look at that! Look at the medal! It's gold! Feed them all the steroids. 13 more emblems. That's true. Aziel, welcome in! You came in a pretty exciting time. Our champion is becoming even more champion by the day. So there's 2 other things that Clementine needs to do. There is one other race, and Clementine needs speed for that. Actually, Clementine needs speed, which Clementine can't get right now, but Clementine also needs stamina, which Clementine gets by eating food, which I really haven't been feeding them. I've just been giving them the souls of animal, but apparently the souls of animals are not actually that filling. And the other thing that Clementine needs to do is Clementine needs to beat up the other Chow in this tournament, the super tournament. Which means I think Clementine needs power. Clementine really doesn't want to eat right now. Wild. Absolutely loving it out there. Dude, big W's in chat. We love that. Red's being like, does that mean you could be done tonight? No, I won't be done tonight. It's possible we might be done with the Chow Garden stuff tonight. If we finish with the Chow Garden stuff tonight, I'll probably, will I call it? I don't know. It's 11 o'clock right now. It's really not that late. I'll be going for at least a couple more hours. If we do finish all the Chow stuff tonight, I will start working on boss rush mode. I don't know how much long that's gonna fare for me. Oh, it's the other mini games. We need to do boss rush, we need to do kart racing, and we need to do that final mission. So I want to say, let's see, if there's 14, was it 14 left? 13 more emblems. There's 2 more here in the Chow Garden, which means there's 11. 4 of them come from missions, meaning there are 7 accounted for. And I think there are 3, possibly 4 kart races. And then there's 3, 1 for hero mode, 1 for dark mode, and 1 for final mode, boss rush. And that'll be all 180 emblems. Chino out there saying, out of context, that was wild hearing you feed it souls. No, it literally is. That's literally what it's doing. Do you get the reference, Chino? I'll show you. I will show you me feeding Clementine souls. I don't have any souls right now. I have to go to Pumpkin Hill. Oh, you know. Okay, you do know. You do know. If anybody else doesn't get it, like, I'll show you. Like, I'm not afraid to show you what happens. It's a dog-eat-dog world out here. Imagine if you didn't know, though. That's fair. Renzo saying, gotcha. Unless it goes perfectly, there would be no way to finish tonight. Everything would have to go perfectly. Clementine is currently struggling even to eat the food that I'm giving them, which might mean that Clementine just might want more better food. Like, Chow have favorite foods, and Clementine's favorite food is the round fruit. And the round fruit cost money, but I also bought a round fruit seed, but unfortunately, nobody knows how to plant seeds yet because they need to learn gardening from the Chow classroom, and currently they're teaching Chow to sing, not to garden. Renzo saying, Chow are just cute dementors. They are. Agent 42 asking, what's Clementine's favorite drink? Well, Clementine's favorite drink, I would guess, is probably the juice of the round fruit. This one right here. Now, if you're asking about my orange peel bug, which has the same name but with an X in it, its favorite drink is sugar syrup. Simple syrup. And, you know, if you think about it, you could absolutely put a bit of sugar into the juice of the round fruit and then correspondingly use that to feed Clementine IRL. But I don't know what fruits are considered round fruits here. I was trying to find, there is a round fruit that I'm trying to figure out how to source. It's called the monkey orange or the natal or natal orange. The T. Strychnus spinosa is a scientific name, I believe. And haven't been able to find it yet. But it's for a drink that I'm working on. Ryan knows what I'm talking about. The monkey orange is an African native fruit, and you can get it, and apparently it does indeed grow in Florida, only because I saw a TikTok the other day of somebody who got a monkey orange from a fellow content creator based out of Florida who gave him the fruit. So if anybody knows what the monkey orange is, and you know where you can get one, specifically here in the States, so it's as fresh as it can be, apparently it comes in season around, I think it was October to February, I think? Somewhere around the end of the year, apparently. Chino saying, I live in Florida. I'll look into that. Oh, excellent. Excellent. I put out a message on the socials as well. Twitter, Threads, the other ones. All the other ones. Kit Kat asking, how long has your bug Clementine been going for? Sorry if you said it already. Mead is hitting and the brain is turning off. Oh, dude, I hope you're enjoying your mead. The, Clementine has been going for... I actually don't remember how long I've had Clementine for. I have stream records of me starting Clementine. But I don't know exactly how old Clementine is. I don't remember. A while back, I did an update for Clementine, specifically the Orange Bug Soda, and that was about 2 weeks before the Orange Bug Clementine was, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, double fermented. I was still learning about lacto fermentation at that point, but I don't remember, because this was my first lacto ferment, aside from also Ginny Baby, who's a ginger bug. Technically not a lacto ferment, at least not to my knowledge, but at least a few months old. Okay, look, Clementine's been going for months now. Swedish Chef, welcome back. How's it going? Pretty good. Pretty good. My child. Oh, hello there. Speaking of children, who are you? Frank? Yeah, dude, that's the kinky one. That's one of the bearers of Clementine's children. Clementine, I think, has 3 of them. Maybe 2? 3 or 4? I don't really know. I don't keep track of the bloodlines. A little bit too much for my brain to comprehend. But yeah, to answer your question succinctly, Kit Kat, Clementine, the orange peel bug, has been alive for months. I probably could have been a little more intentional about, like, labeling specifically when I started it. But at the time, it was an experiment to me, and I didn't think it was going to work. Essentially, to make a Clementine the way that I've got it right here, you take organic orange peels, preferably, peel them off of an orange, wash it off a little bit, run it under some cold water, and then dry them off as best as you can. Put them into a vacuum-sealed bag with 2% of the weight in salt, and then seal that bag, or seal that jar, or seal wherever you put it. It's possible that the wild yeast colonies on there will start fermenting and start eating, or the wild yeast colonies on there will also do their job. Typical in lacto fermentation, you add enough salt to create a saline environment in the bag, an anaerobic, meaning there's no oxygen, saline environment, meaning that there's a relatively high level of salt, and you kind of let that go. If you have a successful fermentation going, if you put it in a vacuum seal bag, that bag will inflate, and eventually you can take it out of the bag. And if you did it like I did, it didn't actually, because I used orange peels, there really wasn't much of a brine like I've seen when I've done lacto ferments with grapes before, when I've done them with oh my gosh, what was the other one I did? Oh, red bell peppers. But you could still put the peels into water, a sugar water solution, and it would continue to ferment even underwater. It was pretty cool. What the heck? Evidently, you're watching TV. I did not realize. We just got this, too, by the way. We just got this TV. No, you can keep watching it. That's fine. You can keep watching TV. You haven't really earned it, but... Oh, lunges! For Renzo. Thank you, Renzo. I appreciate it. Renzo saying, too, take a bite of it. What? Clementine? I could. But actually, what I want to do right now is I don't want to put... If I got a bite of Clementine, I would have to put my fingers or get some chopsticks and put it into the bottle, and I don't really want to do that right now. I might. Ryan being like, Vice headline, I took fentanyl and slept with a penguin? What? Is that an actual Vice headline? What is going on in the world? Wow. Kit Kat out there on the Twitch side saying, I was not expecting to get both a computer fix and a science fix tonight. Thanks for explaining. No problems. If anybody has literally any questions about how this stream comes to pass, or how the mixology comes to pass, if you have questions about the recipes that I've got, if you've got questions about mixology in general or cocktails, I am more or less an open book. I like talking about this stuff. And if I'm being honest, if I'm just mansplaining all the time, the stream goes by faster. Caledonian with the exercises, side crunches. Thank you. I haven't exercised in a while. Oh, I'm actually working out my core a little bit. Not that bad. Oh, Clementine, hold up. Oh, hold up. There we go. Huh. Yeah. There we go. Hydrate at the bar with an X. You know, when you're drinking alcohol, if anything, you want to make sure that your body is in tip-top shape to continue processing it. So drink some water and do some exercises. Admittedly, I could exercise a lot more than I do. About a year or so ago, I had a pretty solid exercise routine. I had a leg day, I had an arm day, I had a core day. And Anna actually gave me all the workouts for it. She put up a workout plan for me. It was very kind of her. But I completely fell out of it. And that's on me. Ryan out there being like 4 more points. 9996. Almost infinity bottle. I will say this, y'all. If you want, You are free to conserve your points for higher redemptions in the future. Because I have ideas. What are my ideas? Enough of this bullshitty smoke and mirrors. Cameron, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? Well, I have a whole paper for us plotting things off of. What does my paper say? What do my plans here say? Excuse me. What else could you possibly spend points on in the future? It says, X bugs. As in, you tell me what to lacto ferment and what to ferment in general to make your own bug with an X. That's an idea that I had. Infusions. Yes. Did you know that you can infuse alcohol with pretty much anything? If you do, and you spend points on it, then the infused spirit will have be a part of the bar stock for anybody to use, and it will be in an amount that is great enough that it's not just one cocktail. For example, if Ryan finally got that Maplewood vanilla infusion that I think he's been teased about for a little while, there would be on the website Ryan's Maplewood vanilla whiskey infusion, for example. Still working on a system for that. I've been reading a book on bitters. It'd be really cool if we made our own bitters together. That'd be pretty cool. What else do I have here? Cocktail competitions could be cool. We could all put our points together to run a cocktail competition within our community. That'd be pretty cool. And then naturally, we would run through all of the cocktails and we would pit them against each other here on the stream. Like that idea. What was that out there? I was saying chicken wing cocktail sauce? Possibly. Possibly. What else do I have here? It also says communal cocktail workshopping docs, but I've thought about that for a little bit, and I wouldn't put that behind a paywall because that's just a dick move, and it completely defeats the purpose. Clementine! Clementine? Keep eating. Eating is good. Eating is very good. Eli out there saying, how does your brainstorming and testing process for themed drinks work? That's a good question. It's a very good question. So, generally speaking, I will pick something about a character that has a basis in reality for flavor. And what I mean by that is, Kirby looks like a gumball. His drink would probably be based on bubblegum. Sonic the Hedgehog has a protein mix that is officially licensed with his name that has peach as his flavor. That's where his inspiration came from. Roxas, going back to Roxas for Kingdom Hearts. Roxas is apparently, spoiler warning, a basic, I'm gonna completely dumb it down. Roxas is kind of the soul of Sora in the body of Ventus. Ventus's name means wind. Wind to me has an association with tea. Sora is from Destiny Island, which features prominently the fruit of the coconut. So if you took coconut and tea together and you did a clarification like I did, you get Roxas's green tea, coconut milk clarified, bitter Negroni thing. I'll take other aspects about the character and I'll try to assign them to things. If the character has a color, I'll try to make the drink look like the color if I can. If it's not going to be manifested in the color, I could put it in the garnish. I could put it in the glassware. The papyrus drink that I did a while back during Undertale, the glassware that I have, I looked at it and I was like, it looks like Papyrus's head and it sounds like papaya. So I took that and I ran with it. So it really, really does depend. But typically, I will start with a recipe by looking at a character's appearance, their personality, their likes and dislikes, or their appearance, or their abilities. Because, like, you know, if you're an ice magician, ice, cooling, mint, otherwise, then I will fit it into a drink that already exists or some sort of template, and there's a bunch of different ways to do that. And then I'll just go back and forth with it. I'll workshop it over and over again to see what works. And I'll usually experiment with something that I'm working on at the time. Like, for example, when I was workshopping Shadow, I was experimenting with lacto fermentation for like the second or third time. So I was like, can I get a lacto fermented thing in Shadow's drink? And it didn't wind up working out. It was a little bit too sweet, a little bit too candy-like. Really didn't vibe with the whole edgy vibe. However, I'm working on a lacto ferment for Knuckles right now because it's possible that grapes, when lacto fermented, have a really intriguing taste, red or green. So I'm working on that right now and see what works. If I can get a solid mapping between multiple aspects of a character, whether that be their appearance, their lore, their likes, their dislikes, or otherwise, and I can make a drink that tastes good, that's usually what comes out of the bar with an X. Usually. I would say that, to state it succinctly, a bar with an X recipe is something that is faithful to the character concept or otherwise. and something that actually tastes good. Not too sweet, not too sour, not too bitter, not too anything. Somewhere that lies somewhere comfortably in between. And I am by no means perfect on this. I'm still learning. I'm very, very early on in my cocktail mixology career, and I've got a lot to learn, and I'm learning more every day. Rant over. Thank you for asking there, Eli. Solid question. I hope that answered it. If you got even more questions, I'm happy to answer them. Reviewed Tooth popping in on the Twitch side, being like, Cam pulled out the scroll. What do you think I do? I quit my job. What else am I supposed to do but think about you guys? Welcome in, Reviewed. Or Tooth, whichever you prefer. Cole saying, was there restrictions to what we can lacto ferment or restrictions towards infusions? Mostly limited to what I have. Mostly limited to what I have on hand. If you think about it, Cole, a lot of things can be lacto... Like, you can't lacto ferment alcohol. That just doesn't make sense. But if you were to try to... I don't know. I don't know whether or not you can lacto ferment something with cinnamon in it. I assume no, because there's no juice in it. But typically, it's got to be a fruit, right? Whatever's on the stock website. And the other thing, too, even to take that another step further, there are things that I can get my hands on within a reasonable amount of time that I might not have at the time, and I don't really know how to list that on the stock website yet, and I don't know how to implement that on stream. Like, I can buy grapes at the store, but I don't put grapes on the website because I don't necessarily always have grapes. But if you asked me on Monday, hey, can you get grapes? I can definitely get them by Wednesday. I just don't really know how to display that. And I also don't know how to display it in such a way that I can make the guarantee either, because I might not have the budget to buy grapes. I bought grapes the other day. I bought a bag of red grapes and a bag of green grapes, and it was $15. Like, what? Anyways, apparently the fruits are not growing right now, so I think we gotta go out, do some things with Knuckles, and then we come on back. I hope that answered your question, Cole. Condom infusion? Probably not. That wouldn't be edible. Although there are edible condoms out there. Anyways, I see Aziel up there. Sorry for the delay. With the Kirby, you gotta jug it, since that motherfucker be sucking everything up. Excuse my language. That's okay. I say fuck. This is not a kid's show. We learned that earlier with Mr. and/or Mrs. Teenager Island, who seemed to be rather salty about it. R.I.P. R.I.P. Ryan says, a duck walked up to a lemonade stand and said to the man running the stand, hey, bump, 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 got any grapes? And the bartender said, technically speaking, I've got grapes in my freezer, but I ground them up and I fermented them. If you're interested in something that's kind of a mixological contraption of otherwise, you can give it a try, but I'd have to thaw them. And the duck said, okay, I'll pass. Till the very next day, bump, 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 bump. And then the duck came back and he was like, can I have those grapes now? And I was like, I asked you yesterday whether you wanted me to thaw them and you didn't give me a straight yes or no, so like, no? And then the duck was like, aight. And then he came back the next day and he was like, can I have an Enzoni? And I'll be like, okay, that's an actual drink. We can work with that. But then another duck was just like, can you please kill me? Use my duck fat to infuse Roku gin and make me into a cocktail? And then I'd be like, I think there's an ethical dilemma here, but sure. Holy Roller being like, condom fusion with 99 bananas. I know that there are edible condoms out there, but I don't know enough about them, whether they're... Actually, wait, are they edible or are they just foods? I don't know. Alexa, what are edible condoms?
Sorry, I don't know that one.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't. You've never sucked dick before! Neither have I, but... I know how to use Google. Cole saying, in all seriousness, I want to do one of Doka's infusions here, but on a smaller scale with strawberry cream, lifesavers, and vodka, I believe. And that's what I'd love to build up to. Don't get me wrong, y'all. One of the biggest blockers to be able to do, if you're familiar with Doka Ryan's content, he's the guy who does, I put X in vodka for a week, or until something interesting happens. And technically it's X and Y because he uses various different spirits and whatnot. But I would love to do that type of content, but I am not a large enough creator to have enough income to be able to make sure that I have enough of all of the available spirits to infuse into something that I would also have to spend the cash on, and then to put it in a mason jar that is big enough for us to actually do stuff with. Previously, I had these very, very small vials that I used for a little while, and I really wasn't satisfied with it. I am collecting smaller containers. They're not as small as those vials are. They can fit about up to 3 ounces, I think 75 milliliters exactly. I want to use those for a very early concept for infusions. And then as we continue to grow down the line, when we've got more stuff, we'll upgrade to something a little bit bigger, and then the price of the infusion thing will correspondingly go up a little bit. Just in a sort of economical type of standpoint. I gotta consider these things for the longevity of the stream. Caledonian out there saying, gonna go hit the bed, but hope you all survive Pumpkin Hill, and thanks for the usual and talk. Absolutely, Caledonian. Thanks so much for popping in. It was a pleasure to host you here and be your bartender. Hope to see you again next week. KitKat saying, apparently Google Nests can answer by looking it up on Wikipedia. My, oh, a Google Nest. Yeah, that's different than what I got. I got a miniature Google Home. I got a Google Home Mini. That's the... And I guess I technically have Gemini on my phone now. Technically. Ozio saying, does Alexa have a boyfriend? Been seeing her around the bar for a little while. Saying, now she's kind of cute. No. I'm not Alexa's boyfriend. We have... I do not have I do not have relations with that Echo Dot. My wife would get very angry at me. And probably confused. And then I think I get a lot of really weird looks from chat. Not that I care about your weird looks, because I get some weird looks from chat anyways, and I'm uniquely my own, and I will not take that away from myself. But there are limits. There are limits. All things considered. But yeah, don't get me wrong. Cole, going back to your point about, like, Doka Ryan level infusions, I would love to get to a point where anybody on either of the platforms can say for however many points that they earn, I don't want to charge you for it, because that feels ridiculous to me, that you would say, I want you to put X thing in Y spirit, and then we can use it for cocktails down the line. Multiple levels of cocktail mixology. Like, to your point of the, what was it, vodka with the strawberry cream savers? Oh, strawberry cream savers and vodka? I would love to see what the heck we could do with strawberry cream savers vodka. And don't get me wrong, so before I kind of deprecated the accepting infusions things on the stream, aside from the rapid stuff like we did with the tea the other week, there are some ingredients on the stock right now that are specifically infused by some of our community members before I kind of dialed back on it a little bit. Cole, actually, your Milk Dud infusion in combination with Cow King's Milk Dud infusion, I still have it, and it is still on the site, and we can still do something with it. So you've got ideas of what to use those custom spirits. If you look up custom on the website, all of those custom spirits, including the custom ones of my own, will show up there. And I think I'll also add a keyword for chat. So you can search up chat, and it will also show up specifically infusions that were made from the live stream audience. Like the Milk Dud infused, I think it was Screwball and Malibu from Cole and Cow King combined, because they agreed to put it together. And then there were Razzle infused vodkas from my fellow mixologist, Amy Chow. You guys got ideas for what to do with those ingredients. That's why I provide the inventory site, so that you guys know what I got. Guys and gals the same. I don't know what your gender you orient as, but it's whatever you want. We're very open here. Cole saying one of the sad things that I'm not excited about is becoming a big creator, is that because it'll mean losing the personal aspect with chat. Yeah. Honestly, I'm afraid of that constantly. Especially, like, if I'm being honest, there are moments in stream that happens more recently now than it did previously, like more often than not now, that the chat messages are so fast and there's so many people that I can't respond to everything that everybody says, and I try my best to do that. But as you grow, that is just a necessary consequence. But we'll see what makes sense. The content will evolve over time, and this will always be a live streamed first type of channel, because I just like chatting with the people. It's fun. Cole saying, I think Anna would probably like that vodka with the strawberry cream live series. It's possible. It's possible. I actually got something in the other day, and eventually I will have something to announce in regards to it, but there are some potions on my website. If you look up potion, you'll see them. And although I'm not specifically announcing anything yet, the Bar with the Next has its first sponsorship. And I will eventually be putting that stuff into your guys' hands. But for now, you didn't hear it from me, but it is up on the inventory. Essentially, they are drink mixes. They are supposed to be good for focus. And they're sweet, and they're specially flavored. And you might recall in the Discord server and on the other socials, I asked you guys a cryptic question about flavors, and for the subscribers and members, specifically focus aspects. That determined this custom potion that is up there. And I will give more details on that when the time comes. But in the meantime, it's up there. And it's essentially flavor powder. Essentially. Kit Kat being like Chaos Gremlins? Possible. Possibly. Wait, Chaos Gremlin... Wait, is that an ingredient? I just realized we were talking about the infusion thing before. Is that like a thing? Alexa. That's fine. We don't have to talk about this now. We can talk about it later. Cole, like, is that what the poll was about? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I literally got these in the other day. You're not supposed to ask any more questions than you have right now, Cole. This is not technically public information. It is as it is as granular an answer as... this is as much as I'm giving right now. Yes, I update the stock. Yes, I sometimes doing it without telling you guys. Case closed. Kit Kat saying, oh, it was the gender thing, right? Chaos Gremlin as a gender. Why be guys or gals when you can be a Chaos Gremlin? There you go. Just let me know what your pronouns are and what we'd like to be called. And I think everything will be easier for everybody. Cole saying, nah, I'm asking every question in the book, except for that one. That had an exclamation point, not a question mark. Actually. Nah. Renzo being like, congratulations. That was cool. It was cool. Essentially, I had somebody reach out to me on one of my TikTok lives the other day, and I was a little skeeved out at first, but we came to an agreement. We came to an agreement. I will eventually announce it after the charity event. I will not be I will say, for the sanctity of what I plan on doing with it, I will not be answering any more questions about it. You can make your guesses if you'd like to, and I have given hints about what I plan on doing with the stuff. I'll be announcing those details after the charity events. And the charity event details are these, and I'm putting them in chat. So after the charity events, because we actually I will confirm, we had our first sponsorship here at the XbarwithanX. People actually gave us something. An actual business decided to give me actual bottles to do stuff with. And I have a system for how that is going to work. And if you thought you were like, ah, man, I can't get my cocktail requests in. No worries. No worries. Cole says, so where do babies come from? My vagina. Next question. Cole says, also, I have my own emotes. I don't think I ever announced them. Oh, you're right. I just realized. We've got a little Gort. And we've got, what is this guy? What is this guy? Oh my God, it's Frank. Holy shit, it's Frank. It's the Jazzer Pillar. Oh my God, I love that, Cole. It's Greg and Frank, both with X's. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Yo, the little baby's evolving. What is your name? What is your name? I don't know what your name is. Holy shit. Whoops. Ryan, like, Frank, question mark. Yeah. Frank is the saxophone playing caterpillar who sometimes pops in on the Discord server on Wednesdays. All right, we're going to watch. I don't know who this is. I think that's one of the unnamed children. So long as Clementine isn't dying, I'm happy. Clementine? Oh, you're still good. You're in the water. Oh, thank God. Oh my gosh. Uncomfortable Chow moaning. Always. Always, Ryan. Cole, I can't remember. How do you spell Frank? How do you spell Frank with an X specifically? I have an idea. Oh, are they done already? Sorry, I was taking notes. That's not canon. I'm not actually taking notes. F-R-A-N-X-K. F-R-A-N-X-K. F-R-A-N... What? Oh my God. Fuck is spelled with an X too. F-R-A-N-X-K. Don't worry about it. All right, chat. So we have an ad break starting in a little bit, by the way, about 7 minutes from now. I really, really have to pee, if I'm being totally honest. So I'm going to take a bathroom break. But in the meantime, I take cocktail requests on this channel. If you haven't put your request in already, I would love to see it. Let's see what I've got so far. In terms of the cocktail requests that I have so far, I have got the following recipes from people who have relatively valid recipes, at least from what I can glean from the letters alone. If you are here, if I say your username and you are here, please let me know, because I won't do your cocktail request without you. I have a recipe from Ryan, a recipe from Kit Kat, a recipe from Passamir Day, and a recipe from Renzo so far. Ryan is accounted for so far. Kit Kat, I think you're out there, but feel free to like raise a hand or say something. Ayo, there we go. I appreciate that. Those are what I got so far. If it is between Ryan and Kit Kat will get the next one because Ryan's made requests on the channel before. And then I had one from Renzo as well. I think Renzo's probably out there somewhere. Might be workshopping some cocktails, you know? Kit Kat saying, are we swearing off the blenders to be kind to Anna? Nah, it's not midnight yet. It's not midnight yet. I'll do it. Renzo saying I'm here. Excellent, excellent. This is what I'm gonna do. Anybody, because I really have to use the bathroom. Anybody who wants to make a cocktail request, you know the drill. It is !order. And we're gonna switch over to the bar and I'll take one of the requests by the time that I get back. But in the meantime, I'm gonna do this ad break and go take care of my business. That's what we'll do. Where is it? There it is. Anyways. You know the command. Actually, you might not know the command. It's okay. If you don't know the command, this is the command. And then the same command in capital letters. This is the command. Ryan saying, I'm gonna keep putting the same recipes in every stream until Cam makes it. Good! Hold me accountable. There's a fly in my martini. Get the hell out of here, fly. Get the hell out of here. Get the heck out of here. Freaking wacky. Welcome back, everybody. What did I miss? Twiddle's thumbs. Oh, I hope you did. Oziel out there saying, damn it, Ryan, all I hear is uncomfortable moaning now. Ruined my childhood. The splashing not helping either. Yeah, dude, it's uncomfortable moaning and splashing. It's okay. I'll take things outside. Nobody wants to listen to this stuff. I certainly don't. Wait, is Clementine still alive? Hold up a second. I gotta make sure that Clementine is still alive. Clementine can die. Clementine is kind of getting to the end of their life. That's when the insurance policy on the sports people's runs out, and we can't handle it. Okay, cool. Clementine's still alive. Nope, Clem's not dead. Clem is not dead. I know he's not dead. I know he's not. Anyways, back in here, we'll go over here. We'll go back to the bar. Do a cocktail recipe. I'm gonna put my recipe back up on the screen. Oh, that is not what I'm doing right now. Cole says Cam. Cam says Cole. And then we continue. Let me look at my cocktail requests right now. I've got 7 of them currently, and I'm gonna look through and see what we got. I know that Ryan is here. Renzo is here. Cole says he's got a cocktail, but I don't see it in my system yet. It's okay, Cole. You had the gourd, so you're not getting it anyways. I think we're gonna go with Kit Kat's recipe, because out of all the people I said, the only other folks who have a recipe in chat right now who haven't made a request before is Pasamir Day. If you're here, or Pasmir Day, Pasamir, I think that's how I was pronouncing their name, over on Twitch side. Pass, if you're not here, I won't do your request, but it's basically a gin Ricky. But it's a gin Ricky with maraschino cherry juice, which actually sounds kind of interesting. So if you're here, we could go between that. Kit Kat's recipe has got, Kit Kat's got a creamsicle, triple sec, orange juice, cream, grenadine. Ah, this is a blender drink. I like blender drinks. Stu's saying as well, there's an original copy written on a bar napkin, which includes white creme de cacao. I have no measurements, so measure with the heart. Oh, we'll figure that. That doesn't seem... So the only unknown recipe, the only unknown ingredient here is the white creme de cacao. Oh, I think that's pretty easy. So that is, we're going to go with Kit Kat. We're going to go with Kit Kat's recipe. I'm going to say yes to that. This is recipe number 3. Put that up on my bar. Got a drink from Kit Kat. So let me do a little bit of linting in the meantime. Kit Kat, stick around. I just want to make sure that everything looks according to your specs. So it's a creamsicle cocktail in a way. It's got triple sec. Oh, okay. We don't have any. Ooh, okay. No ratios, so we'll figure out our own ratios. But it's definitely got triple sec. It's definitely got orange juice. Hold on, let me go down here. Click my buttons over here. I need to add some things. If it's got orange juice, cream, grenadine, there's no base spirit in here, but it is a blended drink. So honestly, with drinks like this, so a lot of cocktails like to be built around the concept of there is a base spirit, which is something that is high enough in alcohol. Triple sec is not technically a base spirit. It's a liqueur. It's got a lot of sugar in it. But when you blend things together, it gets a little bit different, because when you blend things with ice and you make it more of a slushy, when everything is cold, you taste sugar technically less. Kit Kat saying it was your granddad's recipe. If you'd like to credit George. Oh man, your granddad George? Absolutely. Let me make sure that I get all my things here. I assume, when you say cream, I assume heavy cream. So I think that'll be good. I just realized that I should add a small... Actually, let me add a button to my stream deck real quick, because it'll make me more easily be able to type things out currently. Do there. Empty line. It's going to be this button there. Great. Get out of here, stream deck. Great. That'll be easier for me. Empty line. Cool. Oh, that's one extra. That's an extra space. Stream deck. Oh, I guess that kind of... No, I guess that does kind of work. Cloudbot is happening. Wait, what is happening? What is this? Streamlabs desktop? No, thank you. I don't want to do that. Okie dokie. This is an empty one. Ah, I see. Just gotta be consistent, Cam. Here we go. Cole, I see that cocktail request came in. Thank you. Got this one over here. Directions, blend with ice. So blend should be a thing. Kit Kat saying heavy cream would be my best guess. Great. I know heavy cream technically means something that, like, creams are a little bit different in, I want to say it's English culture than it is over here in America. So some people know exactly what cream is when they say add cream. I got heavy cream, so that's what we're going to do. I don't have any flavored cream or anything like that. Method, blend with ice. So we got that in there. Colsan, you're welcome. No, thank you. Serve with whipped cream and a cherry on top. Excellent. Garnish. Whipped cream and cherry. I like that. I like that a lot. And then, note, we got here from Kit Kat that there is an original copy written on a bar napkin that includes white creme de cacao. So we'll add that as another ingredient as well to figure out. Creme de cacao. Great. And I think I got all my notes there. No measurements to measure with the heart. We'll figure it out. We'll use our heart to figure out this one. Okie dokie. Kit Kat, can you let me know that all these ingredients look right on the screen? I'm going to populate this with the brands that I'm going to use. I'm going to use DeKuyper for this one. I've got Tropicana for my orange juice because I've got that pre-made. Heavy cream doesn't really matter. Grenadine. Ooh, here's another question I got for you. Do you know what type of grenadine this called for? Do you know if it was supposed to taste like cherry or taste like pomegranates? If it's the stuff that comes in... Hold up a second. If it is... Where's my grenadine? Down here. If it was served, like if this was served at like, you know, just a regular old bar, it's probable that the grenadine that they were using was this Rose's grenadine syrup, which if you didn't know actually is flavored after a flower. I learned this from Greg from How to Drink the other day, but grenadine syrup is not trying to taste like pomegranate. It's trying to taste like a flower. I don't remember what flower that is, but yeah. Please hold, I have a bottle. Indeed it was Rose's. Great, we're gonna use Rose's grenadine. Thank you for the clarification. That was Rose's with apostrophe? There we go. Renzo's saying, have you ever had dragon's cum? Dragon's cum? You mean like a Komodo dragon? I'm gonna let you answer that one. And if you're talking about a cocktail, no, I haven't had it. And then white creme de cacao, we got Mr. Stacks. Okie dokie. Now, everything can kind of begin. The music will be off a little bit. There is a problem with the music playing while I'm in another app. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle doesn't like that on my computer, so I don't let it have it. So we've got this recipe from Kit Kat. Oh, I forgot. This is from your grandpa. Requested by Kit Kat. Credits. Was it George? Was it George? George! Grandpa. AKA Grandpa. Excuse me. Grandpa. I see S over on the vertical side saying hand over cam for edits. What do you mean? You want my camera? You're literally, from my perspective, you all are inside of my camera, so you can just take it for yourself there, S. Welcome in, by the way. Yeah, have it. Take it. Go for it. Be my guest. Let's see. So, we've got this recipe from Kit Kat, their grandfather's recipe, actually, for this creamsicle cocktail. There's no ratios, but we're gonna try to figure them out. So, this calls for triple sec and orange liqueur, orange juice and orange juice, heavy cream, grenadine, and white creme de cacao. You're gonna get sweetness from the triple sec, you're gonna get a little bit of sweetness from the orange juice, you're gonna get sweetness from the grenadine, you're gonna get sweetness from the white creme de cacao. There's nothing in here that is going to counteract the sweetness that you get from all the sugary ingredients. Every single ingredient here is mostly sugar-based, aside from the heavy cream. So this is gonna be a desserty type blended cocktail. We're gonna make things work. When you blend everything together, I don't think it's gonna be super duper hard to get something that tastes good, but it might need some balancing in the end. And luckily, with the power of my blender, oh, here we go, buddy. Anything is possible. So I'll put Blenderx off to the side and also put my Infinitini, my dirty Infinitini off to the side as well. Visual Studio Code says, I don't have an extension for debugging. I'm not trying to debug. Did I click something? Oh, apparently F5 is the debug button. I learned that just now. There you go. Put you off to the side for a hot second. I'll put my Geeky Bartender book over here. David Andrade. Welcome back, David. Oh, there goes my fly swatter, because there's a fly here at the bar. David, I was just editing your cocktail requests the other day. I was thinking about you. Welcome back. Kit Kat saying, That's what's always confused me about it. I assume it was supposed to taste like a dessert creamsicle. Based off of the ingredients, I assume the same thing. So we'll see what works. If we were to assume that this is not intended to be not a dessert cocktail, let's just keep with the ingredients. Let's not modify it at all, but let's try to make sure that we get the flavor that we're looking for. It says creme de cacao, it says triple sec, which is orange flavored, and orange juice. I assume this is supposed to taste like an orange creamsicle with some accents of the orange creamsicle coming from the creme de cacao. I'm going to assume that this is going to be about a 3 to 4-ish ounce drink off the top of my head. So I think what we'll do is we'll provide most of the, liquid with the orange juice. We'll provide some from a heavy cream. It's not super acidic, so the heavy cream there shouldn't be any curdling or anything like that. And we'll accent with the creme de cacao. So I'm going to do a little bit of reordering here and re-ratioing just off the top of my head. I'll get some starting points here. I'm going to say that triple sec is probably going to be, I'm going to go an ounce on that. An ounce of triple sec. That's what I'm thinking. David being like, what about equal parts? If we do equal parts with this one, intuitively, I think the Grenadine is going to be overpowering. I think the orange juice is not going to be, I don't think we're going to get much of the orange juice. And I think the creme de cacao will also be overpowering, just based off of what I got so far. We'll see where we get. It's possible that where we land is more equal parts. It's possible, but I don't know. I'm just going with my best guesses, based off of what I got so far. I'll do 1.5 ounces of this orange juice. I'm going to do 1/2 ounce of this heavy cream. We'll do also 1/2 ounce of the Grenadine as well. And then I'm thinking 1/2 ounce of the white creme de cacao as well. I imagine this wants to taste like orange. Mostly. So that's what I'm going to try to get this with. David saying, you could be right on the Grenadine, may overpower it. For me, Grenadine is a flavor that sticks out a little bit, especially when you're using I say the artificial stuff, but I learned from Greg from How to Drink the other day that this Rose's Grenadine was specifically trying to taste like an ingredient that was present only, I think, before Prohibition, and it's not around anymore. It's a flower, actually, so it's not trying to taste like pomegranates. So, if it uses Rose's Grenadine, it is functionally a completely different ingredient. I'm ripping that from Greg from How to Drink. Based off of this so far, this is the recipe that I'm going to start with. So let's go with it. And I realize, requested by, I got some things out of order. Let me add the alcoholic ingredients on top. That's typically how we do things. The heavy cream in the middle and the orange juice here. I do have to grab my orange juice, so I do need to do that. Requested by KitKat on Twitch. Recipe by George, aka Grandpa. Actually, we'll leave that the way it is. Leave that the way it is. Let me go back into OBS over here real quick, studio mode, and just make things a little bit smaller. That way we can actually see what's on the screen. Okie dokie, okie dokie, okie doke. Wolfie saying Cam's gonna disappear off screen ever so briefly. I have my cocktail recipe. I have where I'm going to start. I need to grab orange juice. I have creme de cacao back here. I need to grab my triple sec, my orange juice, and that is... Oh, I need whipped cream. I don't have whipped cream. We'll make our own whipped cream for this one. So I'll make a whipped cream. I just gotta go get my orange juice. I'll be back. I have returned. Okay, for this recipe, I've got my Grenadine, I've got my orange juice, my triple sec. I forgot to grab because I'm a dummy. But I have it, and it's in a plastic container, which means I feel comfortable doing this. I caught it. Next we need, I got my creme de cacao down here, and... no, that was it. Triple sec, Creme de cacao, the grenadine. Oh, the heavy cream is over here. Woo! And I don't have any whipped cream, so I gotta make whipped cream. So that's what I have, one of these guys that will help me make whipped cream. Great. Am I in food and drink, by the way? Am I in the right category? Yes, I am. Okie dokie. Let us start this off. Okie dokie. This is built in our blender. So let's start putting things in my blender with an X. Go with this one. I won't plug it in until I'm ready to use it. So I'm gonna put this over here and just make sure it's in the right frame. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes good sense. Okie dokie. So the ingredients we have are triple sec, white creme de cacao, orange juice, heavy cream, grenadine, and ice. I think this is supposed to be mostly dessert based, so I'm not gonna add a base spirit at all. Instead, I'll start with an ounce of triple sec, because I imagine this is supposed to taste like oranges. So we're gonna try to make this taste like oranges. So start with an ounce of triple sec. And then I need to double check the total amounts on this. There we go. Let me check the total amounts. I had an ounce plus ounce and a half, 3 plus 4, 4? Yeah, there we go. 3 plus 1, 5. There we go. Wolfie saying, by the way, I got some spicy boba. Very good. Oh, excellent! When you say spicy boba, what do you mean by that, Wolfie? Do you mean like spicy like a pepper, or do you mean spicy like cinnamon, for example? I'm very curious. I've never had a spicy boba before. That sounds tasty. Let's see. This creme de cacao, I think, is gonna play accent to the orange flavors, so I'll only add about half an ounce of that. Alcohol. Oh, spicy boba, alcoholic, but I didn't realize you could do... Actually, I did know that you can make alcoholic boba. Well, actually, boba is tapioca based. I know how to make alcoholic agar which, balls, which is technically algae. I didn't realize that you could do alcoholic boba. But I guess the tea could be alcoholic, necessarily. Anyways. An ounce, well, not an ounce, sorry. Half an ounce of white creme de cacao. I would think that if you were making an orange creamsicle, that a little touch of chocolate or white chocolate wouldn't necessarily be out of place. Do we need more or less of it? If anything, one of the things that I try to do when I'm making a cocktail that I don't know the ratios of as well, I will dial back on ingredients that I think are a little bit more powerful because I can't take away an ingredient after I add it. So I know that white creme de cacao might be overpowering. The grenadine might be overpowering, but we already have a full 2.5 ounces of the orange flavored ingredients, so I don't think any one of those particular things are going to overpower, and I think the heavy cream there is mostly there for texture, which really doesn't matter what you add, because I don't have a reference for the texture that was specifically intended for this drink, especially because we're putting it with ice after the fact. So we'll do with what we got, and if we got something good, great. Okay, next we'll do an ounce and a half of orange juice. This is the pre-bottled stuff, so it should taste like orange. Probably. I'm seeing Oziel saying, I was awoken by a skunk screaming outside your window and is fighting a cat and was just releasing all this. Oh, ew, it's in your mouth! I do not know. Alexa? What sound does a skunk make?
I can't make that animal sound yet, but you can ask me something like make cat sounds, or what sounds do eagles make?
No. What did I say? An ounce and a half of orange juice? I might have accidentally put in an ounce and a half of triple sec, now that I think about it, because the 2-ounce side of my measurement jigger is wet. We'll go with it. If I am incorrect, I will adjust it in the edit. Go, an ounce and a half, yeah. An ounce and a half of orange juice. If it's not freshly squeezed, who cares? If you want to judge cocktails, go to r/cocktails. They welcome judging other people there. Anyways, what else we got? There we go. Half an ounce of heavy whipping cream. Heavy cream in general. We good? Yep, we good. Was it half an ounce of that? Yeah, we'll do half an ounce. Whoop. Yeah, dog. Wolfie out there saying it's the tea that's the alcoholic part. But I'll try the boba peels next time. I didn't realize that was even a thing. Kind of cool sounding. I've never tried alcoholic boba before. I'll save a little bit of this heavy whipped cream for a little bit later because I don't have whipped cream. I'm just gonna make my own whipped cream. And I'll do that. I'm gonna do that in between blending this. I think. I don't want to do that. I probably should have made the whipping cream first, but it shouldn't take that long. I think what we need for whipped cream is heavy cream, powdered sugar, and what else do we need? Water? Do we need any extra water in there? Oh, you can add flavor like vanilla extract. That's fair. I got some vanilla extract. That shouldn't take too long. That shouldn't take very long at all. David being like, funny that you did the sniff test to the thing. I figured. Agent saying you forgot the waddled away. Oh, I didn't forget. I didn't let that duck get away. Remember, it asked me to kill it and then put it into a cocktail. It didn't get a chance to waddle away. I eviscerated it. And then I drank it. At least in this whole analogy that we had going on here. You weren't paying attention! Anyways, then we need grenadine. All right. Then we'll do half an ounce of Rose's grenadine. Specifically. We're not talking about the pomegranate one. It's gonna change the color a little bit. Do I want a whole half an ounce of this? No, I'm having second thoughts. We're only gonna do a quarter of an ounce. I left that in the recipe. Do a quarter of an ounce of Rose's grenadine specifically. I don't think we want the half an ounce. I thought about that. Right before I put it in the container, I was like, I got a feeling. We can always add more later. I got a strange feeling. Let me go back to this recipe. I see Kit Kat being like, maybe start with a quarter. Yeah, dude. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Might just be for the color. It's possible. Might just be for the color. Okie doke. Agent like, damn, I was behind. Ignore me. No. I don't want to ignore you, Agent 42. No problem. No problem at all. Okay, let's put you over here. You're a dirty one. Wolfie's saying, can I get some grapes for the memory of the duck? I only have frozen grapes. And the ones in my refrigerator, so you can find your way down to the kitchen with the next, which is technically at least 6 feet under, as I've learned the other day, and you can have it. Okie doke. I don't know exactly how much ice we need to add to this, but we're gonna add some ice. Add some ice and blend this. How much ice? Again, I have no idea. But I'll tell you how many cubes I use. 6, 7? 7 cubes. That's what I'm using. Okie dokie. That's what I got in there. Like, I got my triple sec, got my creme de cacao, I got my orange juice. Just in case I did 1.5 ounces of triple sec by accident. I'm gonna say this out loud because it helps me with my editing later. 1.5 ounces of triple sec. I just needed the audio. Just in case. Alright, pop this on and give it a blend. Okay. Haha! Where's the liquefy button? Liquefy! Is that the consistency I'm looking for? Yeah, that feels good. Bradley, welcome back. Good evening. Making a blended drink tonight. Cocktail request from Kit Kat 5826. I dig it. Okie doke. We're gonna pour this into a glass. We're gonna pour this right into a glass and then garnish with whipped cream and a cherry, but I don't have any whipped cream, so I'm just gonna make my own. Real quick, let's add to a whipped cream maker about 2 ounces of heavy whipping cream. It's a dirty little thing. I hate it. Oh my gosh. Let me put this in my fridge. We also need powdered sugar. I forgot my powdered sugar. Hold up. Get my powdered sugar. I think I have some. Do I have some? Yeah, I got powdered sugar. I don't know how sweet this needs to be, so I'm just gonna do however sweet I want it to be. Do half a tablespoon of powdered sugar. I was a little bit shy. We'll see where we get with that. Put that down there. Put this over here. Will do. And about 2 ounces of vanilla extract. Or I say 2 ounces? 2 dashes of vanilla extract. That's what I meant to say. Wolfie asking if anybody out there is getting momentary stream issues. Let me know if you're experiencing problems. Cap this off and charge it with a nitrogen charge. Let it sit for a hot second. And then dispense over top of the beverage. Pop this over here. All right. Charge it up. Give it a little shake. I see David out there saying, before I forget, I made some homemade sangria slushy today at work, and it was awesome. Oh, dude, if you got a recipe, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. Okie doke. I'll let this sit while I pour the cocktail out into the glass. I'll grab my cherry as well, just to make sure I got it. I got some boozy cherries that I'm garnishing this with. That'll be perfect here. All right, what glass am I going to use for this? That looks like it's about... How many ounces? 400? 400? No way, dude. I'm just going to take a call glass and see what happens. Ooh, this will be cool. This will be cool. Got one of these ones. It's like made for milkshakes. Or whatever is in this thing. Whoop. Hello there. All right. Let's give it a pour. Ooh, there we go. I've got a little bit extra. A little bit extra, too. Hold up. Now let's do our whipped cream. Oh, that's a little bit... Ooh, hello. That's not as thick as I thought it was going to be. That is a very sad-looking whipped cream. Probably could have used a little bit of egg white in there or something else, or water or something. Let me see. Let me test this out, actually. I probably should have tested that out first. Is that very creamy? Oh, hello. Oh, that was it. That was it? Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Interesting. Only the bottom part of it was actually whipped. Add more sugar, says David. Add more sugar. Add more sugar. Well, I kind of want to get some whipped cream out of this, so... Hold up a second. It was actually my first attempt at making whipped cream, so it didn't work out perfectly. Sad whip, no point on top. That's okay, we'll try to get it right. It's all a learning process here. I've never actually made whipped cream with this thing before. I've made foams before, but not whipped cream. Let's try it again. I've got plenty of whipping cream. Let's give it another try. I did a half a tablespoon of sugar, so I'm gonna change it up. Yeah, get back over here. Where's my, I guess I'm using another one of these today. Let's see. Bradley's saying, I like using simple syrup so it doesn't clump together. Oh, that's possible. Will it also have the same, like, foaming effect? Maybe we'll try that. We'll add simple syrup instead. Heavy cream. I've got simple syrup that I just made today. Let's try that. Has whipped cream maker. Hasn't made whipped cream. Yeah, dude, I use it for other nefarious things. Because I'm a demon. That's fair. Yeah, add more sugar or whip a little bit longer. I guess we'll see what happens. Instead, I'll do 2 ounces of that heavy cream. I'll do an ounce of simple syrup. Or let's say 3/4 of an ounce of simple syrup. And then what else was I adding? Oh, it's the vanilla extract. The vanilla extract with the other part. I'll go a little bit more ham on the vanilla extract. This apparently could require a little bit of experimentation. That's fun. I learned something new today. Bradley's saying absolutely is foamy. Before I was at a liquor store, I was a barista for 10-ish years. There we go. I'll take your word for it. Let's do 3 to 5 dashes of vanilla extract. Make it nice and vanilla-y. See where we get with that. I need another nitrogen charge. There we go. Where'd it go? Where's my old one? Get it over there. That absolutely missed the pail where I was supposed to put it, but it's okay. Put this on top a little bit. Don't do it all the way yet. I know the drink is getting a little bit weird, but I want this foam. I really want this foam. And I really don't want to pull the drink over. Ugh. Oh my gosh. That's weird. Kit Kat saying, I learned a better way to make whipped cream. I'm grateful for others. Thanks, all. Yeah, dude, I'm learning here too. That's what the stream is all about. All right, let's charge it. Properly. Hopefully. There we go. I'm gonna shake this a heck of a lot more. And then see where we get with it. Okay. We'll do a test round first. Oh yeah, dude. Oh, that was much better. That was so much better. Thank you to everybody who contributed to that information. All right. Top that with whipped cream. Top that with whipped cream and a cherry. Yes! Oh, that was perfect! Boop. Oh, don't fall. Oh, don't fall. Boop. There we go. What a sexy looking milkshake. Oh, hello, it fell. Fine, I'll just do it manually. There wasn't a lot left, evidently. Right? Was that it? Was that it? There wasn't a lot left. Actually, that is delightful. Holy shit. Wow, that tastes so good. Come back here, you. I gotta try that again. Oh my god, yes. That cream tastes amazing. Oh. Nothing beats home whipped cream. All right, let me put my thingies away. All right, don't forget a straw. Do not forget a straw. Now, let me see if I can clean this up a little bit. It's kind of nasty looking in a way. I kind of mismeasured a little bit, but I learned a little bit along the way, and that's what it's all about. Am I a professional? Yes. Am I still learning? Yes. And I think any professional who says that they're not still learning is a pretentious asshole. Anyways. Cole being like, wait, Cam's cream is actually good? Cole, what the fuck? All right. Took us a couple tries. Look at what we got. Not that bad looking. Let's give it a try. Yeah! Oh, yeah! That tastes like an orange creamsicle! I'll say, the texture is not as thick as I might have been hoping it would be. The texture is not as thick as I was hoping it would be. But it is lightly orange. Or rather, it is undeniably orange and undeniably cream. There is just a hint of that creme de cacao that I get in there that's kind of striking me as vanilla from the whipped cream as well. It melds really, really well together. Let me try to sip a little bit from the top and see if I get anything different. I would say, texture-wise, it's a lot more like watery ice more so than milkshake, but I don't really know what we're going for here. But if the goal was this to taste like orangey, but with a little extra fruit note and a mild vanilla cocoa undertone, you've got that. You've got that really well here. The only thing that's off to me is the color. Like, if you handed this to somebody and said, this is an orange milkshake, I'd be like, it's kind of pink, actually. But it's good. But it's good. Oh my gosh. That's nice. That is really, really nice. I'm trying to pack that for... I want to unpack that further. I don't really want to, though. I kind of just want to enjoy it. And enjoy, I shall. That was a moonshine cherry on top, by the way, too. Obviously, there is probably some more workshopping that you could do with this to get exactly the right flavor and exactly the right texture by measuring out the ice, the blend time, and being a little bit more intentional with the heavy whipping cream. But I think your grandfather knew what he was doing. This is delightful. We should do more blended milky cocktails. Cheers to that. That's good. I'm working my way through it so quickly. Oh my gosh. Where's the rest of that cream? Hold up a second. I'm putting more of the cream over top. I need another bar spoon. Oh my god. Going through all my shit here today. Wow. Let's see. I'm seeing Bradley out there saying, I used to use vanilla syrup and whipped cream to get a quick whip. Super budget friendly and makes it very approachable. So what did I do with that one? 2 ounces of heavy whipping cream, 3/4 of an ounce of a 1-to-1 simple syrup, and 3 to 5 dashes of vanilla extract. I got a strange feeling that the only thing that was different was the amount of time that I shook the thing, because I thought that the whipped cream maker was going to do the job for me. I forgot that I need to add a little bit of extra elbow grease. That was a learning thing today. I learned a little bit today. That was really, really cool. Wow. Kit Kit out there saying, in this heat, that's probably wonderful. I'm planning to try it with your brother on Friday. Thank you. Maybe it was just a splash of grenadine. A splash of grenadine would work here too. Yeah. If anything, I don't taste much of the grenadine. What it's doing is extending the fruitier notes of the orange into a direction that is not... It doesn't not taste like orange. It tastes like orange. But it tastes like orange, but a little bit more... If you imagine the flavor of something being like a circle, whatever, it's got a bump off of it in the fruity direction. Honestly, I just ate the cherry, which is undeniably cherry flavored. And when I went for another sip, the cherry flavor felt just slightly accented from that second sip. But that was after I ate the cherry. Before I tasted the cherry, all I was tasting was orange juice. It's possible it's all working together. Flavor's a complex thing sometimes, but it's cool. Wolf would be like, the color discrepancy is my favorite part. Wow. Tiova saying, so what all have we made tonight? So what we made tonight so far, we did a blackberry cocktail in the beginning of the evening. We did a dirty Infinitini, a dirty Gibson Infinitini, because I garnished it with onion brine. And then this time was a creamsicle cocktail. We'll call it a red. I'm gonna call this a red-orange creamsicle. Because that's essentially what the color is red, and it tastes like orange. Red-orange creamsicle. You top it with cream and a cherry. There we go. It was an ounce of triple sec, or maybe an ounce and a half. It might have been an ounce and a half. I don't really remember. I don't think it's going to taste anything less like orange if you do, let's say, the full, just the ounce and versus the ounce and a half. I think it's orange enough as it is. If you add more orange to it, it's going to taste more orange. It might even taste not as much orange. There might just be like a logarithmic limit to how orangey it's going to be flavored. But it's really tasty. And also, that thing is one of my towels is absolutely spent right now. Okie dokie. I'm seeing Kit Kat out there saying that we lost Grandpa George to the Big C in 2012. We've been trying to make more of his recipes. Now that my brother's finally able to drink, this is one I've always thought my brother would really like. I really can't thank everyone enough for all the workshopping help. Dude. I am so happy to hear that. I am so happy to hear that we were able to do what we could to bring your grandfather's recipe to life. In memory of George. and a happy drink that he would have shared with the people close to him. Cheers. I love that. I love that. Let's see. What do I see out there? David out there saying I need to check back on the blackberry cocktails. Oh, absolutely. Wolfie's saying I would give this to my friend and say it's strawberry. Imagine the shock face. Yeah. If you told somebody this was strawberry, I think you could convince them, but it's not really strawberry. Let's see. 80 out there saying happy Pride Month. Right back at you. Colton saying what do I do? Whatever you want to, really. And Bloody Axe saying pink twink. If you got a recipe, hit me up. We got a command for things like that. But if you're being homophobic, feel free to let me know. Okay, I don't know why this... Oh, this cap came from the heavy cream. Let me put this back in my fridge. Tiovo out there saying, had to scoot some bottles over, was running out of space, and now I realized that I have a boatload of Maker's Mark rare... Oh, Maker's Mark. There we go. Big C is the reason why I have an undrinkable cocktail sitting in her cabinet tonight. Ooh. I assume that Big C is cancer, by the way, right? That's my thing. That's my thing. There he goes. There he goes. There he goes. Colton asking, what does homophobic mean? Google it. Use Google. I assume you have hands and feet to type on a keyboard. You don't know what that means? Probably a good thing, all things considered. Anyways, let me clean out some of my, my measuring majiggers are very, they're dirty right now, so we're just gonna deal with what we got. I don't really feel like cleaning it up right now. My thing is closed, thing enough. I see Colton out there saying, what are feet? I am cripple. Vibe check, buddy. Vibe check. Get out of here. Thanks. Can I click the enter button here? I really wish I could. Can I oh my gosh, I hate YouTube. Vertical, I need more moderators sometimes. Oh, no, never mind. I didn't want to do that. Okay. Hold up, I made a boo-boo. I did a boo-boo. I was trying to time you out, not hide you. Oh my gosh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry about that, Colton. I was meaning to time you out because I'm vibe checking you, because it seems like you're being an asshole. Anyways. Kit Kat, if I didn't say it already, thank you so much for sharing your grandfather's recipe with us. I'm sorry that he is not yet on. There's not on this earth anymore. But evidently, he left a couple of things behind him that we could continue sharing with the others, which I think is kind of cool. Anyways, Bloody X being like, "R.I.P. Colton." Nah, that's okay. I just muted him for like 30 minutes to think about what he's done. If you are actually a cripple out there, I'm sure you could have stated it in a way that felt a little bit less jokey, or a little bit more considerate. Anyways, let's get back to the game, shall we? I appreciate Kit Kat for the cocktail request. Oh, and before I forget, I can click this button, and it sends the recipe straight to the Discord server. So now, if you guys want to know what the recipe was, it's in the Discord server, and it's right there in the live updates channel. Because I have that implemented now. Thank you very much. Let me unplug my blender and make sure we continue. Big ol' thanks out to Kit Kat. Here's to that. My condolences, Tiovo. Tiovo saying too, me and the best friend lost somebody close to us last night. Oh shit, dude. I didn't realize that. I didn't catch that message earlier on. My sincerest apologies, Tiovo. If anything, I'm gonna give big props to the folks who are left behind. One of the hardest things about losing somebody is continuing to have to exist on without them. But if anything, what we can do is revel in the good memory and share what good they left in the world with more people. And that is exactly, I think, what we've been doing this evening. Which I think is very, very cool. Okie doke. I'm gonna take my Infinitini and put that away. I'm gonna eat my cocktail onion because I like it. What else have we got going on out there? Let me see. Tealva's saying we plan to have a drink tomorrow. I imagine it's going to be a very, very long night sitting around the fire. Hey, dude, everybody's got their way to cope with the situations. And if we can do it in such a way that makes us feel at least a little bit better with the people that we choose to spend our time with, I'd say that's a win in my book. Never mind, welcome in. How's everything going? Things going pretty well. Had a couple of vibe checks this evening so far, but I think we're all good now. I'm just cleaning up from this most recent cocktail request from Kit Kat. It is a mildly alcoholic, creamsicle, slushy type milkshake thing. It's a little bit less on the milkshake side, because if I'm being perfectly honest, I do not know enough about milkshakes to make a damn good milkshake. But it was pretty good. I hope you're doing well yourself. All right, let's continue raising a champion. Tiovo out there saying that the folks that you lost, this simple cocktail was 2 parts Maker's Mark, 1 part soda water with scotch as a floater. There we go. It's basically, it's like a whiskey highball. It is a whiskey highball with a little bit extra whiskey. A little bit of scotch on top. If I had to ask Tiovo, do you know what kind of scotch he preferred? Are we talking like a smoky single malt? Or something a little bit smoother like a blended? Never mind being like, sounds perfect for hot weather. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a good point. This is a very, like, this had a lot of ice in it, and it is quite cooling. It is hot enough here in Philadelphia that I decided to roll my sleeves up because I kind of get hot when I'm underneath my camera lights and whatnot. In addition to that, I also am wearing shorts today. I'm not wearing pants. My legs are showing today, chat, but I won't show you. I won't show you. I'm not that forward. Ozzy, I'll be on like, how many times did you vibe check tonight? It was just 2. It was just 2. I see Colton popping back in on the horizontal side. I see you there. I see you there. You're on thin ice, Colton. Just making sure you know that. In any case. TLV being like, he enjoyed Glenfiddich 21. Ooh, nicely aged scotch. I have not had the pleasure to try a Glenfiddich. At least I don't think I did. At least I did. Colton's saying, what did I do? You popped in here and asked what homophobic meant, and I have a feeling that you know what that means already, and it's not my job to explain it to you. You also said, what are legs? I'm a cripple, which to me felt like an incredibly derogatory term. That's what you did. Thanks for asking. I appreciate being able to explain it to you. Holy Roller being like, wolf whistles. You mean like whistling at Wolfie specifically? What kind of Wolfie would you do? Wolfie being like, only good and respectful vibes. At least we try. At least we try. Yeah, for anybody else who pops in here regularly, if I say that I'm vibe checking somebody, I just caught a vibe from somebody that felt very, very off-putting, derogatory, bigoted, or phobic. Or I just didn't like them. If I ban you from the channel, by all means, you can feel free to message our moderators and say, please unban me and make your case. But, like, if I'm not cool with you here at my bar, I can kick you out. And if you're threatening the other people that are here too, or would otherwise do stuff that would make them uncomfortable, I can also kick you for that as well. But by all means, if anything, what I try to be is I try to be honest about it. And I hope I was honest enough for you, bud. Anyways. Bradley out there saying Glenfiddich did a cool bottle called Fire and Cane that was like a Scotch-based fireball. Oh, interesting. But it was like a cinnamon flavored, right? Because Fireball tends to be a little bit more cinnamony, you know? Kit Kat saying, I think the wolf whistle was at the excellent choice. Oh, was the excellent choice of... Oh, I see, like a good Scotch. I think I see that there. I think I see that. Holy Roller being like, it was at my nice legs. Obviously. I see Hassan out there saying, hi there. How you feeling tonight? I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Had a couple of boozy drinks this evening, but I'm in good company and I couldn't ask for more. What about you, Hassan? Hassan, or otherwise. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Welcome to the bar with an X. Bradley confirming that the Glenfiddich Fire and Cane was cinnamon-based specifically. That's interesting. But I guess it was a Scotch-based cinnamon, as opposed to whatever blended whiskey, or even whiskey at all, that they use as a part of the Fireball repertoire. I'll be honest, I don't know as much about Fireball as I probably could. To my I don't exactly know what goes into Fireball whiskey. I imagine it's a blended whiskey of sorts. Hassan out there saying, I am on Richmond, Virginia. As in you're on top of Richmond, Virginia? That's pretty cool. Maybe there's like a high-rise building, like a high-top bar or somewhere in Richmond, Virginia that you're just living at the top of right now. In which case, dude, the high-riser lifestyle. Gotta respect that. Ozzy being like, the customer is not always right around here. Oh, absolutely. Dude, if you pop it on my chat and make it seem like you're being a dick to people, even the people who are not here, get out. Got a lot of stuff happening on the YouTube side tonight. I do see that. We love more bar goers. Tio was saying that a Fireball has a single barrel as well. Yeah, I think I remember seeing that. I was doing some research. I think one of the cocktail recipes recently had a drink with Fireball whiskey as a part of it, and I was looking at their socials, and I didn't realize that they had a barrel pick. Was it barrel pick? Yeah, single barrel of Fireball. I had no idea. I kind of want to get my hands on it, but, like, it's Fireball. But it's also a single barrel, you know? I see Sourpuss out there on the YouTube side. Yo, welcome to the bar with an X. If I can get you a drink or a drink recommendation, hit me up. We're all about drinks around here. Currently, I'm sipping on a drink request from our friend Kit Kat over on the Twitch side. And if you want that recipe in chat, you are always welcome to type !sips, S-I-P-S, and it'll print whatever is currently on my screen right to your chat, in case you want a drink or cocktail recipe or otherwise. I self-identify as a cocktail mixologist. And if that doesn't make sense to you, Google it like the last guy. But I'm happy to answer any questions. Bradley's saying that Fireball is a blended whiskey beverage with cinnamon and sugar. Sazerac Company. That makes sense. Tiovo saying above, Pappy. Oh, I saw something about a Pappy. Was it Pappy Van Winkle? Closest thing I have for 21 year is Pappy Van Winkle 15, so suppose that will suffice. Ah, it was small batch. I see that. Sounds good. Somebody actually on Instagram the other day was like, you should add Pappy Van Winkle to the infinity bottle. And I would. I'd make it an option. But, you know, I don't have any Pappy Van Winkle right now. Waiting on my YouTube paycheck. Wolfie out there saying, Cam, I'm still looking for alcohol that's coffee without grounds. It was not successful. Wait, what? I'm still looking for an alcohol that is coffee without the grounds. Alcohol with coffee without the grounds. So, like, am I reading that correctly, Wolfie? Like, you want coffee liqueur, but you don't want something that's got, like, grounding flavor in it? Because you can pick up a coffee liqueur if I'm interpreting that correctly. Oddly enough, I was doing some researching a while back, and I was looking at coffee alternatives, and supposedly chicory roots can be used as a coffee substitute, and some mushrooms too, but I don't know if any liqueurs that would be able to give you the same fix. Oh, excuse me. Bradley saying, Fireball single barrel must be kind of rare. I love small single barrel plicks. That would be really cool. I'd love to get some here at the very least. See a couple of folks out there in chat, including David and Bradley, talking about Pappy, but E.H. Taylor is kind of awesome too, saying David. I haven't had a chance to try them. I know there's a whole world of bourbons and whiskeys and scotches and, oh man, dude, it's a whole world. I've had a couple of folks in this chat that have specifically tried whiskeys at like a whiskey bar in particular, and I've always been curious to go to a whiskey bar to get like a flight of Manhattans or a flight of Old Fashions or just a flight of like whiskey highballs just to like sample all the different things. Actually, one of my friends recently went to Scotland for their honeymoon, and they brought back to me, it's not on the stock website because it's my personal bottles, but they brought me back a variety pack of aged scotches, which I thought was really cool. I do not know what those aged scotches are off the top of my head. They're in my private stock. I don't want anybody touching them. Some bottles that I have here at the Bar of the Next are private. I don't tell you guys about it. Because, you know. I see Nevermind up above, an agent on the Twitch side now. Welcome for going quantum. But Nevermind saying, what are your thoughts on Tom Holland's non-alcoholic beer? Have you tried it? I didn't know about it, actually. Do you know what brand it is? I did not know that Tom Holland produced a non-alcoholic beer, or like sponsored it, like some of the celebrities have done these days. If you got a brand, Nevermind, I've never heard of it. But I'd love to know about it. David out there saying, get some Bib and Tucker. Very good bourbon. David, if you don't mind, I do track anything that somebody winds up suggesting with that ! Suggest command. If you haven't done so already, I would love for you to put that Bib and Tucker in there so I can keep my eyes out for it. So many different types of whiskeys, y'all. I walk into the whiskey section of the liquor store, and I'm very, very, very slowly figuring out what the hell is going on. It's a lot. And Clementine keeps on sleeping! Oh my gosh, dude. Wolfie saying, debris to hopefully add to the infinity bottle. Oh, you were asking about a coffee liqueur to add to the infinity bottle that is eligible because it doesn't have all the things. Oh, yes, Wolfie. I just picked up another one the other day. It is infinity eligible. This is Camorra coffee liqueur. It is, I thought it was tequila based, but it is not. So yes, I do have that. I do have a actually, I specifically bought a coffee liqueur because I got the impression that folks in chat wanted to add some more coffee flavors to the bottle. I want more coffee flavors to the bottle because I like coffee, I like cocoa, I like caramel, toffee, the flavor, the roastedness. Oh man, I love it. I'm seeing Not So Subtle on the YouTube side, not so subtly saying that I am so handsome. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'd say the same back in your direction, but all YouTube is giving me is just the letter N, and the letter N is pretty cool. But like in some cases, the letter N stands for not cool, but I beg to differ. So as much as I can possibly do, with the context that I have, I put it out there. Put it out there. Excuse me for a second. Thanks. Thanks for playing, Donald Duck! Anyways. Never mind saying, yeah, I think it's his brand. It's beer, Barrow. B-E-R-O. If I can get Clementine to specifically eat this food and not just walk away from the situation, I will look that up right now. Because I'd like to. Kit Kat saying coffee with banana might be pretty good too. Oh, I agree. I agree. Coffee with banana. Let me see. You said it was Tom Holland's non-alcoholic beer company. Grug, welcome in. Welcome in, Grug. If I can get you a drink at the bar with the next, let me know. I'm an alcohol guy. I tell people I'm a cocktail mixologist, but that doesn't make sense to some people. I am an alcohol guy. You want alcohol, Grug? I got you. Vodka? I got you. Whiskey? I got you. You want Tom Holland in not-so-alcoholic form? I can't necessarily provide. But I'm looking into it. Non-alcoholic beer. Wolfie saying next round, I'm going to add some coffee to the infinity bottle. Oh, dude, I look forward to it. Yeah. Did Tom Holland make a non-alcoholic beer? Beero, Tom Holland's non-alcoholic beer brand. When British actor Tom Holland shifted to a lifestyle of sobriety and balanced living a few years ago, he missed having something great to drink. And he made Beero. Cool. I didn't know about that. Clementine, where'd you go, champion? Oh, you're just sleeping. It's fine. That is fine. That is fine. Give back anybody. There you go. Fancy a free tote? A free tote? Sign up for our newsletter below to stay in loop from exclusive releases to behind the scenes. Plus, you enjoy a free tote when you create an account and place your first $50 order. Yeah, I don't know if I would put a... I'm not going to spend the $50 on a non-alcoholic beer, but... Not for now. But I will follow them on the socials so that I can keep up with it. Oh, do you have socials? Oh, please tell me you have socials. Yes, they have an Instagram and a TikTok. Oh my goodness, followed. It's Tom Holland, he's beautiful. 24,000 followers on TikTok. My goodness, twicing my numbers. I love it. I love it. Grug saying alcohol tastes good. I'm a caveman, so I don't know. Oh, dude. Well, welcome to the 21st century. We have many alcohols for you to choose from. If you ever want an alcohol, let me know. I will pour you 2 alcohols. You will enjoy it. If you like the alcohol and you say alcohol tastes good, I've got good alcohol for you, my friend. Good alcohol for Grug. I think we'll start Grug with some grog, which is rum-based. I'm thinking a nice molassesy Demerara rum. What do you feel about that, Grog? Do you know what a Demerara is? Do you like rivers and sugar? You'll like molasses rum. Hamilton 86. Grug say no? Oh, okay. Well, feel free to provide more details. David's saying to Greg and or Grug, you want tequila? He got it. You want vodka? He got it. You want his soul? Yeah, that's not up for debate. That's not up for sale. Not yet. Tiovo saying out there, I also may have picked up a bottle of vodka made from ingredients from the Chernobyl exclusions. What? But for beer, Tiovo likes Delirium Tremens. Interesting. Yeah, again, if anybody's got suggestions for things that I should get here at the bar with NX, that's what that command is for. Because I can't guarantee to remember any of this. And as I've mentioned before, especially when it pertains to people blowing bagpipes and what it means to blow on those bagpipes, I need reminders. Reminders. Bradley saying we have big craft brewing. We have a very big craft brewing scene, and even breweries that specifically do non-alcoholic beer, like Tuesday Brewing. Interesting! I'll say the thing that gets me about, in general, non-alcoholic cocktails or non-alcoholic spirits or non-alcoholic beers is that it appears to me that there are some places that are specifically trying to sub in the alcohol with something else, like something that is spicy or something that is bitter, for example. I don't know. I'm under the mindset, and I've never actually had a non-alcoholic beer before, so it's something for me to learn as well, because I've never actually tried it. But I would think that if you're doing like a non-alcoholic beer, there is enough flavor in beer itself, because beer typically isn't that high in alcohol anyways, that you can sub in that flavor without the alcohol. It gets a little bit different when you got something like a non-alcoholic spirit, because a non-alcoholic spirit is a lot more alcohol. And so when you do something like a non-alcoholic rum or a non-alcoholic tequila, or even a non-alcoholic vodka for that reason, if it even exists out there, it seems that they try to sub it in with some other flavor or some other flavor component, some other like component on the palate that just isn't alcohol. Like something that's spicy or something that's bitter, for example. Grog out there saying that I like worms, snails, and bananas. Well, I would imagine if you put 3 bananas in a blender with your choice of snails, your choice of worms, I would recommend taking the snails out of their shell first, depending on how much you like your crunch. I'm gonna say a little bit of ice too. Get a little bit of cool on top of it. You get a nice fruit smoothie. Oh, dude, Grug, if you've got cocoa beans where you're at, a little bit of cocoa beans, banana, and those the slugs and the worms together, I think might make a pretty damn good mix if you blend it. Blend only to the level of consistency that you think that you would enjoy. If you like it a little bit more chunky, I leave that up to you. But you gotta get a blender. I think that's the only thing. And I think there's coffee shops that I bet if you ask nicely, they might let you use their blender. Although the worm factor might mean a little bit more of a charisma check, all things considered. All right, Clementine, we're gonna send you back into the races. There's one more race that Clementine needs to complete. And it's this jewel race. And I think Clementine just needed a little bit more stamina, but we kind of overkilled it. Oh, also, apparently, we've got ads starting in a little bit, so I'm gonna run those a little bit early, just so it doesn't interrupt the race, if that's cool with the folks on the Twitch side. Thank you in advance for supporting the bar with an X. Grug on YouTube saying how to make a blender, get something that's sharp and spins really, really fast. That's the best thing I can suggest for that. Jordan Lee, welcome back. What did you miss? Let's see. We vibe checked a couple of people because there are a couple of folks in chat today that are being a little bit spicy, or rather a little bit young, I guess. We had 3 cocktails so far this evening. The first one was a Black Derby cocktail. The second one was an Infinity Dirty Gibson Martini, and I'm sipping on this red-orange creamsicle cocktail right now, the Sips drink that's currently on the screen. This is a request from KitKat on Twitch. It's a recipe made by their grandfather, George, apparently left on a napkin somewhere. We kind of brought it to life, and I kind of like it. How are you doing, Jordan? Welcome back. This is Jordan Lee, specifically, not Leo, who used to be Jordan M. Got different folks with different names around here right now. Bradley Smith on the YouTube side saying, I love bourbon, heavy cream, nutmeg, and a good blend with ice. Heavy cream shouldn't curdle with bourbon. That isn't cast strength. Yeah, it does kind of depend on that. Bradley saying too, oh, we're all talking about Grug in chat right now. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Tiova saying basically a lawnmower with a container on top. Yeah, that's exactly what this is, essentially. Let's see. Nevermind out there saying, in terms of the non-alcoholic spirits, I'm assuming that without alcohol, you're losing a lot of the alcohol-soluble flavors, which is why people aren't too fond of non-alcoholic beers, but apparently Tom's brand is pretty close to real beer. Yeah, I mean, there's a thing to be said. There's a thing to be said about alcohol being soluble for certain substances and water being soluble or being a solvent for other substances. It all kind of depends. And not all flavors are able to be conveyed in water. Not all flavors are able to be conveyed in alcohol. Not all flavors are able to be conveyed in oils, for that matter, too. So we got to do it a little bit of science to put things together. One of the things, and I haven't researched this very much, is you can take all of the flavor of coffee and put it into a spirit with none of the color. And apparently one of the ways that you do that is you do an infusion of coffee in oil, then you do oil in alcohol to get all of the flavor of the coffee over, but none of the color to make a totally clear, transparent espresso martini. And I imagine that same level of order matters to that would apply to certain types of spirits and certain types of flavor, depending on what those flavors are. But alas, you know, it's a lot of specificity, you know? Let's see. I'm seeing Do521 saying, Sammy Classic Sonic fan. Is that you? Nope. I'm Cameron with an X. That's what it says on my profile. Are you? Welcome in, by the way, Do. Jordan saying, my friends also call me Hyena because of your laugh. Would you like me to call you Hyena? I can certainly try for it. I might forget, but that's fair, that's fair. Tiovo saying, Buffalo Trace is a bourbon cream that solves both ingredients. There we go. Kind of emulsifies it together. That's what we're talking about. Bradley out there saying, we love a grug here. Big love to you, Wolfie. And Grug saying, what are the ingredients I will try to make? If you're looking for recipes from chat, they can answer that from you. But I think the last thing that I thought of was cocoa beans, banana, the worms, and the snails. Snails deshelled. I don't know if you want the shells in there, but it depends on what you like. All right, let's get back to the races. I think Clementine's got some. Never mind being like, a clear coffee martini would be a cool magic trick. I remember seeing a video from Cocktail Time with Kevin Kaz about that process of coffee grounds in oil, oil in spirit. Spirit now tastes like coffee. Spirit is still relatively clear. I haven't tried it yet, but I've been wanting to, because a while back, I wanted to do a coffee beverage that was blue, and you really can't get blue if there's yellow or brown in a drink. It just doesn't really work. So I've been meaning to give it a try, but I hadn't. I'm seeing Jordan Lee saying that would be funny. What, the hyena thing? I'll try my best. If I can remember people's names, I try my best to. Preferred names, that is. We're living in a world right now, again, not getting political with this, so we're not going to dive too deep. But we live in a world right now where apparently it insults people to have them have to call you something different than what you want to be called. And that seems totally fucking backwards to me. So if you want to be called Hyena, I can call you Hyena. The best as I can. Let's see. Bradley's saying that Buffalo Trace Bourbon Cream is apparently kind of amazing. I tried Ezra Brooks Cream, and it was chocolate and kind of nice. I have not had a chance to try a Brooklyn Cream as of late. So that's something I'd probably try to get my hands on at some point. I don't typically try to find cream liqueurs because they're not eligible for the Infinity bottle. And a lot of the purchases that we've made at the Bar with an X, at least recently, have been specifically Infinity eligible things because that's the stuff that people are asking for. But every once in a while, I find a couple of things. All right, dude, you got this, dude. Let's see. Tiovo saying, going on the bourbon trail really opened your eyes to how wild the flavors of bourbon can be. Oh, dude, I envy that. One of these days. Bradley saying, I'm in Canada, so we have a lot of rye creams. Bourbon is tougher to get. I waited a long time to get Eagle Rare and Blanton's. All right, that was unfortunate. I think if that guy in the front can get trapped, I think we've got this. I think we're just going to brute force this. I see Jordan saying, I go by a ton of nicknames: Hyena, Ramen, Fox, Dan. Street name was Rice Rat for a little while. Okay, well, if you want a different name, let me know what you got. Jordan's cool. We can go with that. If you want Hyena, that's cool. We had a first person in chat a little while back, Protogen, aka Glitchy, was like, what about a name that only you would know me as? And we came up with Glitchy, I think, together. I can only try my best. I'll try to remember. Just call me whatever. You got it, Hyena. Sometimes I'll call you Hyena, and sometimes I'll call you... Although I'll probably go for the former. Just a little bit easier. Wolfie being like, was Glitchy here? No, I haven't seen Glitchy recently. I hope they're doing well. If you do happen to see Glitchy, I got that rain can of white gummy bear energy drink, and I've been waiting to crack it open for when they come on back. I hope they're doing well. Let's see. Bradley out there saying, I'm okay with people letting you know how they want to address, which would make sense to me, you know? I think of it this way. Nobody out there right now has seen my birth certificate, and I don't think it's any of your business. So who cares? You also haven't seen my driver's license. You also haven't seen my mail. So, for all intents and purposes, I'm Cameron with an X. And I think that's cool with me. Grug saying, it is very tingly on my tongue, but it's real good. I think it's the snail. That's possibly. Grug, have you ever had escargot before? I'm not sure if you're aware that is, but apparently the French like to cook up snails and eat them. And sometimes even eat them raw. I like snails. Personally, I am a fan of escargot. Clementine, go. Yeah, that's right. Clementine, you escargot, dude. Greg's saying, no, never had escargot. Oh, if you ever find it, it's pretty good. At least in my opinion. Never mind saying that hyena laugh may or may not have woken up my dog. I am so sorry. Hyena saying, my friends keep saying my driver's license picture kind of looks like you're a gang member. Hey, dude, could be a sexy gang. Could be a totally legal gang. But it might not be. I gotta think, off the top of my head, if we're talking about the whole animal analogy thing, I could totally see a hyena running a gang. What? Was there no hole in the ground? I don't think there are any holes in the ground here, actually. Wow. Alrighty then. See, the problem that we've got here is I can't raise Clementine's speed stat any higher. I can't. So this is as fast as Clementine is going to get. So I have to say that we have to rely on RNG alone specifically for this race. And I think we can do it. I think we can do it. Bradley out there saying, if you say you're Cam with an X, I'm more than happy to call you that. Big love all around, whatever name fits you best. My name is Cameron with an X, but you can just say Cameron. It makes it easier. Or Cam, or CamX, or whatever. And for the sanctity of the conversation and its completeness, I go by he, him pronouns, and I identify as a man. Thank you for asking. And you are absolutely welcome to share the same. If I caught onto your, for anybody in chat, if I caught onto your pronouns, I try to use them. Otherwise, I try to remain as gender neutral as possible. It's 2025, folks. Let's have some respect for people. Tiovo out there saying, it's just like that blue dog. What are we talking about? No, Clementine! At the beginning? Oh my gosh. No, that's rough. We gotta start over. We've gotta start over. Ugh. It's okay. With patience, we will make it to the top. I personally don't want to go through all of the effort to feed Clementine more food for more stamina. And I don't really want to have to raise another Chow with all the speed stat. Not gonna work. Not gonna work. Grug saying a hyena broke into your home and tried stealing your food. Jordan, was that you? Scary. Scary. I see Coaster popping in saying, is that a milkshake that you're nursing on? It's actually a cocktail recipe. If you want it in chat, Coaster, type !sips. We do alcohol, cocktail mixology around here, and sometimes mocktails. But if you're ever wondering what I'm sipping on, typically, you can get it in chat by specifically writing !sips with whatever recipe is on the screen right now. Which in this case is the red orange creamsicle. Buddy, another fail at the start. A red orange creamsicle from Kit Kat on Twitch. I see the victims of Rewrite saying, do you know who Rewrite is? Yo, you the Sonic Rewrite? Yeah, I know who Rewrite is. I assume the victims of Rewrite would imply that you were in fact one of the victims of Sonic Rewrite, like Tails who fell into the water. Welcome in, Rewrite. Unless I should call you anything else. If you're coping with your fate, it's possible you might need a drink. And I am a bartender, and I can provide. Victim saying, don't play Rewrite games, not worth it. Appreciate the tip, but I might do it anyways. Let's see. Bradley saying, the best form of AI entertainment. For all this stuff? Bluey? Wait, are we talking about Bluey or Blue's Clues as AI? Oh, man. Oh, man. Tiovo saying, if I remember correctly, there was a race in... Oh, Majora's Mask the Blue Dog. It always lost without mods or other cheats, but recently they got a fully legit Blue Dog win. I think I remember seeing that article, Tiovo. It was something along the lines of, if you waited a certain amount of time, the Blue Dog could win. And it might have been like a random number generator thing. I remember seeing... Again? Dude, I think Clementine has been drinking. That's 3 times in a row. Wow, dude. Wow, dude. That's wild. I'm seeing Hyena, aka Jordan, saying, I only steal food from my girlfriend or my family during the holidays. But is it really stealing if you had the permission to steal it beforehand? It's a family event, right? Tiovo saying, somebody cut Clementine off. That's technically my job. And if you think about it, I was feeding Clementine a lot of fruit, and it's very possible some of that fruit was fermented. This might be my fault. I didn't do it on purpose. Will Clementine trip for a 4th time? Greg's saying that you tried a recipe recently. Dried out mangoes, watermelon, and the rare giant snail. Cool. You took it down 3 months ago. Does that mean it's still good? It sounds like it'd be pretty good. I don't know what a giant... I've never had a giant snail before, but if they taste anything like the regular escargot snails, I've got to think, could you make a cocktail recipe that specifically utilizes escargot? I think the answer is yes. But I don't know where you would go with that. Like, I don't know enough about escargot and snail to know what kind of stuff they got going on. I imagine they have proteins. I assume that you could fat wash with... Yes, Trip, you fucker! Sorry, that was very mean of me. I am so sorry that you got caught in the giant snail slime. But I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, I feel like, could you do an escargot cocktail? No, Clementine! Buddy. David saying, I volunteer as tribute for that cocktail. Dude, one of these days. One of these that you made me think, David, that sometime in the future, I would love to do a Bar with an X pop-up for some of the more interesting cocktails we've made out of here. Also, look at this guy just absolutely pushing Clementine forward. This is beautiful. It's gonna change in a hot second, but this is some incredible RNG. This is some incredible RNG. Wow, dude. Bradley saying escargot could be a garnish. That's kind of fascinating. Oh, it could definitely be a garnish. I'm saying it could be in the cocktail. Man. Hyena saying, who said I had permission to steal the food? I stuffed half a turkey and at least 2 gallons of craft beer in your backpack. Okay. I might have been inserting a couple of things there, but, you know. Also, Grug up above saying, evidently, very good. The worm is spicy. The older, the better. The older the snails, the better, or the older the worms, the better? I need some clarification there for the recipe. I see Diamond out there saying, hey, what happened to the raid redeem? It's still there, I believe. Let me double check real quick. Oh, check that out. There's no raid redeem. What happened to it? Hold on. You're absolutely right, Diamond. What the heck happened to the raid redeem? Where's the raid redeem? Oh, I turned it off by accident. All right, I fixed it. Thanks, bro. Welcome back. Welcome back. Tiovo saying, random side note, I found a local-ish distillery called Rod and Hammer. They're peach... I feel like I've heard of Rod and Hammer before. Maybe. David saying a pop-up would be pretty awesome to do and get people to interact as well. One of these days. One of these days. I need more recipes. I've only got like 70 so far. Okie doke. Clementine has completed all of the races. Let me double check this. I think Clementine is our racing champion. The only thing that Clementine needs to do now... Yeah! Bradley saying Rod and Hammer. Did I heard that right? You did. You did. Rod and Hammer, apparently. Kind of local-ish to Tiovo. They come in big square bottles. Wait a minute. Rod and Hammer. No. No, I'm thinking of... There is a bottle that I got in my collection called Hotel Tango. It comes in the square-looking bottles from the front. But they're not squares themselves. That's fair. That's fair. Let's see. I'm seeing Hyena saying, Christmas was kind of hectic when I just ate most of the pies, but just didn't eat the top crust, so they didn't notice anything. There you go. You just eat everything beneath, and then they won't be able to see. All right, chat. The only thing that we have to have Clementine do now is just beat the fighting arena. I don't know whether we're going to be able to do that, but we're going to give it our best shot. Grug out there saying, for snails and regular worms, the younger ones are the better, but the giant worms, the older, and you're currently hunting a giant snail as well. Oh, that sounds intriguing. I'm so intrigued by this concept of snails in a cocktail, dude. I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna see if I can find anything suggesting that you can use escargot in a cocktail, or whether or not there are any established recipes that utilize it. Because I am so incredibly curious. And we'll do that while Clementine is fighting. Escargot cocktail. Not like a shrimp cocktail. 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 Escargot recipe. Escargot classic recipe. Escargot and parsley. Please don't get dunked on. Wait a minute. Greg, weren't you talking about watermelons before? There we go. We've got a fighting snail. We've got a fighting chance. I said fighting snail because I saw Greg speaking. Massive snail. Escargot. I want a cocktail. Bourbon escargot recipe. Hold up a second. I found a lead. Let's see. Bradley's saying, gotta look up Rod and Hammer. Hope we get him here. America doesn't always share their best beers with Canada. Yeah, no, especially some of the localer stuff. Tiovo saying, I love Rod and Hammer cask bourbon. If y'all come across their peach whiskey, I highly recommend nabbing it. Tiovo, if you haven't suggested that, exclamation point suggest. If I can request it. If I can request your suggest. I would love that. Dude. Grug being like, it's a massive snail. Dude, you got this. Oh my god, I need that. Hold up. Clementine needs to be awoken. I was looking at this escargot bourbon. Bourbon escargot. In this recipe, according to bourbonblog.com, I use just a slight amount of bourbon to affect the nuance. Normally when spirits are cooked with, they are flamed in order to reduce alcohol prevalence. Petite Greek snails drained. Butter. Flat leaf pastry. Oh, and bourbon. Okay. Yes! Oh my god, I got so worried for a second there. Wow. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Tiovo. I saw that request. Okay, this person used bourbon to cook the escargot, not the escargot to put into the bourbon. It just already got your attention, Bradley. Dude, I'm intrigued. No! Oh, your name is Wacky. I guess that makes sense. You get him. Yes! Okay, you're also dodging. That's unfortunate. Just keep clicking the button, Cam. Look for escargot cocktails. Escargot is quintessentially French, isn't it? You say, but escargot is a delicacy. Best escargot cocktail. I feel like escargot cocktail is being confused with like shrimp cocktail. Oh, adult bar. Escargot cocktails. Hold up a second. Adultbar.com/.au. Australia. Oh, Clementine. I am more interested in the snail cocktails than I am in this battle right now. Oh, I don't know about this site. Escargot pearls. Vodka and caviar snail. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like this might need a little bit more engineering. Oh, R.I.P. He needs more power. He needs more power. Oh, Clementine. He needs more power. Yeah, this recipe here on adultbar.com/au says 2 ounces of vodka, 1/3 ounce of roe caviar snail cocktail bread or walnut oil. That's one ingredient. Roe, like fish eggs. Roe caviar snail cocktail bread walnut oil. I'm gonna send this site to the Discord. I warn you, this is not a secure site. It is an HTTP, not HTTPS. I'm putting this in live updates. This is what we're talking about right now. Escargot cocktails? Wild. Oh my gosh. Wow. I'm seeing Bradley said, I absolutely want to try to cook with bourbon and snails now. Now I do too! Man, Tiovo out there saying I posted the bottle on the drinks channel so you'll know what to look for. I appreciate it. Vincent out there saying that he pissed on himself today. Congratulations. If you need a drink, hit me up. And Hyena saying I'll eat any delicacy at least once. I agree with that. Oh, man. Wolfie saying that you're getting some hiccups and delays. Oh, my gosh. Anybody else experiencing hiccups or delays on the YouTube side? I'm going to check my OBS real quick, and it looks like everything is great. You're hallucinating. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. It's probably completely valid. That was just my gut response. What the heck was... Oh my god, what was I doing? We need power. Clementine needs power. And power is what Clementine will get. Clementine wants power. We'll give him power. Wolfie's saying, I need more drink. What do you want? What do you want, Wolfie? Whatever you got, I got it for you. You just say the word. You want liquor? I got you. Vodka? I got you. Tequila? I got you. Just listen to what chat said. They said I got you. I do got you. I do got you. Hyena saying, is the milkshake your second drink for the night? Number 3. It is the first cocktail request of the evening. I had my pre-game drink, I had my infinity drink, and I had my, this is my first request drink. It's pretty good. I don't think this has a lot of alcohol in it, to be perfectly honest. It's very low ABV. Relative, well, it had the triple sec in it, and the white creme de cacao. Yeah, it's relatively low ABV. Not that crazy. Grug saying, I used a rope to capture the snail. Dude, you're using your ingenuity and your unique ability to utilize tools as a homo sapien. Or homo neanderthalis. I don't exactly know what type of sapien you are, and it is not my place to judge. Wolfie saying, I'm heading to rum and coke. Rum and coke? What kind of rum you want? Just say the word. I see NF on the YouTube side saying, hello, daddy. Hello there, son. Choke you? No thanks, but I can drown you in alcohol if you'd like. But you gotta ask nicely. Pick your poison there, NF. Pick your poison. Jordan out there saying, oh, excuse me, Hyena saying, I spoke too soon. I'm spiking crazy over here. Now, let me take a look. Let me take a look. You were on what side, Hyena? You're on the vertical side? Everything's looking okay on my end, but it's possible that we got small bumps every once in a while. It's possible it's your internet connection. I have no idea. I don't know. Cole saying, I made a cocktail that describes Frank's home called the Enchanted Forest's Delights. NF, I'm just letting you know, if you keep making comments like that, I'm gonna kick you out, because it's kind of weird, and I'm kind of uncomfortable by it. You have made the bartender uncomfortable. That's vibe check worthy. In any case. Where is Clementine? Where is my champion? Hello, champion. Grug saying, how do I get out of the shell? I think, do you have a hammer or anything, Grug? You could probably bust your way out of the shell, all things considered. Or just use your Neanderthalic strength to break free. AKA, just like, hit things. Oh wait, that was the giant snails thing, right? Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Wolfie saying, I'm not sure types, but I'm hoping for a dark style. Well, Wolfie, if you'd like, you are more than welcome to put !rum in chat, and it will send you to the stock website, and it will show you all of the rums that I have here at the Bar of the Next. And that applies to anybody else as well. If you're like, oh, I wonder what whiskeys he's got, type !whiskey in chat. You're like, I wonder what kind of soju's he's got, type !soju in chat. I've got very specific commands for this type of stuff. Just in case. We are a mixological community, you know? Tiovo out there saying, I have an ancient bottle of 151 rum. Well, what makes it ancient? Thanks, Sam Wolfie. No problem, no problem. Let me see. Jay up there being like, kids thinking they're edgy, but just kind of cringe. No, that's fair, that's fair. I think of it this way. I've thought about the proper way to get the message across to some folks who pop in chat who talk about wanting to see my feet, or wanting me to piss on them, or wanting me to spit on them, or choke them. And you know it's a very easy way for me to get what I want out of it? I say, yo, you're making me uncomfortable. And I think if anybody pops into somebody else's stream, says something, receives I'm uncomfortable, and continues doing it, that's a very easy sign for me to say, great, I don't want you here anyways. And I think that applies to a bunch of different contexts. But I digress. Hyena saying butterscotch rum and Coke goes hard. Butterscotch rum? Do tell. You mean like rum infused with butterscotch? Hyena 2 being like, if you're gonna do all that, just like get an OnlyFans. That's why I don't have one, not yet. Shoulder squeezes. There we go. Tiova's saying that this 151 ancient run that you got hasn't been open since like 09. Oh man. Do you know what, like, do you happen to know what brand it is? Is it like a Bacardi or something else? Greg saying, I melted gold into a shiv and KO'd the snail. What should the recipe be? I've never worked with escargot before, so it'd be guesswork on my part. I would think, if anybody wants to work with escargot, I would imagine that what you'd want to do is you could take that escargot and either you can char it or you can just make sure that it's food safe. Put it in some alcohol. You might be able to blend it together because you can blend certain things together to impart flavor. Strain it out if you're doing the blending. You can char it ahead of time. You can grill it ahead of time. You might be able to season it a little bit ahead of time, or you might want to add the seasoning after the fact in the form of tinctures just to have more control over the flavors. If I had escargot and I was going to infuse it into a drink, first of all, I would take the whole container and pour it in an Everclear or something, and then correspondingly dilute it after the fact. I might blend it, depending on what I'm going for, and specifically filter it out after the fact. I don't want chunky escargot. That's probably where I'd start with it. Although some recipes I've seen for the escargot involve butter, so it might be cool to take the escargot and blend it with some butter for like a sort of butter-washed snail spirit or something like that. If I had to try it, which I kind of want to. No ball, Clementine. Only... Actually, we're going for dogs right now, so no dogs yet. Silva says, Bacardi. Very, very old Bacardi. Dude, it sounds so cool. Hyena saying, if you infuse some rum with butterscotch syrup, it is magical. Magical. When you say infuse, this is going to go back to just a small nuance that I've got about using the term infuse. I would say that if something is dissolving in a solvent, the solvent being alcohol and the thing being, let's say, dissolved is either a syrup or a candy, I wouldn't consider that an infusion. I would consider that to be like flavored or dissolved. I mean, I guess you know what? I guess if you had to call it something else. Nah, I guess you could call it infusion. I don't know. To me, the word infusion feels like it's supposed to imply that what I've put into my solvent is being removed from my solvent. I don't know. It's just it's a small new. I've talked about this on stream before, and I don't quite have. I don't quite have a proper articulation for it yet, or an articulation that I'm happy with. Greg saying, back in my house, what would be the recipe? See what happens when you put the snails and the spirit together, and let me know how that tastes. That's where we'd start with. Nevermind saying, somewhat related, but ever thought about making a Patreon? I have thought about making a Patreon. I don't like the idea of a Patreon off the top of my head, because a Patreon requires people to leave their platform of choice. So if I said support me at the bar via a Patreon, that would require people on YouTube to go onto Patreon. It would require people on Twitch to go onto Patreon. It would require people on TikTok to go onto Patreon, versus subscribing on TikTok where they're comfortable, membering on YouTube where I imagine they're comfortable, or subscribing on TikTok where they're comfortable. My goal is to make this as seamless an experience as possible and meet you where you're at, not to necessarily bring you where I'm at. The only exception to that is when I'm on TikTok and I tell the folks on the TikTok lives that, hey, I have a show on Twitch and YouTube. It's because TikTok's policies specifically restrict alcoholic content. If I do alcohol on TikTok, they're like, great, good job, you've been restricted. Your live stream is no longer visible and discoverable. And that defeats the, like that, I can't grow that way. So I don't stream on TikTok. I don't stream this type of content on TikTok. Instead, I do dishes on TikTok. And certain other exception-based content to try to make sure that we bring that part of the community in. Because I don't really want to leave anybody out if I can. Bring it on back. Cole saying Frank now has a Frank 75. Oh, French 75, Frank 75. Oh, dude, I like that. I like that. Love the wordplay. Wolfie saying we were looking for some good snacks, aka want some chocolate now. What I got? I've got a bottle of Creme de Cacao down here that you can get, Wolfie, if you can reach it. It's on the bottom most layer. It's right in the middle. Clear bottle. Kind of looks like a thick wine bottle in a way. Mr. Stacks is the brand. More being like, dishes are important. It's true. These are the dishes that I've generated during these streams. Like, just to state it outright, if you guys want to watch me do dishes, it's on TikTok. And I typically do it on Tuesdays and Thursdays because I do the dishes from the bar streams that happened today and 2 days ago. Honesty. Greg out there saying, doesn't taste very good, the snails thing. I smell colors, what's happening? I'm hearing things. Oh, you probably got the wrong snails. I'll say this, for the mixologists out there, if you've got something that you're working on, whether it be a snail infusion or otherwise, and you find that, hey, I put it together and it didn't taste good, or it didn't taste right, or something tastes off, specificity is going to be your best friend. I'm not telling you that you should tell me all the details that you use, but if you're trying to get advice from folks in the mixology world, I would say keep track of your recipes. Keep track of the time that you spend blending things together, exactly how much you're blending together, the heat at which you're blending things together, if you can keep track of that stuff, as much details as possible, because I work, personally, I'm speaking from my own personal experience, the more details you can provide me, the better idea I have of what you're doing. Like, simple syrups can be made in a ton of different ways. You can put it in a blender, you can put it in a jar, you can use a 2-to-1 ratio, you can use a 3-to-1 ratio, you can use different types of sugar, you can use different heats, you can vacuum seal it, you can infuse it. The more details, the better. And sometimes those really, really tiny details do help in taking a drink from to ooh. Like when I was doing Shadow's recipe, I had some syrups with the red bell pepper that I did with just regular white, unrefined, white granulated sugar. And I didn't really like it. Compared to the Demerara sugar, it took that drink from, to, ooh. So that's the language I speak. Hyena saying, do you have an infuser machine? I use mine to combine syrups and liquor and sometimes juices and liquor. I don't know what is considered an infusing machine. I'm curious, what do you mean by an infusing machine, Hyena? Because to my knowledge, what would be an infusing machine? I haven't heard of that before. I imagine that's probably just a machine that I'm just not familiar with. Infusing machine. Infusion machine. For weed. Oh. Infuser machine. Dopamine infuser machine. Food infuser machine. Food infuser machine. What does it do? What does it do? I'm not really getting a good answer. What does it do, Hyena? Interesting. Tiovo out there being like, I think How to Drink does a pretty decent job with some in-game characters and items. Oh, yes, dude. I love How to Drink. I was saying on Monday, How to Drink is one of my biggest inspirations. I see Official popping in on the YouTube side. Hello and good night. Apologies for turning in late. You never need to apologize, dude. Hope y'all had an amazing stream and that y'all are having an amazing rest of the stream. See you all on Monday. Never need to apologize for popping in late. I appreciate the fact that you pop in even ever so briefly. I hope you're putting yourself and your health first. Cheers off to you, Official. We'll see you on Monday. Let's see. Wolfie saying, is the trip getting to Grug? The tripper potentially? Oh yeah, I think he might have died. He might just be knocked out. I hope you have a good trip, Grug. Hyena saying, mine just combines liquids together where it just gives both traits of it. Interesting. Alexa, what is a food infusing machine?
From Alibaba.com. Infusion machines are important to intravenous or therapy, within the product to administer fluids, electrolytes, and nutritional support to patients.
No, that's an intravenous machine, not an infusion machine. I'm really curious, actually. I'm going to write on my board to do research on an infusion machine. Oh, hello there. My markers are not good. Where's my big marker? Where'd my big marker go? Oh, where did my big marker go? Oh, man. Ah. Ugh. Infusion machine. Nope, it's still not. Oh, infusion machine. Machine. Liquid plus liquid equals question mark. That's what I'm putting there. Jay being like, marker, hardly know her. Got him. Only time I'm making that joke this stream. Grug out there saying, I blacked out. I'm never trying giant snails again. Well, I guess we learned from the situation. By the way, just a message for the folks in chat. Totally okay to roleplay, but if you're distracting the conversation, I'm gonna let the roleplay happen in chat. Cole saying, my Enchanted Forest cocktail uses pine needle syrup. Oh, you know what, dude? Oh, Cole, you just reminded me. When I went back to my parents' place the other day, I wanted to pick up mint, which I did, and I'm trying to grow it, and it's still kind of dying. But I wanted to pick up pine needles too, and I didn't. And I can't believe I forgot to. I want to bring pine needles back. I want to bring the pine needles back with me so I can dry them, so I can add them to the bar stock. Also, there are a set of gardens near the BarWithAnX. And not only is it growing figs right now, they're not quite in season, but when I find them, if they're on the outside of the fence, I would say that it is supposed to be. If it's on the outside of the fence, I can take it. If it's on the inside of the fence, not mine. There are also some trees that are growing little juniper-type berries, and they've got yeast growing on them. And I've been meaning to go up the street, grab those yeasty berries, and bring them back and try to start another wild ferment from wild yeast. Be pretty cool, I think. Tiovo out there saying, I usually infuse my stuff for heating it for hours, exactly 100 degrees. Oh, that's fair, yeah. The more specificity that you got, the better it is for repeatability, you know? I see Ghost Gamer out there saying, sup, man? Can you guess who I am? Let's see, Ghost Gamer 0630. Well, there's somebody who popped into my TikTok live the other day who had the name Ghost in it. If I am to assume that that ghost is the same as this ghost, are you the Swedish person? Or the person who asked me about a Swedish-inspired cocktail? Because if you are, good to see you on the purple side. Welcome in. If not, my apologies. Apparently there are a lot of specters amongst us. All right, there we go. Popping over. Bradley saying juniper yeast is great for homemade wine. I've been wanting to! I walked by the thing and I confirmed it. I kind of rubbed it off with my finger a little bit and I was like, yep, that's wild yeast. That's a wild yeast colony. I want that wild yeast colony. Cole saying, want me to give you a reminder tomorrow around 11:12 today? Wait, what? For what? Was it for the yeast? Or the other was? I can't remember. Ghost Gamer saying, yeah, you are the same person. Wow, Ghost, welcome to the Twitch side. Welcome to the Monday Wednesday show. If you've heard me on the TikTok saying that I run the show where I take cocktail requests and whatnot, this is the show. Welcome in. We're playing Sonic Adventure 2 Battle right now, and I'm at my bar, just to prove it. I am at my bar, I am in my outfit, and I'm currently sipping a cocktail request right now from Kit Kat, and I'm getting a little bit low on it. There's actually a lot of ice. I didn't blend this super thoroughly. So I'm thinking about doing another cocktail request before the end of the night. So, if you're not familiar with how that works, I'm gonna put the command out there for anybody who might need it. Oh, that was the wrong button. Sorry, Cam. In the meantime, I'm going to continue training my champion. Absolutely. Cole saying the figs and the yeast berries. Cole, if you'd like to remind me, you may. You have my permission. If it detracts from anything that you're doing, don't feel pressured to do so. If anything, you know, Alexa, remind me tomorrow at 11 a.m. to get the yeast.
I'll create a reminder for tomorrow at 11 a.m. and follow up every hour until you tell me this is done.
Nice, dude. Grug out there saying that something tastes like woolly mammoth. Pretty good. That sounds tasty. I had a duck fat infused cocktail the other day, and I can only imagine what a woolly mammoth infused spirit would taste like. Sounds kind of wild. Hyena out there saying, okay, going for a British-inspired drink, elderberry lemonade-based cocktail, but with a refreshing kick for the summer season, my summer cocktail project. Is that something that you're working on? I do have some elderberries here at the BarWithAnX, and we could technically use them for something. Or something. I don't know off the top of my head. I did just update some of the herbs and the stock, as well as some of the teas that I've got, so we should have room for more rapid infusions. Just to be clear, I'm not doing like, I put elderberries in vodka for a week until something interesting happened. That's not what we're doing yet. I gotta get some things figured out in the background of things before that. But I've got the whipped cream maker to rapidly infuse things, like within 5 to 10 minutes. And we can do that. We can do that. I'll do that right here and there because it's very easy to do. It's very quick. And I don't have to worry about prep work after the fact. Or taking care of ingredients or otherwise. Cole being like, I'll set up the meshes. Appreciate it, bro. Bradley saying, duck fat is how I do all of my cooking. Oh, really? Bradley, do you, like, buy duck fat? I assume that's probably a weird question to ask. I'm sure you probably buy duck fat. But, like, do you buy it, like, by the jar? Does it come in, like, a can form? Do you spray it? Like, how do you typically get duck fat? I'm intrigued. Let's see. Hyena saying, do you know how to make elderberry lemonade? It'll take some time. I don't know off the top of my head, but feel free to educate me. I imagine what you would do is you would take elderberries, you would put them into some sort of spirit. If this is an alcoholic thing, it would be an alcoholic infusion. Otherwise, you take hot water, put the elderberries inside of it until the flavor has leached into the water, and then you add lemon juice and sugar, is what I imagine. Very, very quick and easy lemonade. That's what I would think. Clementine, buddy, are there any more animals? Your power level is 69. Nice. Let's get some more of it. Bradley saying, I buy duck and keep the rendered fat. Ah, there we go. You do it the I used all of the animal way. Jay Novice out there saying there's a huge market for it because of how they make foie gras. Oh, foie gras. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Duck fat used to make foie gras. I guess, to my knowledge, foie gras is... The way that somebody described it to me is that foie gras is made by basically overfeeding ducks until they just die. And then you use, like, the rendered duck meat to create a meal. They force fatten the duck. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. That's what I'm thinking of. I've never tried foie gras before. I will try anything, at least once. Dude, can you stop? Please stop. Thank you very much. I want this dog. Come here, doggy. Come here, doggy. Grug out there saying, I brought back a bed. I'm going to sleep. Have a good night out there, Grug. If you're hanging around with us, we appreciate it. If not, hope to see you back here again sometime. Good luck with those snails, dude. Bradley saying, you definitely got it. I love duck. 100% keep everything, even the bones for stock. Foie gras is... Oh, geese. Geese, not duck? Alexa, what is foie gras?
According to Wikipedia, foie gras is a specialty food product made of the liver of a duck or goose. According to
Either.
Foie gras is defined as the liver of a duck or goose fattened by gabbage.
Gabbage? Alexa, what is gabbage?
According to Wikipedia, cabbage comprises
Fuck me.
cultivars of Brassica oleracea.
Alexa, stop. I didn't ask what cabbage is. Geese or duck? I've learned something new today. I thought it was just duck. Dang. Wolfie out there saying the talk of duck kind of reminded me of Thanksgiving because you have a duck. You have duck instead of turkey on Thanksgiving. Oh, that sounds tasty. That sounds tasty. The last time, I'm trying to think of the last time I had duck. I think the last time that I had duck was at a Chinese restaurant a while back. And it was like half a duck. Oh, I don't know if I might be getting my times mixed up, but I think one of the last times that I had roasted duck was actually either on my cruise, on my honeymoon in Vancouver. I don't remember if I actually had duck, but I definitely had duck in one of the Chinese restaurants here in Chinatown in Philadelphia. I went to a restaurant and I couldn't read the menu because I think it was all in Mandarin or whatever the Chinese script was. I don't know if it's Mandarin. I don't know it, so I'll just whatever I got. But I was like, I pointed at the menu and I was like, I want that. And I wound up getting half a roasted duck as my meal, and it was good. Like, I really liked it. Man. Tiovo out there saying, got a skedaddle, not gonna repeat last night and stayed up insanely late. Absolutely, dude, take care of yourself. And Cole, you out there as well. I see you popping off too. Thanks, everybody so much for popping into the bar with the next. We'll see you again on next time, Monday at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, the normal time. We'll see you then. Hyena saying, I have perfected my fermentation for raspberry lemonade, but haven't quite gotten it for elderberry lemonade yet. Oh, you said fermentation. Hold up a second. I am very curious about your method now. Because the keyword that you just said to me was fermentation, and I've been doing a little bit of mild fermentation nowadays, and I'm curious. Clementine, where are you? Yeah, you're up here, as you always are. Never mind saying, you got pecking duck or just roasted duck? I don't really remember. Pecking duck sounds more familiar, but I honestly have no idea what I had, and I honestly don't remember any details about it either. Oh, tried to get the duck. Oh, not the duck. Oh my gosh, skeleton dog. Skeleton dog, not skeleton duck. Let's see. Bradley out there saying, duck is amazing. I learned to cook duck in Vancouver too, and Indigenous man in your family taught you how to use everything. Dude, that's the way to go. I love the concept of being able to learn everything that we can about the people who have had traditions long-lasting much longer than the rest of us have even been around. That type of passing on information from generation to generation to the people who respect it is something that I would love to have the opportunity to do one day. And I know there's a lot of it in the cooking world. And I am trying to become a better cook. If I didn't state it already, chat, my 2 main goals over the next, like, 5 years or so, number 1, to make this content thing work. And it's working so far. And 2, to become a damn good house husband. Because that's probably what's going to wind up happening. Like, I just stay indoors. I do my editing work, I do my mixology work, I do my streaming work, I do it from here. I don't leave the house very often. Might as well use it to keep a tidy house. But as the folks on TikTok continue to remind me, my house is a fucking mess. Oh my god, Clementine, sorry. It's okay. I'm happy in my mess. Ghost Gamer out there saying that my stream starts at 2 in the morning over there. That's fair. What time is it for you? Well, let's see. It starts at 2 in the morning, right? So if it's 2 in the morning for you and it's 8 o'clock p.m. for me, that means that you are 6 hours ahead of me. Which means right now, it's about 7:45 for you. Which means it's the very early morning. Well, big early morning rise to you, Ghost. Big early morning rise. I wish I could offer you some caffeination or whatever keeps you going, but unfortunately, that's going to have to be on your side. Voluntary isolation. I do it. I do. Oh, somebody's crying. That's okay. That's okay. Hyena out there saying, if you want... Hold on, let me find an animal. A poor animal. Oh, it's Clementine's crying. That's unfortunate. Oh. Hyena saying, so if you want your lemonade to be carbonated, use a ginger-based solution. But other than that, a higher alcohol content, then just use some yeast. Oh, a ginger bug! Yeah, I got a ginger bug here. Although it tastes really bad. I'd rather use my orange peel bug. I actually did have an experiment that I was running with the orange peel bug Clementine and the ginger bug Ginny Baby. I made 2 more or less identical lavender sodas, and the flavor of the orange peel bug fermented soda was a heck of a lot cleaner than the ginger peel bug one. So I see 80 the Beat popping in too. Just woke up. Good to have you in, 80. I hope things are going well for you. Welcome back. Bradley saying, I'm from the Stoli tribe, if I pronounced that correctly. I'm from the Stoli tribe at Seabird Island and really appreciate learning Native American traditions in cooking. Also, I appreciate all the backgrounds learning any indigenous cooking too. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. If there's anything that we can do as a species to, I think, move along in life, is to listen and learn from the people around us. It might be a cooking method that you're not familiar with. It could be a belief that you're not familiar with. It could be a lesson on a subject that you're not familiar with. I think listening really, really goes a long way. You might learn something. You might even gain some understanding. We make no guarantee that you're going to learn anything. We make no guarantee that you're going to understand anything. But if anything, listening, or at least trying to listen, I think is one of the easiest things that you can do. But in this year, our Lord, 2025, it's kind of hard to do that because of our phones and stuff. But I digress. Hyena saying, if you want caffeine, Thundershock? Thundershock? I think I got a couple other requests to get to this evening, but... Bradley saying, spruce tips apparently make a great bug. Very citrus. I've wanted to try that too, dude. That's one of the reasons I wanted to go back home and get the tips from the pine and spruce trees and whatnot, but I didn't have a chance. I'm seeing Toki Zen out there on YouTube saying, I know what you did in 2019, bro. Your secret is safe with me. Thanks. I guess. You want to tell the crowd, actually? Because I can't even remember what the heck I did in 2019. Welcome in, Toki, by the way. Welcome in. trying to think of what secrets I might have from 2019. I think there was that time that I took a shower at my fraternity house, but there's more details of that. I don't think there's anybody's business. To be fair, what I'm specifically thinking of is back in 2019 when I was still in college, my fraternity house had showers, and the shower had space for 3 people in it. There were three sink heads, shower heads, but there was only enough curtain space for 1 shower. So you'd have to take a shower in there and be like, I hope there's nobody else out there because I'm butt-ass naked right now and I'm just trying to get clean. Because to be fair, that's what I was doing in 2019. And I'd say relatively speaking, I'm kind of public about that stuff. But hey, you know what? All I got is honesty. At least that's what I try to do. Anyways. Bradley out there saying, my best lessons have been learned for people who aren't like you. I love learning from other cultures. I especially welcome traditions from nations across the pond in Europe and Asia. Oh, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. That's one of my favorite parts about doing these streams with people who are from all over the world. I learn new things about different cultures and different areas of the world, sometimes on a weekly basis, sometimes on a daily basis. It's really, really cool. Ghost out there saying, I've learned a lot about cooking different kinds of animals from your dad just because he's kind of a hunter. For example, you made pigeon jalapeno poppers. Oh, dude, that sounds tasty. Haven't had a lot of bird in my cuisines. I'm more of a sucker for fish-type foods because I really, really like fish. I see Hyena saying, if you want to get your ginger bug, just regularly add more sugar and ginger. Yeah. If anything, I could probably add sugar a bit more. Sorry, not sugar. Ginger. I should add more fresh ginger more often than I currently do. I add fresh ginger like every month or so. Sugar sometimes on the weekly basis. They're actually pretty active ferments right now. Like, I don't know if you've caught like the bubbles coming up from Clementine. I haven't fed Clementine in probably 2 or 3 days, and the ferment is still going. It's nice. Let's see out there. I'm seeing Wolfie out there saying, heading to the mattress. Good night, peeps and Cam. Wolfie, thanks so much for popping in. It's always a pleasure to have you. Rest well out there. We'll see you next time. Seeing Lost Identity on the YouTube side saying, what's up, dude? Nothing much. Got a little drink going on here. Actually, I've got ads starting in about 5 minutes. So I think after the ads are over, I think we'll go back to the bar and take a look at some of these requests that I've got. I've got currently, my number says 10 requests, but one of those is mine, so that's not valid. One of them we did already, so I think I have 8 right now, actually. So we'll take it back to the bar. And when we do, also somebody's blowing bubbles. I just realized that. That was actually kind of cool. And we'll do things. Jordan saying, I would add a teaspoon of ginger every week. Oh, okay. Actually, Hyena, would you suggest, like, here's going to be my question for you. For ginger bugs, would you suggest finely grated ginger? Like mid-size grade ginger? Because what I did is I would basically roughly chop my ginger. It's not the whole freaking root. I chop it in like 8 to 9 pieces, and then I put that inside. But you're saying add a teaspoon of ginger every week, meaning that I think that this thing has to be a little bit more finely chopped. Is that what you're saying? Because I'm intrigued. I really do like ginger, and I just haven't had a chance to play around with it very much, and that's one of the reasons I started the bug to begin with. Renzo out there saying the Pikachu drink. Oh, man. Renzo, you got a couple new folks in here. Renzo, didn't I do a recipe from you, like, not even 2 weeks ago? Pika-Pee. I see that out there. Bradley being like, bar request. It's one of the funnest parts of the stream. Hyena saying, how big is your ginger bug portion? Also, diced ginger. Oh, diced ginger. Yeah, that makes total sense to me. When we get back to the bar... Actually, let me just go. Clementine's... Oh, this is Buddy. Wait a minute. You're not my champion. Sorry. You also have a blue demeanor, and it gets me confused with your parent. Clementine is swimming. Swimming. 7-11-74. Let me go grab my ginger bug. Hold up. It's right over here on the desk. There, so this is my ginger bug. The ginger bug right now. I can go into a couple more details when we get back to the bar, but this is how much ginger I got in it so far. Some of the ginger is very, very old. And some of the other ones are not. Some of the ones are not. Bradley, like, how big is your ginger bug? That's definitely a line that works for me. Take anything you want from this stream, y'all. Take them as pickup lines. Do with this stream what you will. The licensing on it is that you can do whatever you want with it. You don't necessarily have to credit me, but obviously I would appreciate it. It's one of the licenses on YouTube. You know what's up. If the bar with the next gets you laid, congrats. But you don't have to tell me. Even better if somehow the bar with the next, like, gets you, like, happily married with a family and stuff like that. Like, inconceivably wonderful. Sounds great. Sounds great. Happily married? Me too, Doug. Renzo saying, I'm time blind, so I have no idea how long ago it was. But yeah, new people get priority. There we go. We all know that. We all know that. I do appreciate your understanding. I really do appreciate the folks on the stream who have been around for a while who don't get to do requests as often. Admittedly, it does seem kind of backwards. If you've been around here for a while, you would think that you would get priority, right? But I swap it specifically so I can give other people the time of day. And I kind of bring more separate minds into the pot. Ghost out there saying the Swedish iced tea. Could be it. Could be a one. Could be a one. The way that the orders work is depending on how many orders I got, I'll call out your name. And if you are here for it, we will take your request. If not... Actually, this is what I'm going to do. Actually, I'm going to go back to it right now. Because the ads are starting in just a hot second. And I want to make sure that I know what we're doing, just in case I need to grab ingredients. So, I'm pulling up my list here. If I call your name and you are here, say something in chat. Literally anything. It doesn't really matter. Ryan, Passamir Day, Renzo, Cole, David, and Ghost. Out of the people whose names I've called so far, Ryan has made a cocktail, Passamir has not, Renzo has, Cole has, David has, Ghost has not. So actually, of the people who have put in requests right now, Ghost actually might actually get it. I made Ghost's cocktail requests on TikTok, but it never became a video because I only edit the stuff from this stream right here. And I think I put the recipe somewhere in my Discord. That's what I'm thinking. But yeah, let's see. Who else is out there? I see Hyena saying, what about me? I don't see a cocktail request for you right here, but you've also made a request before. I remember. That was the Cyberpunk one recently. Let's see. Bradley saying, no request, mostly just drinking neat, but I love the energy and innovation. Cam is absolutely a real bartender. Hey, I am a fake bartender behind my fake bar in my very real apartment with a very real audience of people. And professional bartenders get paid for bartending, and I have an X bar, and I X bartend, and sometimes people throw money at me. So I'd say that I'm reasonably a professional. Let's see. Umido, welcome in, dude! I'm taking cocktail requests. You've made a request before, so... You're not on the priority list right now. Let's see. Ghost Gamer saying that you are here. It seems like folks are going with the Ghost. There we go. Hyena saying, for that size, I would say to strain some of the old one out, add some new ones, and slowly add more. Oh, strain out the ginger, put some new ginger in there. I see that. I appreciate your feedback. Okie dokie. I think we're going to go with this recipe from Ghost Gamer. Jay Novice also says do a whiskey sour. You know, technically Jay Novice... way back, had a couple of requests. That was before the request system was even out. Oh, man. I think we're going to go with Ghosts. So, what I'll do is I'll hang here at the bar. We are going to do Ghost's recipe. It's actually in the Discord server. So I'm going to go back to that and put it up on the screen in the hottest of seconds. We have an ad break starting now. I'm going to go grab the ingredients that we need. It also involves a rapid infusion with this Swedish tea that I got. So I just got to get all my recipes out here. So hold up a second. And I think all of my workshopping ingredients is right over there. Ads, do the ads. I know the ads are coming. No, they are. No, they is. There's the ads. Oh, I also need a whipped cream maker for this. It's force carbonated, so you need the whole damn thing. Whoop pow. And while that ad is running, let me put the recipe up on the screen. Umido out there on the Twitch side being like, most of my stuff needs some prep. I have those ingredients, Umido. Excuse me. Let me quickly go into my Discord server. This is recipe request number, I think 10, right? Number 10? Oh, sorry. It was the other one. My apologies. There we go. The sweetest drink. The sweetest drink. I'm going to go into the Discord server real quick because that's where it is. Hyena out there saying, all right, I'm out. Girlfriend needs player 2 for Cuphead. Oh, do it, dude. Thanks for popping in. We appreciate you swinging around. This was in live updates a little while back. Swedish Summer, in my opinion. That's what I called this one. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Boop. There we go. It's already in there. I had the recipe already because I made it the other day. There we go. The only thing that's currently off the screen is ISI Whipper. There we go. These caraway forward. We'll just take these things off over here. The OP and water and suitor blending. The question is, based off of what I did with this recipe the last time, do I think it needs any changes? Let me think about this for a little bit. So, for anybody who lacks the context... Oh, actually, hold up. We gotta wait for the ad break to end. Let me think about this for a second. I found that the anise notes were quite nice. The mildly citrus notes were actually pretty good, and I could taste the tea. I think the rum was a little bit... I think the rum was a little bit much. The rum was a little bit much. I'll say that. No, but it also... Maybe it wasn't really that much. I could taste the rum, I could taste the aquavits in there, and I could taste the tea as well. Ghost Game being like, I'm thinking the only thing is maybe like a tart sweetener. No, that's very fair. Adding a little bit of... Oh, you know what? You know what, Ghost? Do you remember whether or not I added any lemon juice to it? No, you know what? You know what? I didn't... I think I didn't like it with the lemon juice because there's not a lot of... Oh, you know what? This needs a sweetener. This needs a sweetener. It didn't have any sweetness in it actually. I've got ideas when we come back from the ads. Oh, cool. We're back from the ads. Welcome back, everybody, from the ads. I was just thinking over this request from Ghost, actually. Ghost was on TikTok the other day, and we came up with a drink together, and now they're here on the stream on Monday and Wednesday at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. So we're going to make it again and make it better this time. So, the recipe I've got so far calls for 3/4 of an ounce of one type of aquavit, specifically this anise forward Krogstad, a full ounce of this aquavit over here, this OP, which is a little bit more citrus forward, half an ounce of Swedish punch, which is another Swedish ingredient that I've got here at the bar. The next, this is essentially a spiced rum, a lightly spiced, mildly sweet rum, and then 3 ounces of water and a teaspoon of suitor blending tea, which essentially translates to, I think, southern border or southern boundary, I believe. This was a forced carbonated drink, and I found that it wasn't super duper sweet. It was rather rum forward. It was rather spirit forward. I think to improve upon the last recipe, I think we need to add a little bit of sweetness and add a little bit of sweetness and a little bit of sourness to counteract it. So I'm gonna think about what kind of sweetness that I can add here. When I think about adding sweetness to a drink, I think about all the ways that I can add it. You could add more liqueur in there, but there is already a lot of alcohol, so I don't really know if I really want to add any sort of liqueurs to this. I don't think we need more alcohol. There's enough alcohol as it is. Southern blend. Appreciate the exception there, Ghost. What would you use to add it? I think just adding simple syrup might be just fine. There are, admittedly, some molassesy notes, some other rum typical notes in the Swedish punch, and I'm thinking instead of using a simple syrup, we can use a rich Demerara syrup, which I think will complement those flavors quite well, in addition to complementing specifically the flavors that we're getting from the Swedish punch. I think that'll go well there. I appreciate David's suggestion for a sugar cube. The thing that I worry about a sugar cube is the sugar cube in the whipped cream maker might not completely dissolve. So I'm keeping in mind what the end goal is of this, and I want a carbonated drink And if I have a carbonated drink, I want less nucleation sites, like, for example, on a thing of sugar, for example, a sugar cube. So I want to keep as much of the particulates out of this as possible to maximize the carbonation. So I'm going to use a syrup in this instead to sweeten things. And I think what I'll do as well is I'll add a little bit of lemon juice on top of that as well, just to provide a little bit of a citric back end to the sweetness that I'm adding. So with that being said, I think I've got everything that I need for this particular drink. The only thing I'm gonna add here is I'm gonna do... Let's dial back the 1 Aquavit to just an ounce, because I don't think we need as much of it. We'll add 1/4 ounce of the Demerara syrup, and then we'll do 1/4 ounce of the lemon juice. I don't think I need to change the water amount anywhere. It's probably gonna be okay. So let me modify this recipe real quick. We'll say this second Aquavit is going to be 3/4 ounce. Oh, hello there. Do that one. I'll add 1/4 ounce of, oh, hello there, 7.5 milliliters of rich Demerara syrup. Pratt Standard is who I'm using. And then 1/4 ounce of lemon juice. See, typically what I would do for my level of sweetness that I really like in a drink, and let me resize this on OBS real quick because some of it is going... Sorry, I disappeared for a second. I forgot to turn on studio mode. All right, we're back though. Let me move this up a little bit. There we go. Everything's on the screen. There we go. Everything's on the screen. Perfect. Let's get back into the game. Yeah, so when I'm adding sweetness to a drink, I want to balance it out with tartness, with sourness. So because this Demerara syrup of mine over here is, to my knowledge, a 2-to-1 ratio of sugar to water by weight, when I'm adding the citrus back to balance it, I want to balance that sweetness on a 1-to-1 basis. Typically, you would do equal parts simple syrup, 1-to-1, to your lemon juice, but this super juice over here is a little bit more, it has a little bit of a different tang to it because I used acids to make this anyway, and because this is a more concentrated syrup, I'm just gonna keep them the same level that will balance this out to be a little bit more on the sweeter side, which is the way that I typically like my drinks. Complications, but that's all right. Ghost being like, I love seeing the experimentation. When I'm up here and I've got all my resources, and I'm like 3 drinks in, I'm happy to do whatever you want. Alrighty then. So like I was saying before, Ghost popped onto the TikTok and basically gave me the prompt, make a drink that you think a Swede would enjoy in the summer. And we came up with something, and this is version 2. So actually I should make that clear in the recipe. This is version 2. V2.0. Version number 2. We'll try it a little bit again. We're building this one inside of a whipped cream maker. We'll start with 3/4 ounce of an anise caraway forward Aquavit. I'm using Krogstad, or Krogstad, or otherwise. I need a measure and a jigger. I'll grab one of those over here. So 3/4 ounce of a caraway or anise forward Aquavit. I'm gonna put this one away. And we'll go for a second Aquavit as well. A second Aquavit, this one the OP, which is a little bit more citrus forward, and we'll do 3/4 ounce of that as well. Make sure that I pour things out correctly. There we go. I apologize for the sounds of the Chow in the background. I'm actually going to walk outside. I'm going to make sure that Clementine's not dead. Clementine's not dead. Excellent. We're going to go back in the lobby just so people don't have to listen to the sounds of small children yapping and moaning and, yeah, whatever. 3/4 ounce of that second Aquavit. This one is a little bit more citrus forward as opposed to being more anise and caraway forward. We'll see where we get with it. Next we'll add, do I want to add my components that I want the things to infuse only as long as I want them to. So I'm going to add my tea at the very, very end. What we're going to add to this is this Söderblandning or Southern Blend tea from the Tea Center of Stockholm. It's fruity and tea forward, and I'm going to add it at the end because as soon as I add this into the whipped cream maker, it's going to start infusing on its own. That's just kind of how physics work. Ghost Gamer being like, I thought that was just the music. Oh no, there's small creatures in the garden. it's a long story. It's a long story. I won't bring you down with me. Next, we're gonna do half an ounce of Swedish Punch. This is a special, essentially spiced rum that also matches this whole Swedish motif that we've got going on here. Half an ounce of Swedish Punch. That's Punch, Punsch. This is gonna provide some rummy notes, as well as a mild sweetness too. And a little bit of fruity notes too. There we go. I'm seeing Steven out there saying my wife's boyfriend is from Stockholm. No way, dude. That's incredible. Wow. Does that mean... Wait, I was like, your wife's boyfriend. Ah, happy Pride, my guy. Happy Pride. I was just talking the other day. Diamond, I don't know if you're still out there, but I watched the most recent episode of your Deltarune Chapter 3 playthrough, and I was so happy with the rules-colored polycule. Oh my goodness gracious. I could not have predicted that ending. No Deltarune spoilers, by the way. None of them. But I did spoil it for myself. Okie doke. Last time I made this, I didn't add any syrup. This time, I'm adding 1/4 ounce of a rich Demerara simple syrup. If I can get it open. There we go. There we go. 1/4 ounce of that. Technically, only one of my measuring majiggers is capable of adequately or accurately measuring 1/4 ounce, but I'm gonna eyeball it over here because that thing's covered in heavy cream and I'm lazy. So what do I say? 1/4 ounce of rich Demerara syrup. Put that all in here. Make sure I get all of it, which I did. I'm seeing Bubo out there saying, this is my first time here and I really like the content, man. Keep it up. Hey, thanks so much, Bubbo. Bubbo or Bubo or otherwise or whatever. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm currently taking a cocktail request from somebody on the Twitch side who originated from the TikTok side. We got mixologists all over the place, so welcome in. Next time if you pop in, Bubo, I'm taking a cocktail request. And if you ever want to do a request on stream where I make a drink of your choosing or your recipe or otherwise, I got a command, !order, or !requests. Technically, you guys use either of those. I give priority to the folks who haven't made a request before, and if this is your first time here, I haven't taken it before, so I'd love to try something of your creation. All right. Love Mixology popping back in. Yo, Love Mixology, me too. This one is going to be a lot better than the last drinks that you found because there is no garnish on this one. All I have to do is make sure that my whipped cream maker doesn't clog. Welcome back. Next we're going to do, to balance out the sweetener, we're going to do 1/4 ounce of lemon juice. I'm going to do a shy 1/4 ounce. What else do I need in here? Water. I need water as well. Because that's going to be the most of this. We're going to add the dilution ahead of time. Instead of adding seltzer water to this, we're just going to add water to the whipped cream maker and then force carbonate it. So I'll do 3 ounces of water. Next, we'll add 3 ounces of water. No specific brand here, your choice. I also need to refill this. I need to refill my water mug. Let me get some more water while I'm at it. Love Mixology saying, always a garnish time when I enter. This time it's whipped cream maker time. No garnish. I think, actually, we haven't added it. Oh, no. We had a Gibson Martini for the infinity bottle. So there was an onion. There was a cocktail onion. That was very easy. And then the garnish for the last request I did was whipped cream, and I've never made whipped cream with a whipped cream maker before. It seems kind of counterintuitive, but the first attempt failed, and with some input from chat, we managed to get something that was really, really good, actually. Mixology saying, but this cream is for garnish. Oh, no. This is not a cream. This is a cocktail. Hey, no nitrogen. Just sit and watch. I got you. Ghost saying, and that the tea gets good and infused. Indeed. It's specifically for the pressure. That's what we're going for. Lastly, we'll add, what was it, a teaspoon? We'll add a teaspoon of this Swedish tea, pronounced, hopefully I'm saying it correctly, Söderblandning, from the Tea Center of Stockholm. A teaspoon of that right into your whipped cream maker. I think officially, this is the second rapid tea infusion that we've done on the stream before, and I'd like to make this more of a habit, because it's fun. Oof. Oh, I lost the tiny piece. Hold up. Boop. There we go. Umito saying, gotta bounce. Have a nice stream, y'all. A-wipe right back at you, Mr. Frenchman. I'm gonna make that curry vodka, Umito. And when I do, you will be hearing from me. You have my word. All right, I'll put this over here at my other stock list that I gotta go back to the bag, and I gotta go back through later. Sometimes I can't say things because I've been drinking all night. Okay, don't need that no more. I'll put this over here. This will be my last cocktail request of the evening anyways. Umito saying, and Cam, if you want to do more prep for next time, I can send another cocktail. I hear you, I hear you, I hear you. All right. Seal this up and charge with 2 carbon dioxide charges. We're gonna make sure this is extra fizzy. Just gotta find my carbon dioxide charges. Around here somewhere. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There you are! Gotta get more of these things. Number 2. There we go. Ghost out there saying, I'd love to make a Long Island iced tea, but less alcohol and real tea. You would, honestly, we could just do a riff on an Arnold Palmer, which is essentially lemonade and iced tea, and you just add booze and stuff on top of it. I don't understand the concept of a Long Island iced tea. I'm not a big fan of it, personally. I want to be able to taste all the ingredients that are in my drink, not just the alcohol. That's my opinion. Make sure this is all tight. All right. Charge number 1. If I can get it on here. Hold up a second. Charge number 1. Give that a rapid shake. There we go. Oh. Depressurize. Or rather, don't depressurize. Whoop! It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Oh, and it's nice and cold. Just what I need during this heat wave. I missed it. Sorry. What did I do? Let's see. For the carbonation, I want to say what we do. To do this optimally, we charge it once. We vent out a little bit of the carbonation. I'm ripping this straight out of a book called Liquid Intelligence. Dave Arnold says that when you're doing a forced carbonated cocktail like this, what you want to do first is you want to force carbonate it the first time, vent out some of the carbonation, because that will kind of smooth out, for lack of a better term, some of the places in the cocktail that is going to cause the bubbles to bubble out of solution. Technically, because I have tea in here, there's a lot of particulates in here, so it's not necessarily getting the job as efficiently as possible. If I did this in a 2-step process, I would infuse the aquavits with the tea first, then strain out the tea, then put this in force carbonated. But I'm doing things rapidly right now, so let's not worry about it so much. Charge number 2. Actually, vent slightly. Charge number 2. There we go. Shake number 2. Let that sit for just a hot second. Umito out there saying, vodka, Italicus, basil syrup, vermouth, and pulverized absinthe. Pulverized absinthe? What does that mean? Also, I gotta get me a bottle of Italicus at some point. Dude, this smells so good. I loved this the last time, and I cannot wait to see how it turns out this time. Jay saying, you have CO2 charges? I do. It's up on my stock websites. Bradley saying, Long Island iced tea always sounds very strong. I love a whiskey tea with lemon, personally. Not yucking anyone's yum on the Long Island iced tea. Just not for me. No, yeah, I would say the same. Not my kind of drink. Long Island iced teas, to me, feel like it's somebody trying to get drunk and not taste the booze by just putting a bunch of mixer in it, and that's not really how I like my booze. I want to taste my booze. If I'm drinking a cocktail, I want to taste the booze. That's why I'm drinking alcoholically. Anyways. Umito saying, like sprayed absinthe. Oh, pulverized sprayed on the pulverized, I think it's called. Atomized. Atomized, like an atomizer? It could be different. It could be different in there might be other words for it too, but I would call that atomizing. Or spritzing. Or otherwise. There's a global community here. Who's to say it can't be pulverized? Okie dokie. Now, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. All right. Grab a tall glass, fill it up with ice, depressurize your container, and strain over top. I think that's what I meant to say. Do I have enough ice for this? I need a little bit more ice. Just a little bit. Yo, JJ Martin, welcome back. I see you out there. Also, I just noticed, I don't think it actually... Did it greet you? Oh, the chatbot didn't greet you. Let me double check something right now. Have we reached our limit? Nope. Okay, we're looking good. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Just making sure everybody's getting greeted when they need to. That chatbot was coded specifically to greet people. Welcome in, JJ. Oh, gotta get one of my ices out of here. There we go. That is mighty infused right now, by the way. So this is gonna be perfect. Oh, I put the ice in the wrong place. Excuse me. Grab a tall glass, fill it up with ice, depressurize your whipped cream maker, and then strain over top. JJ saying, yeah, my favorite, dude. I don't care if you greet me. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Now it's saying it. Oh, I wonder if the chatbot doesn't proc on people clicking the said hi button. I wonder. That might be a YouTube limitation. I don't know. Welcome in nonetheless. Welcome in twice, 3 times. Oh my gosh. There we go. Now we'll depressurize. Depressurize right over top of here. Just in case something comes out of my glass, I'm gonna depressurize it over top so that I catch any of the stuff that might come off. Oh, little bit. He's a squirter. There we go. That's the rest of them. Oh, it smells so good. Wow. Ugh. What color is it gonna be, chat? What do you think? What color do you think this is gonna be? I've got my guesses. A little bit over. There we go. Don't drift, please. Thank you, Cocktail Angle. Thank you for not drifting. All right. Now I just gotta strain it. Woo! I don't know if y'all can hear the fizzing, but it's fizzing. Oh, I love these kind of drinks. Let's see it purple or not. Here we go. Boobo out there being like, you got the pouring can too. I tried to. It's just an old phone, but we work with what we got. All right. It's kind of orange. Not that bad. I see. What are you doing, Step Bro, out here on the Twitch side saying, do you have a liquor license? No, because I serve liquor to myself in my own home. I don't need a license for that. You don't need a license to drink alcohol alone. Literally. Oh my gosh, dude. Let's see. I'm seeing Ghost out there saying, I went to a bar and just asked for 2 ounces of Jack Daniels and the bartender gave you a Jack and Coke. I swear all it tasted was dirt. You asked for 2 ounces of Jack and he gave you a Jack and Coke? My guess is like the bar was loud, I guess. Like, that's not what you ordered. That's sad. All right. We've got this forced carbonated drink inspired by all of the Swedish ingredients that I happen to have access to. Technically, this is version 2. So let's call this Swedish Summer, in my humble opinion, version 2. Although perhaps more accurately stated, this is my interpretation of a Swedish Summer, but I live in Philadelphia. Cheers! Right off the nose, it smells really fruity. And mildly, like, anisey in a way. Oh yeah, dude! Oh yes! Oh my gosh! Wow! That is like... Ooh! That reminds me of like a Oh my gosh, like almost a rummy blueberry soda in a way? So there's a bar here in Philadelphia called Andrehem, and I've gone there multiple times to do research on Swedish-inspired drinks. There's a drink request that came from one of our community members, and it is made by a Swedish game developer. It kind of takes place in Sweden. That's why I have these Swedish-inspired ingredients. I went there and tried their boomerang, which utilized a Söderblandning-infused whiskey, which I had in their boomerang cocktail. I think they also had a Trident too. I don't remember whether it was infused or otherwise. I swear I tasted blueberry, and I was kind of drunk at the time, and I went to the bartender, and I was like, tell me that Söderblandning has blueberry. And he's like, no, but I can see that. This was the flavor I had in that drink. It is not the same cocktail, but I get the same flavor as I had at that bar. I'm getting flavor back. I'm getting flavor flashbacks to Andrehem in Philadelphia. I swear this is what their boomerang, or I swear this is what their Trident cocktail tasted like. That's where I first tasted Söderblandning, and I absolutely taste it here. It is mildly sweet. It is effervescent. It is fruity. I catch some of those subtle rum undertones and a little bit of the caraway notes from the one Aquavit. I think the citrus Aquavit is kind of being overshadowed a little bit, but I think it's being supported. I think it's supporting everything else around it. This is freaking delightful, dude. Oh my gosh. Version 2. Version 2 of a... Whew. I don't think it was super duper good. I think it was super duper good. It was pretty good the first time. It was even better this time. Oh, man. That was really good. Wow. Anyways, Ghost out there saying, it was just a bad bar that you were at that gave you the Jack Daniels. Incredible, incredible. Let's see. I see, what are you doing, saying, just curious how hard it is to get one, but hell, say Thursday. Yeah, for liquor licenses, it depends on where you're at, so check in with your local laws. It can be difficult to get a liquor license, and it depends on what liquor license. It can be really expensive to get a liquor license, but it also depends on what liquor license you're talking about. Here in Pennsylvania, because I took classes, I'm certified with the Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board. I'm ramp certified for owner, manager, and seller server. Here in Pennsylvania, it is pretty expensive to get a liquor license. You can buy licenses from other people, but sometimes the license that you buy from other people have like their infractions and stuff literally on top of it, but it depends, and obviously looking with your local laws. I am not a lawyer, so take that with you will. Let's see. I'm seeing Bradley saying a proper salute to Swedish. I love that. I love that. Philip Greenwald popping in saying you do actually need a license even when you're serving yourself at home, or particular if you're mixing cocktails. It's illegal not to, and you could be fined or jailed if you don't. He's committing a class felony. Cool. Thanks for sharing that. You're telling me that I need a license to pour vodka at my own house? That seems like bullshit to me, but all right. Looking with your local laws. I'm not a lawyer, so. I'm seeing Boo-Boo saying, blatantly false, right? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, dude. Anyways. Bradley saying effervescent is where it's sparkling but not carbonated. No, I would say, for me, let me fact check. Alexa. Alexa? Bro, Alexa. Dude, Alexa? Define effervescent.
The adjective effervescent is usually defined as effervescent, bubbling. For more,
bubbling.
ask me to give you more
Mostly
definitions
bubbling.
for effervescent.
Mostly bubbling. I would describe effervescent as being bubbling. Carbonated, or otherwise. Just because something's bubbling doesn't mean it's necessarily a carbonated kind of bubbling, but I find like typically it is. When I say that something is effervescent, it is, in my opinion, like almost properly carbonated. Is what I would be a little bit more specific with. That's a solid question there. Anyways. I'm seeing Corey Farrington saying, I can't see what's all in the drink because the chat's in the way. Type !sips. It'll put it right in chat for you. Welcome in, Corey, by the way. Yeah, this was a drink request, so just to give a little background, Ghost, who goes by Coast Core on TikTok, popped into one of my TikTok live streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays, where I'm not doing the bar show like you see here. Instead, I'm mostly doing dishes, maybe making dinner a little bit. If you didn't realize, the drinks that we do here wind up producing a lot of dishes. So I do my dishes the other day to spend some time with the folks on the TikTok side because we got like 14,000 followers over there. Come over to Twitch, by the way. If I get 1,000 followers on Twitch, I'll put an X on my hand. That's one of my commitments to myself. But we made, essentially, a very, very quick rendition of all the different drinks, all the different Swedish-inspired ingredients that I had in my collection, which includes 2 Aquavits, one Swedish tea. I technically have two versions of it, the Söderblandning, and then I had this Swedish punch as well. And I basically just kind of put the whole thing together and see what happened. Using what we learned from the first time, we popped it on over here. And I think this is delightful, dude. Wow. This is definitely an improvement on the first one. The first one was a little bit too booze forward. It didn't taste fruit. Like, the fruit flavors didn't taste super fruity because there wasn't enough sweetness. This has the same fruity characteristic of like those, almost like those rocket popsicles. You know what I'm talking about with the 3 colors on them? But instead of it being, let's see, what are the flavors in that? Red, white, and blue. Oh, you know, but I can kind of see, I can see a little bit of the lime in there. I can see a little bit of the blue. Not the blue raspberry, like blueberry to me. Blueberry to me. It's got a very similar consistency, but with a different fruity flavor. And naturally, instead of being a popsicle, it's a highball cocktail. That's really tasty. Wow, dude. Dude, Ghost, in reference to your first request, I am happy. I am very, 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 very happy. Let me bring my other bottles up. Where are you? And where are you? I got all my Swedish-inspired ingredients. Ha! I am happy to get some mileage out of these Swedish-inspired ingredients. I love this. This is so cool. This is really, really awesome. Cheers to that. That was really cool. Oh my gosh. This is the type of high excited energy that I get when a cocktail that I'm working on improves and gets good, gets even better. I just freaking, oh my gosh. I love it. I love it. Oh my gosh. Let's see. JJ out there being like, are you on Twitch right now? Yeah, CameroxnWithAnX.com. No, sorry. Twitch.tv/CameroxnWithAnX. I'm on both platforms. I'm Quantum. I'm seeing Bradley out there saying, hot climate in Tuscan Sangiovese. Oh, we're talking about wine now, right? I remember a Toscana that was described as effervescent and had a texture described as buzzy and bright. Very cool. I really enjoyed that. I haven't heard a wine that wasn't specifically a sparkling wine described as effervescent, but it's possible. It's possible that in the wine world, the term effervescent might describe something as being not necessarily sparkling as in carbonated, right? Not necessarily sparkling like carbonated, but could be sparkling in a way that is like tingly in a way, where it's almost effervescent, but without the bubbles. It's possible. It's possible. I see Brandon out there popping into the YouTube side saying, I think I got my grandma pregnant. That's not my problem, so thanks for sharing that. David being like, crisp. Crisp. Brandon, I'm just saying, this is the first time I've seen you in my chat. If you're opening up like that, I'll vibe check you. Anyways. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. I'm putting you in timeout there, Brandon. Please keep the weirdness of you loving your grandma out of my chat. We don't talk politics on the stream. We don't talk religion on this stream. And if you are out there fucking your grandmother, get that out of my chat, dude. Oh my god, dude. Chat, is it me, or has there been a lot of wacky stuff happening on YouTube this stream? Then again, what do you expect being a bartender on the internet, right? We're not just serving patrons. We are serving characters from video games. We are serving beings that exist beyond realities. We are serving children at time because we literally can't check IDs. Wild, dude. Wild. Either way, Ghost, thank you for popping in. Thank you for encouraging me to take this to another level. I love this. I love this. And that's what I'm gonna be drinking on for the rest of my evening. There we go. To anybody who popped in here a little bit later, I am not planning on taking any more cocktail requests this evening. But if you come back again on Monday, the request system will still work. I don't yet have a means to make it such that whatever request you made carries over until the next stream, so I apologize about that. But if you really want me to try something, keep it in mind. I think some of our users actually put them out on a notepad document or something like that. Eventually, I'll have that parsed out. But in the meantime, I appreciate everybody popping in and helping me try new things. While I've got your attention, though, I want to remind everybody that we've actually got a charity event coming up in about 2-ish weeks from now, specifically on Saturday, July 12th at 11 o'clock a.m. That is whatever time it is for you right now, plus about 8.5 hours. On that day, we're going to be raising money for an organization out of England called Made by Dyslexia. It is a charity organization that is run by people with dyslexia, encouraging the good word and positive vibes of people with dyslexic thinking, which is basically people who think with dyslexia because they were diagnosed with dyslexia. My partner, Anna, has been diagnosed with dyslexia, and we get the impression, and I think the world gets the impression, that people with dyslexia are somehow disabled or somehow less than smart or less than intelligent, and I see it as, and Made by Dyslexia agrees with this, that is just a different mindset of thinking. So in the pursuit of raising money for a cause that we believe in, we're going to be doing an 8-hour charity stream starting at that 11 a.m. on July 12th, and whatever that date is, I'm going to put the details in chat right now. During that stream, we'll be mixing some drinks, we'll be playing some games, I'll have a couple of guests here as well, some of my bouncers and mods as well. We will also be doing a special kind of charity gimmick that we haven't done before. If you're familiar with the charity events that we do on the stream already, every single donation that we get, we blow up a balloon, we put your name on it, we put how much you donated, and then we pop it at the very, very end of the stream. But this time, we're picking up a smaller infinity bottle that we're calling the Extreme Exclusive, Made by Dyslexia, Chaos Infinity Bottle. Anytime that you donate a pound or pence to Made by Dyslexia, because they're over in England and they don't use dollars over there, you can tell us anything to put in this infinity bottle, whether that be liquor, whether that be a cream liqueur, whether that be a beer or otherwise. So and we'll just be we might make some cocktails with it along the line, similar to what we do for the infinity bottle segment here on the stream. If you want to suggest a recipe that we should have on hand, use !suggest space charity and whatever you want us to try to get in chat, and we will try our best to have those ingredients here on hand for when the day comes around. It is only happening for 8 hours. We will only be accepting donations and redemptions for that infinity bottle on that day, so mark your calendars, pop in, and I'll be putting some other announcements on the socials as well. Again, that is July 12th, Saturday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern time. That's my time. You'll just have to convert it for your time. I'm going to put a scheduled YouTube stream up. I also have it scheduled on the Twitch right now, and it is also scheduled on TikTok as well. And there will be also some other socials that I put out, some other posts that I'll put out on the social media pages. Anyways, thank you for sitting for my spiel. Now it's time to go back to the video game. That's what we'll do. I think I missed a couple of chats out there, so my sincerest apologies. It was for charity, and I've been drinking. Those are my typical scapegoat answers that I'll use. I think we need more power for Clementine, so we're gonna go back to Pumpkin Hill and do some more of that stuff. Let's see. Bradley out there saying, wacky fam. I'm gonna try to be on my best behavior. We appreciate that. Bubo saying truth. Corey saying whiskey sour is one of my favorites. That was a good one. How do you like your whiskey sours, by the way, Corey? Are we talking, like, with or without egg whites? Because I'm the kind of guy who really appreciates a nice foamy head on a whiskey sour that's made with egg white. If you haven't tried it, or even, that doesn't just have to be egg white either. You can use a fee foamer. You can use aquafaba, which is essentially chickpea juice. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see. Bradley out there saying, as a man with disabilities, I really appreciate you making light of the fact that the many people are differently abled. Thanks ever so much for the visibility cam. Oh, absolutely, dude. I like the way that you just articulated it. We're not disabled. We are differently abled. I really, really like that, actually. I really like that. That's really good. Fucking cheers to that, dude. Wow. I don't think I've ever heard it better put that way, and that came from your mouth there, Bradley. Awesome. Oh, there's that tiger. Or cougar, whatever this thing is. I don't even know what it is. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Ghost out there being like, time to put suitor blending in. There we go. It's suitor blending time. That's the tea that I used, by the way. I tried it hot once. And I've drank it in a cocktail twice other times. We try to be efficient about our ingredients here. Jay out there saying, I used to give a lot of money to charity. When she didn't work, I gave the rest to Destiny. Get it? Because charity's her name. Where's my slide whistle? This is potentially a joke at the expense of people named Destiny and or Charity. And please know, this is a facetious comment from the live chat. We are not trying to insult anybody named Charity or Destiny, but I hope you like slide whistles. Yo, where are my Destinies and Charities at in chat? I actually did know a person. Actually, I know two people in my life named Destiny. Now that I think about it. One of them was, not very kind. The other one, she was fine. She was fine. Anyways, let's talk about alcohol instead. It's cool. Bradley out there saying, like, cheers, man. I have low needs for my disability, and it's really kind to hear you recognize that we all got different needs regardless of how much. That's big love. Dude, to me, and not everybody agrees with this, to me, that's just common courtesy. I got no idea what the heck is going on in your head. You don't know what's going on in my head. You could be having a rectal, like even, I think I extend the same logic to the folks who pop in chat and say things like, I'm fucking my grandma, or I'm a teenager, or whatever the other stuff has happened specifically in this stream alone. It's kind of been all over the place. I don't know what's going on in people's minds, or what's going on in people's lives, but at the very least, what I hope that I can do is provide at least a chance, because not everybody's actually an asshole. Some people are just having bad days. And sometimes a drink can solve that. I'm seeing Bubo out there saying, hopping off for the night, but definitely be back. Have a good night, everybody. Dude, same to you, Bubo, saying thanks for popping in. I think I caught you doing a cocktail request. I unfortunately won't be getting to it tonight, but I'm looking forward to whatever you've got. Whether it's your own creation or otherwise. And JJ out there echoing the words as well. I love how kind we are at the Bar with an X. We spread love to everybody, including our grandmother. Oh my goodness gracious. So what we're trying to do here, chat, is we are trying to raise the Ultimate Champion. And to be fair, we have the Ultimate Champion. The only thing that the Ultimate Champion needs to do now is win the Super Tournaments. The boxing tournament, essentially. And it needs power. And they need power. They need more power. And I was supposed to be paying attention to exactly what animals give the most power, but I haven't been. So I'm gonna go back to Pumpkin Hill and do this again. If anything, so it's about 2:40 in the morning right now. I probably won't go for too much longer. Not too much longer. Exactly how much longer? I don't really know. I don't really know. Dude, I am enthralled by this flavor of the Cedar Blinding Tea, dude. I remember having the same exact childish reaction with that one drink that I had at the Swedish bar here in Philadelphia that I'm having right now. I was just in disbelief of the flavor that I was getting from this. Oh, man, dude. It's really good. And this is not me at all trying to toot my own horn for how good the cocktail tastes. It took a couple of efforts, and I tried my best. But that tea, dude, the tea is pulling its weight. If anything, with the way that this drink is mixed right now, despite that there's 1.5 ounces of Aquavits in there, I can't really taste them very much. It could be big, could be much, you know? Could be a little bit better. Bradley out there saying, big kindness here, Cam. Knows how to show love to all of us. I appreciate it. A brother and a scholar and a saint. Oh, thank you. I hope I'm not a saint. I don't really want people to put halos on my head in mosaics after I die. I'll leave that to the people who go to church. I'll save that to the people who decided to cut their arms off to feed the hungry. I won't do that, but I will serve you alcohol. I will do that. I see, looks like LSYF or Lisfiz on the YouTube side saying, you're taking Tutu. Thank you. I think. Well, if I'm taking Tutu, you're taking TT. Because I was doing tea stuff this evening. I'm not sure I understand, but welcome in nonetheless. Welcome in. If I can get you a drink or anything, I got a fully stocked bar. I'm working on my pitch right now, chat. Like, when somebody pops in and says something random, and I'm like, I don't understand, but can I offer you a drink? Is it, can I offer you a drink? Is it, I have a fully stocked bar? Is it, you want alcohol? Really depends. Different strokes, different folks. Different strokes, different folks, yeah? Holy Roller being like, the tea is teeing right now. Oh, it absolutely is. Bradley being like proceeds to paint can with elegant wings and a bright crown of shot glasses. Oh, okay, that's the saint, right? That's a saint, right? It's a different story. If you're gonna draw me as an angel, which is what I thought you were doing with the wings, you damn well better draw me as a biblically accurate angel. I want no less than 15 eyes. No less than that. I will accept nothing less than 15 eyes. And it cannot be symmetrical. Otherwise, that'd just be... I think that's sacrilegious, I think. All right. Dog gives swim and power. Dog gives swim power. Cougar gives power no swim. Counteracts the dog. Trying to pay attention. Swim, dude, sea monster definitely gives swim, right? Swim and power, okay. Dog, give me back the dog. Dog gives swim and power. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. I like that. I like that. Cougar gave what again? That was no swim, right? It also probably gives run, but the run level doesn't get any higher. Not at this point. Oh, did I get that dog already? Nah, I got the dog already. What about you? Oh, didn't get you! There we go. Lizviz stays saying 15 eyes is chum numbers. 16 is for real biblically accurate angels. There we go. That's why I said no less than 15. That's the key. That's the key. I would love to have 16 or more, but I will accept no less than 15. Bradley saying, painting can with golden rings of eyes, holding a highball glass, all my hopes and dreams. There you go. Now the real question here, Bradley. What do your hopes and dreams taste like? And if you had to pick an alcoholic spirit to represent them, what would you pick? Moonshine is an answer. I've heard that moonshine, white lightning moonshine, shines the way that the angels do. Would I know? No, I don't illegally distill alcohol. I only illegally serve myself alcohol in the comfort of my own home, which is apparently a felony. I've learned today. I learned from the internet. Drinking alcohol is my own thing. You are actually not allowed to go to the liquor store and drink the alcohol that you purchase there. Instead, you have to buy the alcohol first. Then, you have to submit paperwork to your local jurisdiction, and you have to get them to approve the fact that, first of all, you are able to open the alcohol legally and then drink it. Because you need a liquor license to drink your own alcohol. If you walk out of the liquor store, pop that bottle open in the brown bag, and start chugging, you can go to jail. Prison time. The big house. The big house. You thought that the tiny little nip of Hennessy was safe? Bud. Sorry. It's just not how it works in this world. You're going to jail. That was a bit, by the way. None of that is true. If you buy liquor from the liquor store, you can drink it. Public intoxication is a little bit different, though. And public drinking of alcohol also is a slippery slope. But you didn't hear it from me. Your boys at the bar with an X. TX popping and saying, what's your thoughts on war crimes? None. I don't think about war crimes. The only war crimes I'm concerned with is cocktails. Molotov cocktails. Yeah. Bradley saying that my hopes and dreams taste like mellow corn and a felony. I love that. It was felony, right? Felony was the right word for it? Illegally hides Cam in a celestial speakeasy. It's possible. It's possible. Ozzy being like, can't speak for the whole community here, but my lips are sealed. Didn't hear it from me. TX, what's your thought on war crimes? I want to hear your thoughts first, before I entertain this random-ass question from the internet. Typically, I will answer any question, but I gotta be really drunk for that. That's my new policy. I have to be blackout wasted to answer questions that make me uncomfortable, like that one just did. But, and this is cocktail number 4 this evening, I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking. Make sure to drink water, chat. I'm seeing Holy being like, Tahoga with you! Tahauga? Tahuga? To hell? Which one is it? I gotta know. I've got people in chat who I think are curious. Or perhaps walking the fine line between one or the other. You know, to be fair, TX, I'm actually considering an answer to the question of what are my thoughts on war crimes. It's a crime. If you commit them, go to jail. Serve your time. Serve your local community. It's my honest thoughts on war crimes. That's what I think. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm the odd one out here. But if you commit a crime and you get caught for it, I think you should serve your time. That's what I think. That's what I think. If you murder somebody, go to jail. Some crimes are a little bit different, right? Like if you got a little bit of like you know, herb or something on you, and the police officer just like 15 years. I think that's kind of ridiculous. But like maybe a slap on the wrist and a get going, Chad. That's different. That's different. That's the way I see it. Honest answer. Honest answer. Bradley being like, Geneva Convention? You mean Geneva Suggestion? Stares in Canada. Bam. Bob out there being like, war crimes are awesome, but the question is why, Bob? Why? That would be my question. I'm not a philosopher. I'm a mixologist. Two completely different things. The question I would have is why? Ghost out there saying you can only make a war crime in a war, so technically you can get away with war crimes. That's fair. Alexa, define war crime.
War crime is a noun meaning crimes committed against an enemy, prisoners of war, or subjects in wartime that violate international agreements or,
like the Geneva Suggestion,
are offenses against humanity.
Stage select.
I like that last part where Alexa specifically articulated that a war crime could be considered a crime against humanity. So if I decided one day to go to the top of the atmosphere and eat all of the ozone, I think that would be a crime against humanity. Just following the train of thought to its logical conclusion. Let's see. I'm seeing TX out there being like, war crimes are one thing, hate crimes are another. No politics on the stream. The dog's getting a little angry. Dog's getting itchy. War crimes are just one fell swoop away from very nasty things said about other people. Let's put that topic. Take it out of your mouth. Put it away in your pocket. We will henceforth not be entertaining any more talk about hate crimes, war crimes, or other crimes of the such, unless it is drinking alcohol in your own home, which is admittedly not a crime. And because it does not fall under the category of crime, as I have described earlier, it is okay to talk about. Holy being like international court in Holland. Possibly. Possibly. I imagine that there's like a global court for like people who go and do crimes of sort between other countries. But again, I'm not supposed to talk about that. My dog's getting angry. Never mind being like, is pineapple on pizza considered a war crime? I mean, I don't think it ever killed anybody, except for people like deathly allergic to pineapples. So like, seems to pass my vibe check. At least for now. Bradley being like, CameroxnWithAnX, you mean crimes for flavor? Never seen him, officer. Nope, 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 none of it. No pineapples here, your officer. No pineapples up. No pineapples side. No pineapples down either. Watch the direction that pineapple is facing, chat. You gotta watch out. TX saying, what's your favorite crime? I actually do have a favorite crime, actually, now that I think about it. My favorite crime is distilling alcohol illegally. I would never fess up to it. I've definitely never done this before. And even if I did, I'd probably blog about it. That's what I'd do. Distilling alcohol without a liquor license is federally illegal. And at least according to one individual, drinking it is also federally illegal. But that part's just wrong. But like, really, who can't appreciate a nice, fine moonshine? TX being like, I like prison wine too. Well, honestly, the thing that's impressive to me about prison wine or like prison hooch is the fact that folks have been able to ferment using the resources that they've got in an environment where it's not encouraged, it's not allowed, and it's not typically feasible to do so. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I got a lot of respect for people who are able to ferment things up to a high enough ABV that you can actually get a buzz off of it with the limited resources that you've got. TX, have you ever fermented anything before, like wine or beer or otherwise? I'd be interested to pick your brain about it. Ghost out there saying there are some pizzerias in Italy that'll make you pay 1,000 euros for pineapple on pizza? Wait, really? Those seem like punitive charges. I took a single law class, and I don't think that's allowed by the law. Bradley, like, puts topic in pocket. Puts topic in pocket. Later, we're enjoying booze here. Never talked about anything. Nothing at all. None of it. Is everybody hiding their pineapples? Chat, should I get my pineapple? I can get my pineapple. Not the fruit. This is a pineapple flavored spirit.
Stage select.
Actually, wait, do I have pineapple spirit here? I think I have the smallest nip of Stoli pineapple vodka. But I don't think that... Oh, no. I know what I've got. I've got pineapple scotch. I've got, Buchanan's. I do have pineapple flavored stuff here at the bar. And I have pineapple juice, naturally. Naturally. JJ out there with the good night. Hey, same back to you, JJ. Thanks for popping in. I see Wubwub out there saying, hey, welcome back, dude. You told me to F yourself because of that joke you made the other day. You were kind of tipsy, so I'm not sure if you were playing around or not. Nah, dude. This is what you said to me, Wubwub. You said, shake that shaker like an Indian making a milkshake. And that to me seemed incredibly derogatory. So yeah, I called you out for it. Welcome back, by the way, Wubwub. Please don't make comments like that again. To me, that is a joke that is at the expense of a particular group of people, and to me, that's kind of racist. So, you've been warned once, I'll warn you twice, and after that, that's my final straw, okay? If I'm being honest, we had a couple of people in chat today that are kind of pushing my patience here, and I still remember that, Wubwub, and the wound is still kind of open. Not really cool to me. Anyways. Bradley out there saying apparently pineapple sake is really good. Ooh, yeah! I've never had pineapple sake before. Wubwub saying I'm sorry. I appreciate it, dude. I really do. I sincerely appreciate anybody who apologizes about things, especially when it's something that makes me in particular uncomfortable. And the people around you as well. I do appreciate your apology, Wubwub. Welcome back, dude. Welcome back. I hope you're doing well. I think of it this way, chat. Like, I get the...
Stage select.
I sometimes get this notion that despite the fact that it's quite literally me alone in my apartment at my bar, that it really does feel like, especially some of the later hours here when we got not a lot of traffic coming through the bar, maybe we got a couple of folks who are roaming around at midnight, maybe had too much to drink, or maybe have some opinions that they really want to share with people, that it really does feel what I imagine the experience of being a bartender in a hole-in-the-wall bar in the middle of the back ends of the city would be like at this hour. And for me, it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning right now. Like, if this were an actual bar with actual patrons actually coming in, the vibe, to me, seems oddly on point of what I would expect. You got some folks coming in here who might be a little bit tipsy. They might not say things that they really mean in the moment. And it's something I think is actually kind of cool. Kind of cool in a way. Not only am I like a mixologist, like as a hobby, like ultimately I play the part of a bartender here on the stream, and sometimes it feels kind of real in a way. And I'm thankful for that in a way. But just as the same way you would walk into a bar, or just in the same way that you would order for a bartender, there's a human on the end of both sides of the interaction, and I would just encourage people to think about that, you know? Whether that's over a drink, or over being escorted out the door. I don't know, man. Bradley being like, if Cam asks you to tone it down, take it on the chin. Just trying to be. I'm trying to. Never mind being like, this feels very tavern-like. I appreciate that. Those words mean a lot to me. And I really appreciate that. I know we got ads happening in a little bit, so I'm gonna keep grinding and pumpkin. Okay, actually, I didn't say that before the ads happened, so instead, I'm just gonna feed this to Clementine. We'll chill out at the bar for a hot second. We'll bring it back to the bar. We'll just vibe for a hot second. Currently, Clementine's power level is at 75. I don't know how high that power level needs to get. I'm getting the impression that we'll do. This is what we'll do. When we get back from the ads, I'm gonna try Clementine one more time in the dojo. And if Clementine makes it, great. We'll go to bed happy. We'll go to bed prideful. We'll go to bed knowing that our champion truly is that, the champion. But if not, we'll bring it back again on Monday. Try to do what we can, and then we'll continue on with the rest of the game. I will say this. I have been working on Sonic the Hedgehog cocktails. I'm not finished with them. I've been very, very behind on them, and I have been during this entire season of play. I apologize for that. Still working on them, though. Still working on them. I don't know if I'll be able to get to you guys every single recipe that I want to debut during the series, but I love Sonic the Hedgehog enough that we'll be back for him. I've had actually some folks on TikTok specifically say, like, are we doing more Kingdom Hearts cocktails? And I was like, maybe. I'm looking forward to it, dude. I really am. Bradley's saying, very tavern-like, he echoes. He's like the bartender who was around forever and knows the recipes. I serve flavor. Hope it's the right one. Dude, actually, Bradley, that reminds me of a bar that I went to in Puerto Rico when I was there. It was called, I think it was called El Factoria. Oh, no, La Factoria? La Factoria. That's Factoria, Spanish, A at the end, La in the beginning. I think it was called La Factoria in Puerto Rico. Old San Juan, Puerto Rico. When we were there, there was a secret, not really secret, but there was a sort of hidden speakeasy type room. There were other bars. It was a multi-bar, multi-bar style bar. I don't know exactly how to articulate this. There were multiple bar tops in the bar in different rooms. I don't know what's the right way to articulate that. But one of the bars was behind a door, and when you went in there, you didn't order a specific cocktail. You told the bartender what you were in the mood for. And I guess it could have been a recipe, but I know when Anna went there, she was like, I'm in the mood for something sweet. And they gave her a bitter sour cocktail that she really wasn't into. But that to me is like you order on vibes alone. It's a little bit more avant-garde at some of those bars that are just like, how are you feeling today, sir? And you're like, I'm okay. And I'm like, great, here's a highball. And you're like, okay. I can order on vibes alone. I can totally see that. I will say here, if you come to the bar with an X and you do the order command and you order on vibes alone, I'm gonna ask you a shit ton of follow-up questions. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I was just talking about this place that I went to in Puerto Rico called La Factoria, where they had one of the speakeasy type bars behind one of the doors where you basically ordered on vibes alone, something that Bradley was kind of mentioning over on the YouTube side. And it got me thinking that if you ordered a chat request here and you were just like on vibes alone, please know that it is going to involve a conversation between you and I to figure out a drink that I think that you would like, made in a way that I would enjoy, because you're not getting the drink, I am, and I have to be the one to rate it. Layers. Anyways, all you missed on the Chow side was me giving Clementine another animal. We're gonna take Clementine into the cave, see how they fare in a karate match. If we win, great. If not, I'm gonna call it quits afterwards. So we'll be closing the bar. This is last call right now. We'll close the bar after this tournament. Bradley out there saying San Juan, very cozy. They sound like they really loved, excuse me. They really love tests of their knowledge. We have a bar called The Unicorn. They serve punk rock music and trying their best. Dude, we love the vibe. Yeah, it was pretty good. We had the opportunity to go to Puerto Rico for a good couple of days or so. I think I took off one of the streams for it. Did I take off one of the streams? I think I did for it. Picked up a bunch of different types of rums and stuff and brought it on back with me. It was great. I would love to go back to Puerto Rico sometime. I had some really, really great stories while I was there. I had a whole stream where I was sharing reviews of the bottles that I brought back with me, and I shared some stories of the bars that I went to, so the sips that I had and whatnot. It was really, really great. If you're interested in my recollection of my trip to San Juan in Puerto Rico, it's one of the Sonic series stuff. It happened relatively recently. And all the bottles that I described there are here still. Like that Pitoro I was talking to you about, that legal Puerto Rican moonshine. It's pretty good. Actually, I'm thinking about the Pitoro right now, and I kind of want to grab it. I'll be back. I'm grabbing the Pitoro. Only because we've talked about it multiple times during this very stream. This is a bottle of Pitoro. It is 100% Puerto Riqueña. It is 100% Puerto Rican. It's essentially supposed to be Puerto Rican moonshine, but just like you can buy Old Smoky moonshine, which is not technically moonshine because it's distilled legally, this is a legal Puerto Rican moonshine that you can pick up in the airport on your way home if you want to. Off the nose, like... It smells very reminiscent of some rum agricoles or even some like almost molassesy type rums. It actually smells like very, very kind of pastry-like in a way. Yeah, it's kind of deep in flavor. It's kind of vegetal in a way. Reminds me of molasses with none of the bitterness. None of the bitterness. It gives me some vibes that are really, really similar to the Infinity bottle right now, like scarily enough, but it's got a little bit of a note that reminds me of almost like charred fruit in a way. Something that's a little more deeper on flavor or fruit too, kind of like a, oh, nice job, Clementine. Oh, something that gives me a vibe of, actually, no, it's combining with the Cedar Blonde. I was gonna say it was like a, almost a, oh my god, my mind's going to cherry, my mind's going to apple, my mind's going to pear, my mind's going to, oh, fig! Fig notes is what I'm getting off of that one. But I think it's mixing with the drink that I've got here, so inaccurate. Never mind asking, what's the proof on this Pitoro? This one is, I think, 40%. 39%! So, clocking in at, 78 proof. 78 proof. Oh, dude, Crystal, you were going for it, my guy. I gotta get ready to hype up Clementine. Oh, gee whiz. This is not gonna end well. This is not gonna end well. Oh, man. Bradley out there saying, cool. Puerto Rico sounds kind of awesome. Next stream, I'll absolutely be a pest and ask about the Pitoro. Pitoro. The best I've had was Portugal. Blue corn whiskey. That sounds really cool. Honestly, I'll be like straight out of the bottle. It's really tasty, dude. It is really tasty, in my opinion. Yo, I see Naz out there on the YouTube side saying, what are we doing? Well, we're watching children fight as I have my last cocktail of the evening, which is a drink that I'm calling Swedish Summer, in my humble opinion, version 2. It is an improved version of this drink that I workshopped with user Ghost over on TikTok last week. It uses a little bit of every single Swedish-inspired ingredient that I've got here. I've got 2 Aquavits, I had a Swedish punch, and I had a Swedish tea as well. And it looks like Clementine is gonna lose this one. Which is okay. Which is okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Ghost out there! Wow, speaking of the ghost out there, now that you have what you think, I'll tell you. Now that you have what you think, I'll tell you what most have. A gin and tonic with full peppercorns and cucumber. You're telling me that my interpretation of what Swedes drink in the summer pales in comparison to the simple combo of gin and tonic with peppercorn and cucumber. That sounds really refreshing, dude. Very refreshing. We had somebody in here from Finland about a couple months ago saying that what they drink out there is Lonkero, which is a grapefruit gin drink. And I get the impression that refreshing, tall, highball gin drinks are very popular around that region of the world. I love to see it. Naz out there being like, I could use a drink right now. 3 a.m. here, can't sleep. Dude, I got some moonshine for you. Technically speaking. Technically speaking. But with that, this is where I'm calling last call for the evening. So I'm popping out for the night. It's about 3 a.m. for me as well, actually, Naz. And I've had, I think, enough drinks for, I'd say all of us, but I don't know what everybody's situations are, so I'm not going to make that judgmental statement. I've had enough drinks for me, and I'm probably going to finish the rest of this because this is really, really tasty. If you're wondering what I'm drinking right now, feel free to type !sips in chat and we'll print it to chat wherever you are. It is a drink that was iterated upon this drink that I got requested from, technically inspired by, not really requested by Ghost over on the TikTok side. I'm all done for this evening, y'all. Thank you so much for joining me. We'll be back again on Monday at the normal time. That is 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. That's whatever time it is for you right now, minus about 7 hours. It's been fun playing the bartender for this evening, but I want to remind you about something that's coming up very, very soon here at the Bar with an X. We have a charity event happening on Saturday, July 12th at 11 o'clock a.m. That is whatever time it is for you right now, plus about 8 hours. On that day, we're raising money for Made by Dyslexia, an organization out of England, and we'll be mixing some drinks, we'll be playing some games, some board games, some video games. I'll have a couple of guests here as well, and for every donation that you make to the organization, you get to put something into a bottle that is kind of like our infinity bottle here. This infinity bottle has rules. There are only certain things that you can put into it to preserve the longevity of the bottle, but this bottle is only going to be active for about 8 hours while we do the stream. Anything can go in that bottle, anything at all, so long as I have it. If you're ever wondering what we've got here at the Bar with an X, I'll put the link in chat below. I know this is a little bit of info dump right now, but I'll be repeating myself for the next couple of weeks or so. I look forward to seeing you all there at our second annual independent charity event, Mixing Drinks and Changing Lives. Again, that is on July 12th, Saturday at 11 o'clock a.m. That's whatever time it is for you right now, plus about 8 hours or so. That's what I'm thinking. I'm in Eastern time over here. Thank you everybody so much who joined me. Ozzyl out there with the good night. Ghost saying I shouldn't drink at 9 a.m. It'd be fun though. Oh, dude. Good morning to you out there, I guess. Never mind saying good night. Bradley saying last call. I'm going to have a NEPA called an non-alcoholic, NEIPA. Do you mean a non-alcoholic IPA? Called Tangerine Speedo, then cozy to bed. That actually sounds kind of nice. Leo out there saying, good night, party people. Lovely having y'all. Holy Roller saying, love hanging out. To everybody, I cannot wait to do this again next week. It was a pleasure, yet again, to be your bartender this evening, no matter who you are. Regardless if you were welcome in chat or otherwise, we are all human here. Thank you for popping into the Bar with an X. I will see you all again next time, but until then, bye!